Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported. Heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. $10 and up will be displayed. $100 and up will be read/answered. Now, if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text to speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. Guys, we have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara. And even if you disagree with myself or the podcast, we'd love to have you. We welcome debate. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us there. Quick note, if anyone has a contact at Instagram, our message button is gone. It's not working. I have no idea why. It kind of messes up. People that otherwise would message us aren't able to. So if anybody knows how to fix it, I mean, we've done research. There's not like, we've tried every troubleshooting thing we can do. So I think we got to get into,
They cut you off.
What?
They cut your messaging button off.
Okay. So if anybody, I'm cutting you off. So if anybody has a contact at Instagram, help us out. We're trying to get the message button back. Follow me on Instagram at BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Hashtag Big Labia Matters. Really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel. Link is in the description. Help us get to, make it a little bigger. Oh my God, why? Sorry, I need to change the fucking copy and paste. We're already at 1 million subscribers. Guys, the plaque is coming soon, and I'll dedicate that to you guys. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, and without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves, so please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Selena Bowser. I'm 31 years old. I live in Pennsylvania, and I'm a certified nursing assistant.
All right, welcome.
Hello, I'm Kara, and I'm from Tampa, Florida, and I'm 26 years old, and I'm self-employed.
Self-employed. When can I... Oh, nice, the little Matrix thing. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, man. Really appreciate your patronage. When you say you're self-employed, what do you do?
Well, I had a cleaning company, and I started doing OnlyFans, so I'm an OnlyFans / I do, I'm like sugar baby.
So you don't do OF anymore?
No.
You don't do any adult content at all?
Not currently, no.
Okay. What about you?
Hello, my name is Karina Nicole Dean. I am from Dallas, Texas, and I'm a marketing director, photographer, and I do bodybuilding sometimes, mostly 2022, but I took a break.
Sorry, did you say age?
27.
27, all right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Victoria. I'm 34 years old, and I'm from Pennsylvania, and I'm a stay-at-home mom.
All right, welcome.
Hi, I'm Jessie. I'm from Wisconsin. I'm 20 years old, and I am a CMR for a men's health clinic.
All right.
I'm Lauren. I am 32 years old. I am a Christian, mom of 2, proud wife of a police officer and veteran, and I now am a pediatric nurse practitioner.
And I'm sorry, did you say your age?
32.
32,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Hi, my name is Priya. I'm 23 years old. I am from the sunny state of California. I co-run a family business that does law enforcement training, and I sell insurance.
All right, welcome back.
Hi, I'm Liam Christopher, 35 years old, digital practitioner, growth hacker, Robin Hood of the internet. I build cool brands and teach people how to make money. I've also actually got a brand. I'm just going to read a little quick script. So this is a brand that I've co-founded and it's been co-sponsored. So this is from my marketing team. They said, don't bother advertising it, just tell them it's the first gummies brand ever to offer a $20 trial kit of everything, plus everyone. Hang on, there's more. I'm going to take you on the journey.
Okay.
It says, plus anyone who uses this special code gets 40% off everything in stock. The code is whatever.
40% you said?
40%.
Perfect.
Just use whatever. They said, tell the audience the wake up and focus are like an energy drink in a gummy bear. The relax and sleep have been designed to be super effective with a knockout formula. Sit back, relax, and let our company gum in your mouth. That's from my marketing team. But just quickly, then my investors, I said this to them, and they wrote to me, you stupid idiot, 40% off means they get all the products basically at cost price. This could bankrupt the company. And then I responded to them and I said, I've already made the code. It's live for a week. It cannot be undone. My bad. Oops.
Can't be undone.
That's it. So just...
they're gummies, right?
Yeah, they're gummies. So in fact, actually, would you mind trying one and tell me if it's tasty? Would you
I
like
want
to
to try one.
Yeah, sure.
Could I try one?
Can I gum in your mouth as well? Tell me if they're nice. Yeah. So those will help you guys focus. And,
Actually, they taste
that's the story behind me and the brand, and that's it. Thank you guys.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Fantastic.
Rock and roll.
My name's Jake. I have a YouTube channel called Rattlesnake TV where we analyse debates and we do a podcast as well. My podcast is called The Reality Based Podcast. You can find that on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and all major streaming platforms. Did I mention that I'm 28 from Australia? And that's about it for me.
Cool.
Nice.
All right, welcome everybody. So what we're going to do now is...
Vegemite Bug Sick Cont donated $200. Oi crikey. How you going, you little beauties? Good on you, mates. Much whinging? Any shrimps on the barbie? Brian been having too much brekkie, I reckon. Lay off the Macca's fatty shit cunt. Foster's Australian for beer.
Oh my god.
Lads, do you go down under on any Sheilas?
Oh my god.
Didn't expect racism on this podcast.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
This is why I normally stay away from Australians. I've been stitched up with this. You get two of us in one place.
Yeah,
and
two Australians.
It was a setup.
That is the
Wow,
best
okay.
post I've ever seen.
I thought we were just going to eat some gummy bears, but no.
We'll come back to his. We'll come back to his question. We'll do the relationship status, but we'll come back to it. So, going around the table once more. What's everybody's current relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I'm in the talking stage right now, and my longest relationship was 10 years.
Were you married?
No.
How long have you been in this talking stage?
Like a month.
1 month?
Yeah.
Is it exclusive?
For me, I don't know about him, but for me, yeah.
There's no other guys in the picture?
Not for me, no.
Okay. What about you?
So I would say complicated. And complicated because I went exclusive with somebody I met through a sugar dating experience, and then instead of us staying exclusive, I went and sugared and then told him that I did that. So I don't know what I am right now. I guess like talking, and then now I'm not.
So you're a sugar in multiple coffees at the moment.
Yeah, like I'm like a sugar, it's hard to explain. I'm a sugar baby. So like I go on seeking.com, which is like a sugar baby website.
Yep.
Yeah. And I'm very particular about who I hang out with.
So when you have a relationship with them, is that your boyfriend, or would you call him your daddy?
Well, I used to think
something?
that I was polyamorous, but like I think that was just an excuse for me to like say I was dating multiple men, but really I wasn't dating them.
What was the
So-
biggest stack of cash you've ever got?
Probably $3,000.
Bravo.
In one transaction,
Yeah.
you mean? Okay.
So is that the term, sugaring?
I guess I made it
did you make
up.
that up? Okay.
I don't know if I made it up, but
Gotcha.
like
Palatable, Priya.
Yeah.
like I don't like to be called a sugar baby because everyone stereotypes it to be dating older men, but really a lot of younger men are on the site.
Yeah.
They just like don't want that attachment to
So
the
they're-
girl. So they have a lot of money.
Would you say that they're paying you for your time and your sexual attention?
Yeah.
So would you
But
call that,
it
would you call
becomes
that
a
dating or would you call that
No,
prostitution?
I would call it I would call it like, yeah.
But they're
I mean,
paying
you
you
can
for your-
title it.
they're
You
paying
can
you for
title
your
it
sexual attention?
prostitution. You can title it prostitution, but like I call it sugaring.
That's a.
But the cops do think it's
euphemism.
prostitution.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
They
just
do-
not on the streets.
They do.
it's
They
just-
don't take us seriously.
Okay. So it's
Yeah.
like internet
Gotcha.
prostitution instead of streets.
But I meet them in person.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So
Okay.
develop a genuine.
Wait, so you're currently seeing a guy.
I was seeing a guy.
You were.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have multiple. I was seeing.
How many were you seeing?
Probably like, if I'm being honest, like 10.
Oh. And you were getting paid to see all of these men?
Yes.
Got it.
Were you having carnal knowledge with all of them?
What does that mean?
Sexual intercourse?
Oh yeah.
Protected?
All of
Doubtful.
that?
Yeah.
At the same time?
No, it wasn't an orgy. No.
No,
I mean,
just in the same like time period.
Yeah, but like, okay, for instance, like one of them lives in a different state, so like he only comes sometimes to visit his child in a school that's close to me, and like I see him like 2 or 3 times a year, but like I would consider him somebody that I'm like spiritually, sexually connected with.
So but that was 1 of 10. What about
Yeah.
the other 9?
I'm not gonna go through them all.
Were they in like a consistent rotation or?
Hey.
That's what they call the
how do you keep
erection
track?
There's
selection.
no.
Oh,
There's,
wow.
oh my god. Okay, yeah. I guess my phone kind of reveals a lot. That's another reason.
Whip it out, girl.
Wait, you. on
That's
your
another
phone?
reason why.
label
I'm being honest. That's another reason why my ex like exclusive arrangement and I separated recently is because he found out more about me by being on my phone.
Wait, do you have a list like in notes of like all the?
No, I just remember.
Okay.
Good
Wait,
memory,
so
girl.
you said you were seeing 10? Mm-hmm. Like how long ago? A couple weeks ago?
Well, I would say this is very recent. Yeah. So like recently, within the last 2 weeks, I started like, I would say breaking up with them or letting them know like, hey, I'm getting into something exclusive. I can't see you anymore.
Unless you give me X amount of dollars.
No, I'm not. So on my profile, on my Seeking profile, it says like I'm not there to take their money. I'm very like non-transactional. Like I'm not like, hey, you have to take me shopping. Okay, wait. I'm transactional, but like I'm not like a seeking transactional hoe. That's why I record. Like they
But
don't.
you're seeking arrangement.
Yeah.
So then why not just date like a normal human being?
I want to do that. I think I'm to a point where I want to like settle down with one person. I've done that before. I've only been on seeking arrangements for like 1.5 years. And that's actually why I came on the shows, because I want to talk about like all the things that can go wrong in that kind of like situation.
Lifestyle.
Yeah, like lifestyle, yeah.
That's what it seems like you're trying to do. Like you're trying to get something normal, but with one of the sugar daddies.
Yeah, I was, until I ruined it because I lied to him, so.
Don't make that mistake
So
again.
you weren't exclusive to him.
Yeah, I was. And then he went to Chicago, and then I was like separating with one of my sugar arrangements, and I still slept with him.
So you weren't exclusive with this.
Yeah, I wanted to be, but like I fucked up.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Happens to us all.
Oh, that was such a nice response.
I like your accountability with
I
Yeah.
haven't dated 10 guys at once and accidentally fucked one of them. Like, come on, what's wrong with
It
you?
was like a
Exactly.
goodbye fuck.
to me
It was like,
all the
I'm
time.
going to get like
men?
not married but married, and it was like goodbye, and he has just got really good dick.
Okay then.
Wait, so
That's funny.
you're currently seeing nobody, or you?
Well, I wanted to go exclusive with him, so I separated with all my sugar arrangements, and then now I've been like just chilling in California.
So you're single,
Yes.
but having sexual intercourse with some men.
Yes.
How many men currently are you having carnal knowledge with?
Well, since 2 weeks ago, probably like 3, and then before that, like 10. But in
Wait,
total.
so you're
but
saying?
that's for a different question, right?
Wait, so like currently you're having sex with 3 men.
Well, like I don't know, like today, or like
this
no.
time period. This,
How about
This
the past
time period,
48 hours? Past 48 hours.
Or at least
one,
Okay, how about this week?
1.
How about 2 weeks?
Like 3.
Oh, okay. All right. That's
Yeah,
okay.
I've dwindled it down, and I really have, because it's very addicting.
What's
Not
addicting?
just like I say sugaring. You guys would laugh, but like meeting very like successful, accomplished people that are like, because I'm a sapiosexual, so
What's that?
You are?
It's a sapiosexual, so I'm like attracted to intelligence. And like,
I think we all are.
smart men. Not all women are attracted to intelligence. But I'm also like a demisexual, so I have to like.
If you had to pick one.
If I had to pick just one, I would say definitely intelligence, because I can learn off of them, and then if they like, we have a connection, and they're intelligent, like they will teach me things.
Would you date somebody if they were smart and broke?
Probably not.
So then that wouldn't make you a sapiosexual, whatever the hell that means. First of all,
Probably
that doesn't
not
exist.
entirely.
So if you are looking for that, then you wouldn't date him if he was broke. Then it clearly means that you date people for money.
Well, no, not necessarily, because like all my boyfriends have been broke. I've actually
They were all paying you.
No, like my actual real, a year and a half ago, I've dated serious relationships.
Committed?
Yeah, committed, like long term, like 4 or 5 years. So.
So what's the most important piece of knowledge that you've gained from these men?
How to invest money. Their money.
How's the portfolio?
What the fuck?
All right, we're going to move on. We can come back to it a little later, though, but your relationship status.
So I'm in my longest relationship I've ever been. He's so 3.5 years. He's only been my second boyfriend, so yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Things are really complicated right now, but I'm technically married. I've been married for going on 8 years. I've been on and off with him for 14 years, and that's like the longest time. And I haven't really seen
Are
many
you guys
other
in the
people.
process of getting divorced?
No, we were separated,
Mhm.
and now we're talking again and seeing
How many times has it been off on?
a lot.
More than 10?
I mean, starting out, yeah. But then we were together for 9 years straight.
Mm-hmm.
And there was nothing, and then we were separated, and then we got back together, and then we were separated again, and then we got back, like, we're talking again, so. And that's what's, yeah.
But you're a stay-at-home mom, right?
I am.
So how are you able to do that? Is he living with you, or?
Yeah, right now we're living together.
So more than talking.
Yeah, I guess more than talking.
Talking regularly.
We're living
Every
together,
day.
yes.
Okay.
We will probably reconcile. That's what's on the agenda.
Okay. So how many times would you say it's been on, off?
Oh gosh. From the beginning, probably 20 times.
So like total about 20 times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm in a 2-year serious relationship.
All right. And how did you guys meet?
We met at the hospital. So he was a medical student. I, at the time, was a certified nursing assistant and phlebotomist. We had a code. I was the first to respond. It was his patient, and I saved his patient. We went out to dinner the next day.
Mm-hmm.
That's cute.
Wholesome. Is he? Is this an age gap relationship?
Yes.
What's the gap?
8 years.
Is it weird to you?
Sorry?
Is it weird to you?
No, not at all.
That's good.
8's not that bad.
So he's 28.
My parents are
Yes.
14.
You're 20. He's 28.
Yes.
So, and he is a surgeon. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's a resident surgeon.
Okay, got it. What about you?
I have been married for the last a little over 9 years, and we've been together 10 years, but that's my longest relationship.
Do you guys have kids?
We do. We have 2 kids, an 8-year-old
kids.
boy and a 3-year-old boy.
All right. And you mentioned this during the intro, right? You're a doctor yourself. Is that correct?
A nurse practitioner, but yes.
Oh, nurse practitioner.
It's like you can do a little more than a physician's assistant.
Lauren, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it says here, I don't know can a nurse practitioner be a pediatrician?
Yeah, so you do the same job. In Pennsylvania, you have to have a collaborative practice agreement with a physician, an overseeing physician. But
I
in
see.
a lot of just like 23 states, you can open your own practice as a nurse practitioner.
Okay, so you can classify yourself as a pediatrician.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Gotcha. That's just what we had in our notes here. Okay, cool. And you said you're married to a police officer.
Proudly, yes.
Okay.
He was a veteran. He was in the Air Force as well.
Oh, cool,
Right
cool.
on.
All right. What about you, Priya?
I am single. I've been single for about 4 or 5 months now. My longest relationship was about 6 months long.
All right. Liam, what about you?
At the moment, I'd say I'm married to my work, so I don't really date at the moment. However, I've had 2 really good 5-year long-term relationships. They were really positive, have very positive things to say about them, and yeah, they went great.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm single, and longest relationship was about 2 years, but yes, very much married to my work as well at the moment. Another struggle.
There you
It's
go.
a good way to be though.
Sweet. Couple questions here, just going off some of the notes we have. I want to actually go around the table really quick. So starting with you, well, not starting with Lauren, but Lauren, you're married to a police officer. And so I do want to ask the table, would you date a police officer?
Probably not.
Okay. And well, how about, before you say why, I'll get everybody's answer.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely no?
No.
Okay.
I would, yes.
I would.
I would.
Well,
Of course.
exhibit A.
Best men out
I would be
there.
proud to do so, yeah.
All right. So I think it was just you two who said no.
Yeah.
Just curious why.
Because I'd be too paranoid to end up dying.
Okay.
That's actually a good reason.
Yeah.
That's-
I thought you were
that's
going
fair.
to say
That was a
something else,
curveball.
and then
I
I
like
would be
that.
able to come back at you. Like, oh,
I just think that with me,
You
like,
get arrested?
yeah, like, I just
He'd-
don't think that
possibly tell that
my
already.
path of like what I'm doing right now would align with like a police officer's lifestyle and like what they're like.
like following the law.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, but OnlyFans isn't against the law.
Well,
Prostitution is.
But do you consume substances?
Do I
Oh.
substances?
Substances?
No.
Illicit substances?
Well, I smoke weed, but I don't think that's illegal.
currently
In some
compromised?
states, it's
Yeah.
illegal.
Yeah, it is.
So.
Unless you got a
Yeah,
medical card.
that's why I never probably go to Pennsylvania.
That's it though. That's,
That's
the
why.
only.
what?
That's the only thing you do is.
Yeah.
Okay. Just curious. Just curious.
Occasionally drink sangria.
Like while smoking,
Yeah.
like for dinner tonight?
No.
No.
No, not for dinner tonight.
All right, guys. We got a motorcycle in the back. Okay, so pretty much just you wouldn't align with.
Yeah, like for instance, I don't think that law enforcement people can date like OnlyFans chicks.
Is that?
I don't
I
think
don't-
it is
Or
anything
like
against
sugaring, like I don't think police officers are like on seeking arrangements, for instance. I don't ever find like police officers
I
because
think
like
it's
they
because
would
they
put
can
that on
probably
there.
find very high class women without going on a website to pay for one.
that's your opinion.
No, I think it's pretty much fact.
I mean, there's
though.
doctors and
Yeah.
lawyers and all them on there though. Probably because they're kind of crooked, but
Wait, there's crooked doctors and lawyers on. Well, I mean, there probably are, but
I mean, I think there's crooked people everywhere.
Yeah.
yeah,
But
but
also,
I don't
but
being a
there's
doctor-
actually like no police officers. Like I've never met a maybe there's actually ex police officers on there.
Maybe they got fired.
I was gonna
No,
say, yeah.
they're retired
Dishonorable.
actually.
I feel
Yeah.
like doctors and lawyers should be cleaning up. Like they don't need seeking
No, they're all like there's doctors, lawyers, there's fucking
pay for.
there's actually famous people on there. Like
I think that a lot of the time
literally
these guys
famous.
will go on these apps because they can subtly go and get a transactional relationship.
And they don't have to be
rather than if they
attached to
are-
the girl.
I'm speaking. Just stop while I'm speaking.
Sorry.
And so while they're married or whatever, if they want to go and step out, then they can have a faceless profile and just.
But
Yeah.
they're not married. They're not married.
But also for doctors, the schedule's pretty rough. A lot of them are not married. A lot
Yeah.
of them are.
They
but
just
also
it's such,
they can't find a woman who can understand that lifestyle.
like let me
It's a lot.
Yeah, so that actually you're right. And so let me take that back. They're not crooked. They're just more like busy and they don't have like time to like dedicate to a female, and females are very needy, and so they like the idea of being able to like have that kind of arrangement so that way they can just go back to their lives and not have that attachment of a girl like I don't know,
Like a
falling
one-night
in love
stand.
with them. Not even one night stand. They're like long-term arrangements. So you see them more than once. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
All right. So I want to come back to. Let me pull this one back up. So.
Vegemite Sick Coont donated $200.
Here we go.
Oi crikey. How you going, you little beauties? Good on your mates. Much whinging? Any shrimps on the barbie? Brian been having too much brekkie, I reckon. Lay off the Macca's fatty shit cunt. Foster's Australian for beer. Lads, do you go down under on any Sheilas?
So this is a question for us. I guess it'd go down under on Sheila's.
Liam, that was for you, bro.
I've never really had that.
Yeah, we'll start with Liam.
Experience, to be honest. But I will say, if you replace fat cunt with sick cunt, that's actually a compliment in our culture. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's the highest honor you can get, actually.
Okay.
You're one word change away from like
So
basically
close.
being,
I'm so close.
bestowed royalty.
We could all be so blessed.
We could all be sick cunts at this table.
Wait,
Yeah,
so I guess I'll start. So me personally, he's asking if we go down under. I do not do that.
Why?
Just not my thing.
You never
Just each
have?
their own.
I mean, I haven't. The last time I did it was the Bush administration. So.
Is that a pun intended?
Ironic.
No, like.
Did you mean to say
No,
that?
literally.
That's funny.
Literally 2008 was the last time I.
back in the 70s.
Yeah.
She needed some Bush administration at the time.
Because it was hairy. He didn't like
That was
it.
the best pun I've ever heard.
Yeah, no, but it literally like it's been 17 years. Wait, hold on, let me do the math. 2007, 2008 or some shit. So, yeah, not a fan of it, of going down.
What
I'm a
about-
fan of labia, not a fan of going down.
Then what do you do to the labia? Like, why do you like it so much? If you don't like actually use your tongue or anything
There
on
you
it.
go. Well done, Nick. Yeah. Hashtag big labia matter.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, I mean,
Like, what do you like so much about it then? If you don't touch it, like, do you touch it with
It's
your
different.
hands?
you talking about like big labia?
Yeah, like, don't you like to feel see what it feels like with your tongue at all? Like,
Nah,
no,
not really.
Maybe it's the
that's
taste.
lame.
Yeah, sometimes it could be the taste. It could be, hey, if there's infidelity.
Well,
It's certainly like, I mean, look, to each their own, but my recommendation to men, you shouldn't even be doing that unless like for sure she's exclusive with you. You can't be like going down on some Tinder chick.
Is that because of STDs or
even if there's not, if she's like sleeping with other dudes, that's grimy.
Oh, so like you think that you might get lick another guy's cum out of?
Yeah. Thank you for making it detailed. But yeah.
Can I ask a dumb question? What's a labia again?
The lips.
Fat lips.
Oh.
I have a fat labia.
I was like, is that?
Please don't get Brian started on this topic
Yeah, don't
any
get
Is
longer.
that what it means?
Wait,
though?
I
Labia
was
means
hashtagging
pussy,
411
pussy
fat
space.
labia because that's me.
Cool.
What is
Story, bro.
411?
Oh my gosh. Height.
Her height.
Can we terminate
My
this
height.
conversation?
Yuck.
But yeah, big labia matter. There it is.
I'm one of your followers.
Nice. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely look, as a guy, if you want to do it with your girlfriend, fine. I don't recommend it with like some Tinder hookup. You don't know if she's smashing like 3 other dudes. So yeah. But I don't do it, period.
Or seeking hoes.
Bro, even if she's a virgin, I'm not doing it.
Can I give you some advice on how I do it?
Nah.
No, trust me. You like this one. You like this?
I'm not going to do it.
No. So when you're getting to know a girl, that's like the dating process as to whether or not she's going to be accepted into the next cycle of.
As if she has a low PHP.
If she gets to graduate to the going down under sort of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you get to learn. You might
Wait,
like it
yeah,
like that.
so
That's
wait,
a good
what?
aspect.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like when you're dating and hooking up, like I'll do it with a girlfriend,
Mhm.
to your point,
Yeah.
but not with a girl that I'm dating. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
when she graduates, then I'll go down.
Then, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, she's got to be,
Graduates.
can't be seeing other dudes. Jake,
like
what
high
about?
school.
No, I
like-
agree with your take, Brian. I think that was a good take.
Okay. But so you don't do it then,
No.
babe.
I'm repulsed by this
actually like
conversation.
Fucking
It is
legend.
repulsive.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Yes, this is a repulsive conversation.
Well, I mean, here, we'll open up to the ladies. Ladies, would you date a guy who, let's say he's wonderful and great and amazing and sexy and cute, but he doesn't do that? Would you?
That's a tough one.
No.
That's a tough
I would.
one.
Hold on, one at a time. Go ahead.
I don't know, honestly. I guess it just depends on how good his personality is and everything. Because I like getting head. I like giving it. I like getting it.
Word.
What about you?
No, because I literally love riding men's face. Like, literally sitting on top of it, holding onto the headboard. Like, all of that shit.
So this is exactly what we're talking about when we say you have to be so careful, because you were having sex with 10 different men at the same time, and there you are riding his
so
face like a pillow.
we actually get STD tested.
He just sucked the dick of the last 9 men you fucked.
Wait, say that one more time.
Whoever you did that to sucked the dick of the last 9 men.
9 dicks.
Don't point at me. It's hypothetical, guys. Hypothetical.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying? The guy.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
Whoever's under you, there's 9 other guys that you're having sex with.
Yeah,
He's
like,
eating 9 dicks in his mouth, right?
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Like a bouquet.
Wait, just scoot to the mic.
So I'm not gonna lie, like, some of the arrangements were married, but not all of them are. So
then he has to go
think
back to his wife
that the
after that.
Yes, I think that
they're
hideous.
married.
Yes, and I think that when they're married, it's like less people that you have to send to the STD clinic to get tested.
I mean,
because we get
makes sense
regularly,
to me.
because we have access to that where we can get like quick tested. Yeah.
How in the world?
'Cause we're in the
do
dark.
that, knowing
I'm sorry
that
to the
the
world.
person's
Please don't
married?
listen to this.
Yeah, do you
Sorry.
feel bad?
I don't feel bad because they're in sexless marriages.
Do you want to get
That's not
married
your
one day?
job to work on
Yeah,
that.
it is, because their dick needs to be sucked too.
Do you want to
She's
get
getting
married one
paid,
day,
so
though?
technically it is her job.
I never
Just
wanna
know,
do it.
you know?
Well, that's exactly what's wrong with today's society, but yeah.
Yeah, but why?
There's a lot
The
more than
wives
that.
literally do not give them sex. Like,
You
it's-
don't know that. You have
Yeah,
no idea. No,
because-
you don't. You know what they're telling you, just and they're
well,
paying
then why
you
would
for a
why?
service.
Well, then
like a
why would they
prostitute.
want? Why would they want the sex elsewhere? Because
Well,
their wives are
because
too
they-
vanilla.
That's because they're
people are.
physical
'Cause-
beings, men in general, but and
Yeah.
they're degenerate. They're degenerates if they're doing
So
that.
it-
but it's not. But you're contributing to the problem. is
So
what I'm
who's
saying.
the victim then?
No,
Wait, so you don't want to get married?
the wife? The wife. If
Well,
they're
maybe
going
she
out.
should suck her dick,
touching?
her husband's dick
Do
more.
you feel guilty
No.
doing that?
No,
She like
You don't want to
Really?
get married one day?
no,
You don't want to have kids?
no.
No.
It's like not on your
Well, sure, if it
conscience
don't
at all.
matter, it don't matter.
I never want to get married.
It's a bit too.
Marriage is like a very like religious thing, and I
But
don't.
you don't
I think
respect other people's?
Well, I mean, maybe the husband should have respect and not seek me then.
I think it
True, it
requires
is not her
loyalty as
job
well, which
to
doesn't seem to be your
yeah.
have
thing.
any respect for anybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
They shouldn't seek me. I don't know.
Morally,
And then
sure,
tell
though.
me that they're married because I have to sneak over to their house. So
But you act like that's
You-
okay
by the way,
because they
just-
invited you.
I know we say like speak close to the mic, but I think you're like stroking.
That
That
mic's basically
it's
number
another
11.
job for her.
Did you meet that mic on Seeking as well? How much did the mic pay to be here today? Out of curiosity.
$2,500.
Okay, cool. It's getting its money worth, I can tell you that much.
We'll put it on.
I'll buy a
eBay.
new microphone cover for you.
Yeah,
Here, I could do some AMSR or whatever it's called.
That's not
Probably
good.
take you up on that.
Wait, don't do that weird shit with the fucking mic.
Yeah,
bro.
you can't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's bad.
You're gonna have to disinfect
Digital
it.
assault, actually.
Yeah,
Believe it or not.
She actually, that was an essay on the fucking microphone. Fucking non-consent.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah, all mics matter, okay? So we're going to respect them, please.
Hey, are you trying to pull some Me Too movement shit on me right now?
I mean, if the mic gets assaulted again, we might have to.
Just quit being a pervert to the mic.
All right. Wait,
Police question.
The labia giving head.
Oh, labia.
Would you be
You
opposed?
remember that one, huh?
Yeah,
We were talking about
Oh,
police. If we
yeah,
were,
yeah.
if we
I
were to
think
marry
she-
a policeman,
she
would we
answered-
date-
She
would we
answered-
date
Oh,
someone?
yeah. Deal breaker.
Oh, that's
Deal
right.
breaker if the guy won't go down under.
Yeah.
Me? Absolutely. Because I marry whoever I marry them, and if they choose not to be comfortable with that, then I'm okay with that because I care more about.
So you're
Oh,
not.
so absolutely, you're fine with him not
Whatever-
wanting
yeah.
to do it. Okay, I see. Okay.
So you wouldn't feel any type of way?
No,
You wouldn't be craving it?
because life is too short. Well, no. Yeah, so life is too short, and then with sex, there's endless ways to pleasure him or yourself. So there's
true.
options.
There you go.
That's very true.
Yeah.
I wouldn't care either way. It wouldn't be a deal breaker.
It would be a preference if he didn't.
Wait, hold on. So you'd prefer
If he did not.
he didn't want to and
Yes.
didn't. Okay.
Based?
Yes.
You go,
All right.
Wisconsin girl.
There you go.
Yeah.
Definitely a preference.
There you go. Okay.
Why is it a preference?
I don't get anything from it.
Oh,
Not
really?
at all.
Does it feel like awkward for you when it's happening? Or?
It just, I don't
What
know.
if they just didn't know what they were doing?
I don't think that's the
man.
case.
You don't think?
If you had some real good head, you might change your mind.
I mean, I think for some girls it can be like too stimulating, like overstimulating.
That's
maybe.
very true.
Well, it's not fun to look at the ceiling. So,
Oh.
You're looking at the ceiling?
I mean, yeah, like why wouldn't you want to be face to face, like looking at your partner? I think that's probably a deeper
So
connection.
you only do missionary?
no, but I'm
So
saying
you're a missionary. Guys, you're not. That's the vanillas. That's why your wife goes in seeking arrangements.
Oh, okay. First of all, my husband would never ever seek you out. Okay.
Oh, because he's a police officer.
That's
Because he's a police officer.
Let's just get that straight.
All right.
I would not be opposed if he didn't want to do that. That's totally fine. Like she said, there are 100,000 ways to please your partner. It doesn't matter at all. And it's also a very much more juvenile thing. I think back when you're 16, 17, and you're thinking that it's really risque, but it's not really. When you become an adult and you mature, it's not really.
So
a
you
big
don't
deal.
eat. So when you become mature, you don't eat like pussy.
You don't even use
Suck-
that kind of
or
language
suck dick?
when you're mature.
Wait, you don't
Oh
suck
my
your
God.
husband's dick?
Let's use essing the D. If
Yeah,
we can.
Essing the D. You don't
Essing
use
the D.
the
I
S.
personally would never even talk about it as a conservative female, talk about it with other people. My sexual life with my husband.
Oh well, I go to sex
degenerate.
parties and things like that. So my
believe
kink
it.
is that I like people watching me be
What's
fucked. So
You were funny.
It's great.
This is the best.
Yeah, I like her.
two
I like her.
are
She's
funny,
good.
man.
This is good back and forth.
Yeah, I like it.
This is good back and forth. Yeah, we'll let the girls talk.
I'm in the swinger
We'll just lean
community.
back.
I like to be a third to couples, and because
fucking disgusting.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care.
Disgusting.
Cosign.
Because being just assigned to one person and
You're not
tied down.
assigned. You choose.
Or,
You're not assigned, just like you're not assigned to your
Not
gender, but
assigned, but tied
choose.
down, sign a contract or whatever.
No,
that may be.
you find someone you love that much that you want to spend your
But
entire
you can
life
live-
with.
but you
No,
can
no, hold on, let me
join
just
other
finish. Let me just finish. I'll be done in 1 second. That you want to spend your entirety, your whole life, and dedicate everything to them because they are that good. That you don't need to fill the void with other people, with 9 other men, 10 other men.
yeah,
no,
they're
not 9, 10, but before this, before I went on seeking arrangements, I did the swinger lifestyle, and it's. I guess in a way, you're involving other people into your sexual intercourse, but most people that allow you to couples that allow you to sleep with other people, their marriage lasts longer.
No, there's something
Really?
wrong
Is
with that
there
marriage and those
statistics?
people.
There's
Yeah.
not
Please,
much
no. Please, let me see the
infidelity.
statistics,
Yeah,
please.
there's not in swinging community. There's not much infidelity because their partners.
That is infidelity.
They talk about it with their partners. Maybe they're not married. They're not legally married. Maybe.
That's
Which
still infidelity.
lifestyle? Which
But they've been
Their
together
marriage
for
doesn't last longer if
Is
they're
it
not
infidelity though?
What
if
makes
they
it a marriage?
approve?
A marriage,
no.
though.
It's
Just
still
going to the
infidelity.
courthouse and then having a celebration with your family.
No, it's that union between two people.
Yeah. Well, you
That's a
could
whole
still
different
have
thing.
you could still have that and include other people and still spice up your life.
No,
No.
that's a commitment between a man and a woman.
Which lifestyle did you? Which lifestyle makes you happier? This one.
Honestly, I would say I like to be tied with one person. Yeah, before.
Contradicting.
Well, I mean, it's
math
not
isn't math.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying if I could go back and be with one person and find who I want to settle down with, I want that too.
It
How
seems to
would
me
you
like
find
you're
that
learning.
person? How
You're
would you
just
find that person?
fucking up.
I found them
learning.
on seeking arrangements.
That
I'm gonna go
work out.
exclusive with them. Yeah.
They're not. I don't think they're looking for that. I don't.
Yeah. You don't know my relationship though, so
Okay.
you can't say you don't
What?
think they're looking for that. You can find the person you're gonna be with on that. Yeah.
By
Sometimes you find
definition,
love
if
They're not
somebody's on
unexpected
seeking
places.
arrangements, that would mean that they are seeking a certain type of arrangement. Seeking
Yeah.
arrangements is a place where young girls go for sugar daddies
Yeah.
to pay for their lifestyles and to pay for sex.
Yes.
So by definition,
You
that
could
is-
still fall in love with somebody.
They're not. That's not their goal. It's not seeking a
intentions,
high value
yeah.
woman. It's seeking arrangements.
Yeah, but okay.
It's not seeking a wife.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to be a wife.
They're seeking for a
I don't want to
prostitute.
be a
Seeking
wife.
good time.
But if you don't want to be a wife, then why would you still want to be in a community?
Because I don't ever want to get married.
So you just
I
wanna
could
stay
have
with one person.
stay with one person and not be married and have all that tied into it. What makes you married? Like having what? A celebration?
I think if you
peanut
want
butter.
that committed relationship, then
yeah.
you're gonna have to stop that lifestyle.
Yeah.
That's
Or
just the only way.
appropriation and education of children.
It's the only way. You'll get it one day.
Yeah, to go exclusive with somebody, that means you have to stop seeing the other people.
Correct.
Exactly.
Correct. It's called self-control. It's
That's
really
what
lovely.
That's what I'm doing now. This is all new, so.
You've slept with 3 different people in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's better than 10.
But she dwindled her down. She's trying, you know. She's
bar is so low.
trying.
Hey, I'm dwindling. I'm doing the breakup
Could
sex.
you look into this camera for Nick? Put it on.
Sure.
Look into this camera right here.
Yes.
You look. Look into
I
this.
ate
Keep
a lot
looking.
of edibles, okay?
Yeah, we can tell.
Oh yeah.
We can tell.
Yeah.
No, you look like a famous celebrity. Well, quote unquote famous. Andy Dick.
Who's Andy Dick?
Can you put it
You
up?
look a little bit.
Now you said it. I can't get it out of my head. I know exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
I can't get it out of my
No,
head.
it's
Can
so
you pull it
weird.
up?
That's
Wait.
actually very accurate.
Am I right?
You're right.
I
You're right.
Can I
Nick,
sit up?
Nick, can you Google Andy Dick?
Did someone comment that?
I ate
No,
a lot
I just
of
like was
edibles.
looking at her.
Just with the wig.
I was looking at her and I was like, you kind of look like Andy Dick.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it, now it's stuck in my head too.
Wait, young? Can we do young?
That's not nice! That's skinny!
Young Andy
A
Dick.
little bit.
Lucky you didn't.
You're so pretty.
That's
Which
Dick.
one?
You're
The black
pretty,
and white one,
Andy
the
Dick.
third
What
one.
about the mugshot?
A little bit. Wait, chat.
There you
Does
go.
she?
I was gonna say the mugshot.
Nick, pull up the chat.
I didn't see the mugshot.
From now on, I'm going to call you Andy 10 Dicks.
That's fucking. Please do.
That's a good one.
That was a good one.
Does she look
Yes,
like
please.
a little bit?
I love it.
Wait, can you leave the chat up?
Yeah, it's right here. They're saying yes, she does.
Ginger Dick.
Ginger. What? Okay.
God damn.
Yeah. There's another one too that I was thinking of, but it's
Oh, Kathy Griffith.
Kathy
That's true.
Griffith?
That's true. Yeah.
Someone said Joe Dirt.
Oh, that's a good
Joe Dirt.
I'm not stealing them away,
Who's
technically.
the actor? Yeah, we're reading the chat here.
David Spade.
David.
Andy! First off, I do not fuck trans, so.
Okay.
Oh my god. That's a no-no.
I don't know. I just Macaulay Culkin. God damn.
Seth Green.
All right.
Lois
Good.
from Family Guy.
I'm sorry.
Shit.
I noticed it, and I.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
gotta say it.
Matt Damon.
Point it out.
Matt Damon.
No, man. You look more like Matt Damon than her.
That's true, actually, I do. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Okay. I'm gonna get into some of my pre-show notes here. So Selena Bowser, right over here. You describe yourself as a liberal, correct? Liberal.
I'd say if I were to put a label on it, yeah.
You also consider yourself a feminist.
Yeah.
Okay.
But not like completely, you know. But like I can do shit men can do too. You know?
So what does being a feminist mean to you then, if not
Like I think
completely?
we should have equal opportunities. You know? We shouldn't have like a wage gap or anything like that.
You think we have a wage gap?
We used to.
So then,
But
You know,
today,
whenever
do we?
we used to. No, but it all plays into a role. It's all kind of systematic. If you really think about it and really dive down deep into the history of it, it really is.
Yeah, but so why are you still a feminist and fighting for that today?
I don't fight for it, but there's certain aspects of life where I'll be like, no, just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I can't do this. I can do this.
For example,
You know? Like, for example, like I'm a certified nursing assistant. I work in bariatric units. There will be men aides that'll try to do the heavy lifting for like the heavy residents and stuff like that. But they think because I'm a female or because I'm small that I can't do it. And then
or do you think that's just potentially them being gentlemen?
sometimes, yeah, a lot of the time actually.
So that
but
would be
there's
the
a lot
opposite
of
of
the time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the time where they're just like, oh, you can't do this. You know, you get that. You do get that from men a lot.
Yeah, but
in the
that's
field.
not
I have
systematic.
never got
That's
that.
that's not a personal level. That's not
Well,
systematic
that's
whatsoever.
just one specific instance. Systematic meaning like all across the world and all kinds of employments. Not just employment either, just in general, you know, walking down the street or whatever. You never know what. you
Walking
know,
down
you
the street is also
encounter a
not
lot.
systematic.
Yeah, I actually get
It's
it for
like I
being
said, it's decreased a
small.
lot.
You
Like-
get-
I wouldn't
wait,
think you
what-
need to be
what-
labeled.
I get it for being like small.
What
like,
do you get? What do you
like guys asking me like if I'm trying to get my water off the shelf, they'll be like, "Do you want me to get that for you?"
But that's being
That's
nice.
kind. That's being polite.
There's obviously a difference between
that is chivalry.
No, but it's like
And being
every
like a
single
jerk
time.
about
It's
it.
like every time because they doubt that I can lift it.
Climb.
But you're
literally
4'11".
4'11".
So
Can you reach more than the third shelf?
yeah, it's on the bottom shelf.
She might want to climb.
It's on the bottom. It's on the bottom
But if they're
shelf.
trying to be funny, I mean, it's just a
No, it's
if
not
they're
funny. It's like they're just like.
But also,
down
even
low.
so, that's not systematic whatsoever. There's going to be horrible people everywhere you go. Honestly, people will treat you incorrectly.
And can I just say that
unfortunately, but that's not-
with the feminism thing, the fact that we've come to a stage right now where you're saying that people want to help you with things and you're saying that people want to help you with things, and that's the opposite of being mean or oppressive.
Yeah.
That's actually men going out of their way to come and be kind to you, and that's what feminism is. And
See,
you guys
that's
are
where I got
clutching at
misunderstood
straws.
because I didn't say it was from someone trying to help me, but whenever they do it in a demeaning way, like a degrading way.
Okay, so then I say you have
trying
a-
to act like you're not good enough to do
Sure,
it.
I get what you're saying, but then you would have a personal problem with that
Yeah.
specific individual. That doesn't make you a feminist. It just means that that person on that specific occasion wasn't nice to you.
Yeah, I
Well,
wouldn't
maybe I
label
misunderstood
yourself.
that because there's plenty of times where that scenario or similar
Do you
things
think
has
that there are
happened
many times where the
where I have to
scenario-
hold on. I'm still talking, but there's been many scenarios where that has happened and they were just degrading with it. So there's obviously I see that there's a difference between being degraded and being feminism, but also being like someone being polite to you. But either way, like whenever you're being degraded, you're gonna not want that. You're gonna want to try to stick up for yourself and do what you can do for yourself.
So I wouldn't
Okay.
label yourself as feminist. I think you're just standing up for yourself. I don't think you would need to label them.
Yeah, like I said, that could have been a mistake because there's plenty of times where I said that, I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm just sticking up for myself, and they've been like, oh, you're being a feminist,
Do you think that maybe sometimes it's just more practical for men to do the heavier lifting because men are stronger than women?
Absolutely, I think
Yeah.
that'd be the best thing to
And do you
do,
think
but
for the most
doing
part-
it in a nice way.
Sure. Do you think for the most part that the men are doing all of the heavy lifting in society, all of the jobs that you would never see, all of the people paving the roads, doing the concreting, doing all of the heavy lifting of the jobs that you would never, ever last 5 minutes in, and you
Yes.
never get to see that. So men doing the heavy lifting in society is 99.9% purely benevolent.
But that also plays into the systematic stuff that I was talking about because a lot of women can't get jobs in construction. They
Have
get
you ever tried to
turned
be
down.
a concreter?
No, but I totally
Why wouldn't you
would.
want to be a concreter?
I totally would. I
Why
would
aren't you a
love to do
concreter?
that.
Okay, why aren't you?
Because I'm not educated on it. My schooling was for
Why
CNA.
don't you go and get educated on concreting?
Well, right now my life is a little bit rough, but I totally would. Like as soon as I get things straightened out,
Sure.
I want a different field.
Well,
I'm tired of the medical
let
field.
me tell you this, and you can disagree with me if you'd like. You wouldn't last 2 minutes as a concreter because unfortunately,
I'd like to try to prove people wrong.
in the modern world, you can think that all you want. And that's because your life is so comfortable that you can have that strain of thought. But the fact of the matter is that I did concreting for a few months, and I didn't last. And I'm not a weak guy, but these guys are some of the hardest people you'll ever meet in your life. They are up at the crack of dawn every day, breaking their backs. You
yeah.
would not last a single day. You can sit here and say girl power all you'd like. You wouldn't last a day. I guarantee you.
And I never said girl power. I just said I'd like to try
That's
to prove
essentially
people
the
wrong.
messaging, though. You're saying
Can
that
you-
you can do anything. You can't.
Can you
Not
carry
anything. Shoot.
Are you
Concreting's
able
one
to
of those
carry a
things.
300-pound man out of a burning building?
Wait, say that again?
Are you able to carry a 300-pound man out of a burning building?
I don't know. I can lift 300-pound men, but I don't think I could carry them out of the building.
So
that
what
might be a
about-
little bit rough, but if I had a friggin' wheelchair.
most firefighters aren't going to have wheelchairs.
I'd bring
that
one
easy on
in.
hand.
How would you lift that 300-pound man?
Yeah.
What I normally do is you have to grab under their arm. You have to basically give them a wedgie and
Yep.
pull them up. You have to use your knees, your legs, your back. Make sure you don't pull your back out. There's a
Right.
very specific
Perfect
way to do
technique.
it.
Yeah, and
Joe,
what's
what do you-
happening?
Transfer and pivot.
Joe,
Do
what do
you
you
think
take? 240?
could pick up our
260?
security
260?
guard here?
210.
I
He's
might
only
be able
210.
to.
Do it.
Well, that's 90
That
pounds
you
less than
would.
what I just said. So if you can't pick him up, then
Do you want me to pick them up?
go
Let
for
me
it,
try.
Bob.
I'm gonna mess up my mic.
Also,
She did say from a burning building. So.
I did say from a burning building, and
Light this
likely
place
he'd be
on
tossed
fire.
over her shoulder, but...
1, 2, 3.
So I don't know how... Okay, watch everything else, but...
210, you got it. Very impressive.
I would love to see you run up and down some stairs out of a burning building.
For
Okay.
a living, like I'm
But
just
the
stronger
point,
than I
is,
look.
but the point is, even as a CNA, just because I started
Juggle
way
ragdoll.
long ago, even as a nurse extern, which was lower than a CNA, you aren't even supposed to use those techniques. You're supposed to use the machines that they give you now because it's like causing a lot of harm.
That's
on your,
for
on your
that's
back.
for people who are scheduled for those lifts.
Ooh,
Like
nurse
there's
help.
people
Maybe
that
at
are only
different- maybe at different
one person
places,
assist and a
but-
2-person assist, and then there's people that are like doctor's notes. They have to use like a sit to stand, a maxi lift.
Yeah, but we're saying the dead weight. See, if you're a 1-person assist or a 2-person assist, you're
No,
not
if you're
using
dead
their
weight,
dead weight.
you have to do 2 people or a maxi.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You wouldn't necessarily need to with a 1-person assist. You're not taking dead body weight. They can use partial
Yeah.
weight.
Limited
Yeah.
assistance.
So I think that their point is like, would you carry a 300-pound person over your shoulders out of a burning building is much different than lifting,
Yeah, that's
up
what I
in
said.
bed.
If I had a wheelchair, I could get them in. I could get their ass in a wheelchair.
Firefighters
and
tend
get 'em
not to
out.
have those.
Yeah. Yeah,
Typically.
I think the deeper point though is that we can debate this all day. It's just common sense and common knowledge of practicality to know that
Men
women,
are obviously stronger.
But yeah, but women can't do the jobs that men do, and you have to understand that these are thankless jobs for men because we don't really have much of a propensity to sit here and say, "Oh, my life's so hard." Because if we do that and we sit around saying that our life's hard,
Then people talk crap on you.
no, it's not even that. You'll just never get anywhere in life. We don't have the luxury of sort of sitting around and complaining on TikTok and then getting attention because we've got a little bit of cleavage out or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
We don't have that privilege. So men have to get up and go to work and do these jobs, and then it's actually. And I know that you've got your own opinion about this, and that's fine. But it's laughable to hear you say those sorts of things that I'm a feminist because men want to lift things from me. When
That's
if you
just
went and
one
just
example of many,
even
though.
if
Like,
you
I
went and
could
just
give better
observed what men
examples.
do from day in and day out. And the sort
I
of
do.
trauma that they put their bodies through.
Oh,
And I
trust
guarantee
me,
you there'd probably be
I
1,000
see
men
it,
in this
man.
chat right now.
I see it. I can see both sides to the story of like everything. But of course, I'm going to see my side more. I'm a female. I got a twat and titties.
Yeah, well, I would
So-
say that it sounds like you have a personal problem with the individual that did that. And do you have another example of something that would make you lean towards being a feminist, like nominally?
I'd have to sit there and think about it because being put on the spot, you got to like really like be like, what's another scenario in my life where this has happened,
Well, I think the point too is that women they have the choice to do those jobs. It's not like you're being prevented from doing those. If you really like he was saying, why don't you do that? You do have the option
if
to
you
do
can make it out.
It's because most women don't want to, 1, and 2, most women wouldn't make it doing it. I wouldn't make it doing it. Like that, it is what it is.
That's what the people hiring the people say, and that's why they say, no, I'm not hiring you. You're a girl. Unless you're like
that would be illegal. I don't know.
big-
I don't know
Oh,
how you
no.
could say you're
Or
a
if
girl
you
and you're
had-
not
Oh,
going
you
to
know
be
they get
hired.
away
right.
with it.
So if you had
You
a
know they
business,
get away with
Maybe they're
it.
right. Discrimination.
Yeah, maybe,
Just saying.
maybe
they're
that's
right.
for the best. I don't know. Listen, I know that even in the military and law enforcement, women have lower standards to pass tests, like physical fitness tests, than men.
Then why
My
do they
concern-
I don't think
no,
it
wait,
should
hold on,
be.
let me finish. When my concern is when I send my husband off to work, and look, I love all the women police officers he works with, but if they have a lower standard and he has that's his backup.
Yeah.
That's concerning to me. That
I
they don't have
understand,
to
yeah.
run as fast or lift
Yeah.
as heavy or be as quick. Yeah, that's
And that's
very-
not fair.
No,
So
if you
they
had a
should have the
business-
same standards.
Well, yeah, that's more.
If
Well,
they
if
had the
they
same
had the
standards,
same-
they'd never
yeah.
make it go.
They never.
If they had the same standards, it just wouldn't work. Then you wouldn't see women in a lot of fields that women are trying to pursue and
So
failing
then
in.
why is it okay for like that dynamic then?
If you had a
What's the
business,
question?
wouldn't you hire the
Trail
best
off.
people for your business?
Yeah, absolutely. But I also am the type of person to, even if you don't seem like you would be good enough, I'd be like, I'll give you a chance.
No, it's your business that you put a lot of money.
I would probably go under because I just
Yeah.
am too nice.
Yeah, I don't like feelings in that regard. I don't like. I just want the best of the best to be doing the work.
See, that's
if
why
you earned
also-
it,
yeah.
you're the best of the best. Then you do it. But
Yeah.
if you don't qualify, no, I'm sorry. I don't. You might be a great person,
I'd
but
feel bad.
I know, but we
No.
can't hire.
Yeah.
We hire people based off of our feelings, and that ends in.
Does that-
And that's why
state of
men
the
make the
United
better
States.
leaders because
Yeah.
they take emotion out of decision making. They're more logical. So that's why, like, I can definitely
Yes.
I see why you would say that.
Do you think
your
maybe
business would go
you
under.
call yourself a feminist because it's cool?
No, I don't
No?
really give into like fads or anything like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that kind of stuff.
When you say you're a feminist, I mean feminism is
I
this
wouldn't
very
say feminist, but I have like feminist attributes Or I'm like, I can do this.
I can
Stop
see
it.
that.
Stop acting like I'm a girl.
When you say feminism, feminism is a very radical social and political movement that's basically changed the entire way that we operate as a Western society. So it's something to maybe not be taken so lightly. Just in future, if you do want to call yourself a feminist, and you said that you've looked back into the history of it, it's actually a very dark and malicious history.
It really is.
Of feminism. And there's lots of occultism that's gone on. Rachel Wilson's got a great book on this, occult feminism.
That I didn't hear about. Really? What's the book?
It's called Occult Feminism, and it takes you all the way back to as far as the Sumerian cultures and how they used to worship all of these female gods. And I can't remember what the god's called. Maybe Nick can look it up for me. The Sumerian god, the feminine god that they used to look, Ishtar, I think it's something like that, Nick?
I think you're right. Yeah.
And
I have heard that.
Yeah, and then there's even a story, and this is the most female thing I've ever heard, but Ishtar is scorned by Gilgamesh because Gilgamesh rejects her, and these are mythical figures back in Sumeria. And then Ishtar sends the heavenly bull to come and kill Gilgamesh and kills one of his friends. And then this is where you get the theory of the saying, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And this is when obviously males and females don't both have their own inclination towards evil and towards darkness. But the feminine evil is something that's very much harnessed within this political and social movement.
That's very interesting. I'm definitely going to read that book.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic book.
That, and also because your examples were very personally anecdotal. Have women ever been rude to you before? Because you seem to be tied. Yeah. So
Of course, but not in that kind of a way, like, I can do this better than you because I have a pecker.
Really?
Yeah.
Has
Not in that kind of way.
I find it really, really difficult to believe that there's been multiple men that have just simply degraded you on that personal level in the way that you're explaining it.
That's
Like,
okay.
I'm
You
gonna
don't
lift
have
this
to
because
believe
you're
it. That's fine.
okay. Well,
I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah. Now, I'd recommend you look into it a little bit more. Do you have a religious faith at all, or are you more of a spiritually leaning type person?
I believe in God and Jesus. I actually just got real super serious about it. I quit doing OnlyFans and stuff like that.
oh.
Oh, good for you. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
So when you say you believe in God and Jesus, do you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior? And do you
Yes.
believe that Jesus was who he says he was?
Absolutely. I just don't label it under any kind of religion.
Are you going to church? Are you involved in a
I
community?
listen to Jesse Duplantis every day. I don't know if you guys heard
That's
of
awesome.
him.
Good for you. Yeah, that's great. But one thing I would say is that if you are leaning towards Christianity, if that's something that you do want to direct your life towards, feminism is deeply anti-Christian.
Yeah.
The whole idea of feminism is basically to destroy and dismantle all of the institutions that have built our world through thousands of years of trial and error. And there's lots of good quotes, and maybe Nick could even pull this up as well, but from 20th century feminists, and they explicitly say that the whole idea of feminism is to destroy the nuclear family. That is the revolution, because they believe that women are oppressed by the nuclear family, and they believe that children are actually standing in the way of women from achieving this sort of utopian liberation. So if you do lean towards Christianity, then I would really strongly reject feminism. If I were you. Yeah, I wouldn't
I'll definitely look
reject
into it and educate myself on it.
I wouldn't reject having self-respect, or I wouldn't respect wanting to be the best version of yourself that you could possibly be. But feminism as an ideology, very dark.
Definitely going to look
Very
into
dark.
that. Seems very interesting to look into. I never heard of it in a dark sense like
Yeah,
that.
I'll send you some links.
Yeah.
Yep.
What a healthy debate.
Getting back to some of the pre-show notes here. Let's see. I'm going to jump right to, let's see. Let's go to Victoria. Victoria, you were a former camgirl, is that correct?
Yeah, before it was OF. OF didn't exist yet.
Okay. And you're 34, is that correct?
Yeah.
From what age to what age were you involved with
Oh,
that?
I barely did it for a month. I hated it.
Oh,
I
okay.
absolutely hated it.
All right.
Yeah, and I think it's extremely detrimental.
Extremely detrimental.
Yeah.
How did
and-
it impact your marriage, if you don't mind me asking?
Obviously I did it with the support of my husband because I wasn't going to do it behind his back. And he didn't seem to care much as long as it was, because it had settings so that it wasn't anyone in Pennsylvania where we live, so that he knew that nothing was going to happen. But he just didn't seem to have didn't care, that it didn't bother him at all.
Okay. In the pre-show notes that you provided here, you said that you have 3 baby daddies.
I do.
Oh.
Okay.
I know.
How many kids do you have?
3.
3. Oh, from 3. And I'm assuming one of them is with the guy you're currently married to.
Yes.
Are the others in the picture?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
I had one really
Like you
young.
co-parent?
Yeah, I co-parent with each of them. And I had one really young, and then I was married, and we planned one, and then we were separated, and I ended up pregnant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So both the 2 kids that were parented by the other men that aren't your husband were prior to your current marriage, correct?
No, unfortunately, one
Okay.
was before, and then one was after.
Got it.
Oh, wait, so just to be clear, okay, so you had one child, then you met your now husband. You had a kid with him, and then you had a kid with another man
Right. We were I was separated
from your
from
current
my
husband.
current husband.
Okay.
And then I got pregnant.
Okay, so so that you had a kid with one guy, met your husband,
Kid
with husband, separated from husband, had a
That's
kid
fucked
with
up.
Had a kid with a new
had a
guy.
kid with another man, back with husband.
Yes.
Okay, I see. All right. And was this an issue for him, or?
He has been raising my youngest pretty much as his dad too. And so he's a really, really good dad, an amazing dad actually. And yeah.
Okay.
Who's initiating most of the breakups?
In the beginning it was him, and then recently it was me.
Sure. What makes you want to initiate? What is it in particular? Is it just a moment of blind rage, or?
No, it's not like that. We are recovering addicts, and so we struggle sometimes, and there are times that we need to separate for our own health and safety.
Can I have you scoot your mic to the edge of the table?
Yeah.
Keep going a little bit. Perfect.
Okay.
Continue, go ahead.
And so, yeah, just for our health and safety, we have needed to separate, and so we were separated, and I started seeing somebody.
Yeah. I'd like to hear the nurses' takes on this. Above my pay grade. Yeah.
About for what part?
The addicts part and the.
I empathize. I don't. I can't imagine how hard that is. Have you relapsed, or has he relapsed? Like, is that
That's happened.
common issue, or?
It's not super common, but it happens, and one of the times was because of that. Yeah.
Do you guys do like meetings, or how do you stay clean?
I'm actually currently going to a methadone clinic, and so that's how I stay clean. And he is on Suboxone, and he's just been trying to stay clean, but he had a recent relapse. And so.
Do you ever think about what it would be like, maybe, I mean, I know this might be hard because considering you have children together, but maybe it's just not a great situation in general to stay together. Like, maybe you need a partner that can empathize with you, but is healthy and doesn't struggle with the same exact issue. Vices. Yeah.
That's certainly something that I've thought of, and one of the reasons that we separated.
If it makes you feel better, I was actually raised by a single mum with 3 brothers who was a drug addict as well. So yeah, so my dad left when I was 8, and my mum was addicted to drugs and alcohol, and we were homeless at one point. We're in a women's refuge at one point. We had no money, like nothing.
Wow.
So yeah, I know what your kids would feel like. It's not fun, but you know, like, we got through it. But yeah, you're not the only person who's had this sort of struggle. I had it.
Absolutely, yeah.
When I think part of it too is, I wonder, I mean, of course for your health and your husband's or ex-husband's, but also the children, like the constant rotation of, you know, breaking up, getting back together, relapsing and going, you know, getting clean, that ultimately I think a lot of the attention is put on your sobriety and your partner's sobriety, and then the kids have to adapt through that. That becomes very difficult. So just wondering if like a better situation would be with a healthy.
That's definitely something I've been thinking about myself.
Now, you said that you would like to discuss how being a cam girl destroyed your self-esteem, how promiscuity has become so mainstream that it's destroying the dating world. You'd like to talk about how your own personal promiscuity has brought nothing but negativity into your life, and that you don't want this for other young women?
Yes, I mean, that's basically my story, that it's like a cautionary tale to, you know, avoid the things that I have done.
So, like, I guess as providing an example, when you say your own personal promiscuity, what was the scope of the promiscuity?
Well, just the fact that I got separated and had another baby. Like that, I was obviously sleeping with somebody else. I wasn't sleeping with a lot of people, but promiscuity itself just destroyed my self-esteem whenever I was younger, because I went through so many different men because I was a single mom and looking for a partner, you know, and it was hard. And then I slept through so many different men, and it was just detrimental.
Sure. Okay. Actually, I have more notes here from you, but actually one thing I'd like to do is we try to, well, we're already an hour into the show, try to start with where people potentially disagree. So for those of you who have seen the show, if anybody has any disagreements that you've heard from me, heard from Jake, that any of you want to bring up, I'd be happy to start there first.
I disagree with your wardrobe, Brian.
I actually enjoy the black. I do like the whatever black sweatshirt. But I do disagree with
anything
your,
constructive.
Yes, your opinion about circumcisions, I highly disagree with. Yeah.
I honestly wish the whatever.
What's your
was, like,
opinion
a
on
little lower.
circumcisions?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's against circumcision.
Sure, we can.
I
I prefer to call it male genital mutilation. but-
Honestly, I get where you're coming
Literally.
from, because when they do that to women, it's called
Okay.
female genital mutilation.
Well,
so I
women
would
don't
do
get
the same.
circumcisions, but I think
They do in other countries.
Ultimately,
Okay, yeah. So what are your
in the
so what are your or why are you in favor of circumcision?
circumcisions help with lowering risk of penile cancer, help lowering risk
Do
of
they?
STDs.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, no, it does.
No, it
help
doesn't.
lowering risk.
Maybe in
of
America.
It doesn't.
STDs. No, it does. It does.
Maybe in
It does.
America.
Well,
Yeah, in America, yes, it does. Wow.
Yeah,
Can
we're like the only
do you guys
country that
mind?
does
If
it.
you don't mind,
Yeah.
Can we get your opinion? Then your opinion, that would be
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
versus nice
So,
to be-
so it is. It's slightly decreased. It slightly decreases the risk of penile cancer, certain STIs, and UTIs in men. Also, it's a little bit like. I mean, I'm just speaking from men I know. Like, as they got older and they thought like, oh, if I wouldn't have been circumcised, I feel like a lot of women would have looked and been like, what the heck is that? Like a giant
lot of guys are
elephant
girls
trunk, you know?
Yeah, oh my
Yeah.
God, that's just the way it looks though. But like
Girls
can
don't
you
like that.
can you either fix your posture or tell your
Sorry.
mic?
Yeah,
Yeah.
health-wise, that is accurate
No,
information.
it's not, because
Mm,
other-
Well,
it is.
hold
but
on.
Go ahead.
Well, so let me just. So there were two claims there. There's the cancer claim, the STD claim.
And UTI.
The STD
and
claim
UTI.
No.
would it. UTI, no, not really, but I mean, well, maybe, but
Yes.
the STD one potentially even makes sense intuitively. However, the cancer one seems dubious.
It's a very decreased risk, but it is. You can look it up. Also, the UTI
Okay, we
is
will.
because
Look it up.
the force people don't do proper hygiene and they don't retract
So
the
let's
foreskin.
actually
Yeah,
talk
they
about that for a
stink.
minute. So it is extremely uncommon for a man to get a UTI. Let's also talk about
Yeah.
it is extremely
It is.
uncommon for a man to get a UTI.
Yeah.
It's uncommon. And if a man has a UTI, there's something else wrong. It is not just an infection.
Like a
It is
herpes
more
venus.
than that.
Okay.
When a man has a UTI, there's something else wrong because the urethra is longer, and therefore when they pee, and even, so let's talk about men and women. When women get UTIs, we get them more frequently because our urethra is shorter. We also have a vagina. So there's, yeast. There's a big difference between men and women getting UTIs.
No, so the issue is you're probably referring to circumcised men. When I'm saying, I know their urethra, length of their urethra. Well, my point is when a male is uncircumcised, bacteria gets under the foreskin. So it gets caught in there and it travels upward because people don't know the proper way and they don't retract the
Well,
foreskin.
then you teach the
That's
kid how to properly clean the penis.
well, this is I'm just telling him why it is beneficial to get
And
a
it takes off
circumcision.
so many nerve endings, and it's just not proper. Like in other countries, they don't do the circumcision.
I don't really much care about other countries,
And they're
but I do care
fine.
about
They're
the
not
US.
dying of cancer and AIDS.
Okay.
I have a question though. So, for example,
I mean,
if
I
we
don't
were,
even-
hold on, stop. If we were to compare, let's say there was a procedure that removed women's breasts. Well, I guess you can't remove their breasts at birth. But if there was a procedure that, hold on, no. Let's say there was a procedure stop. Let's say there's a procedure after women went through puberty that removed their breasts. Would there be evidence of decreased risk of breast cancer in those women if we remove their breasts?
Yes.
Well, would that justify the removal of women's breasts to prevent cancer?
For a just in case.
I guess it depends on how important you find breasts. I had 2 breast reductions, so they really aren't important to me.
There are plenty of women that do remove their breasts.
You realize
if they have-
circumcision is done on a mass scale here in the United States, other countries, a few other countries. So it's not clear to me, because there is, and perhaps this is just a correlation, it's not clear to me if the decreased risk of cancer is enough pretext to warrant mutilating a child's genitals.
Sure, I understand what you're saying. I don't think the cancer part is that massive because, like I said, it's a very small reduction. But the infection is a major benefit of getting a circumcision. Because, like I said, bacteria does get stuck under the foreskin.
So is there just like, because I
fact.
believe in Europe there's not a bunch of circumcision. Is there just like rampant STI, like UTIs for men in Europe?
I imagine the education is probably way better than it is here in the U.S. because, again, circumcision is so baseline here. But also, I've heard people say in the show that later on you should leave it up to the male, when he's, a teenager or whatever. If he wants to get that done, he can make the decision. Well, that recovery is going to be a heck of a lot different than when you're an infant and you don't reproduce those memories, you don't remember those things. So it's it's a larger surface area as well. At that point,
your wife or whoever's dating you should just accept your penis the way it is and
right,
your circumcised or uncircumcised dick. But most uncircumcised dicks are they're not mutilated. They're not mutilated.
If we stick to the medical discussion of it, so let me just there could be some debate over whether, what you're saying is actually true, if there is a decreased risk of cancer, if, with the UTIs thing. I'll just cede it and say, sure, fine. However, there's also cases where men do get circumcised and it gets botched.
Sure.
So there is while it might have some corresponding positive medical benefits of circumcision, there's also corresponding negative outcomes to circumcision. There can be nerve damage, there can be damage to the glands, there's cases where the entire penis has to be removed. There's been cases of that, and then that's absolutely catastrophic. So, and then there's also the consideration of, does inflicting, could this be actually mentally damaging, psychologically, young babies?
Do you think so normally you don't reproduce memories, or you can't?
So do you think if you for a period of the first year of a child's life, if the parents were just beating the child, it wouldn't have any impact on the child at all? They just forget it?
Well, I think that would have. I don't know that they would remember it, but it depends if they would cause legitimate medical issues.
I don't know.
Slammed their head or shook their baby, then of course that causes specific medical and neurological conditions. But I'm not sure.
Wouldn't there be a stress response though that the child would have that would give it some sort of trauma?
Sure, I don't think a one-time circumcision would do that.
But if it is a very painful procedure though, if it is a very painful procedure,
and you also they give things like little anesthetics in babies. We can use glucose water, just little sugar can be used as an anesthetic in a baby, and so they give them that. And did you ever notice that after now I have 2 boys, both have had circumcisions. Sorry, boys. But either way, did you ever notice that after the procedure, within an hour or 2, they don't cry anymore? There's no pain. They don't. It's just it. They don't. You don't even when you're cleansing the area. There's no response.
I'm actually totally indifferent on this. I don't really have an opinion on this, but I was actually really enjoying watching you two go back and forth. Seems like you're chomping at the bit to say something over here.
Yeah. I want to kind of piggyback off of what Brian was saying. Just because they don't feel it and we don't know that they feel it, is it at that point still okay? Like he's saying, you could punch your kid in the head and then
they do feel it. I think you're talking about you're talking about 2 different types of traumas. You can go ahead.
I just want to point out the argument that you're using is the same argument that pro-abortionists use, where they say, well, you can kill the kid because the kid can't remember. So it's the same argument where you say you can
oh my
chop
God.
the kid's head.
That's very true.
Is that right? Would you agree?
What?
No.
No.
Same argument. The kid can't remember, so we can chop its dick off, but the kid can't remember, so we can.
No, they wouldn't have a life. They wouldn't have a life if you aborted a child. They wouldn't
but
even
you're still
have
doing
the
something to
option.
them without their consent. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Also, another thing to consider is that man's going to grow up. That boy is going to grow up. it is statistics that men with foreskin do have, it's more sensitive, it's more enjoyable.
Good point.
So,
yes.
you know, you're making a decision for your sons and about their future sexual lives.
Yeah.
They have no say in.
I had a friend as a kid who
Yeah.
got circumcised when he was a little baby, and they screwed it up, and his penis never grew. Maybe that was in a,
Oh my god.
I've never heard of that. That's crazy.
So he had a micro penis?
And he's sitting out here.
He had a micro penis?
So I just Googled this from... Hold on. Guys, stop. I just Googled this from Boston Children's Hospital. The reported surgical complication rate, while low, is between 2 to 3%. So, you know, you can debate whether that's significant, but I mean, if there's hundreds of thousands of, I don't know how many per year or whatever, but I mean, that ends up being a lot of men who there's botched circumcision.
Sure. I also think, I think a lot of men are circumcised, and to your point, I really don't think that they're complaining of their issues being pleasured. So it might be more, but if you never have, it's like a virgin marrying another virgin on their wedding, and only having sex on their wedding night. They don't know what else is out there, so that is the best they're going to have. So if somebody is circumcised and has sexual relations, that is just what they think is normal, you know? And so I don't think that's really a great argument.
That kind of sucks, though. I'd rather be able to have
again,
body
you're
autonomy,
taking
and if I
away-
could have more pleasure, I'd take it.
Right, but the thing is you're taking away an opportunity that they don't even know about.
Well, if they want to take on that opportunity later in life, it's going to be a real hell of a problem, because it's going to be a really bad recovery. It's going to be much more painful. They're definitely going to have memories about it.
I actually had another friend.
You have a lot of friends.
I had another friend, once again, just asking for a friend. No, I had another friend who got the procedure done at 14 years old, but that was only because this guy's in a different boat. But his penis grew to the point where it stretched it, so he had to get it cut off.
Yeah.
So opposite problems.
Yeah,
Right.
opposite
I
problem.
do- this
And
sounds
then
so
my friend
fake.
Liam was born with a Liam was born with a condition called penis minutus,
Which it's inverted. Let's be real.
with an innie. No.
There's always
We're
going
proud
to
of my
be
TikTok.
risks.
Very much.
Of course, I don't know, and I haven't looked into this, but the risks of getting a circumcision later on in life, I don't know what that is. If that's a higher risk for something like that.
He was
I
a
imagine
14-year-old that couldn't do anything with it for 3 months.
But I mean, is what, like, look, there's a bunch of countries where they don't do this procedure.
Yeah.
And is there just like catastrophic, like this catastrophe for men upon, no, they're fine. They didn't get circumcised. They're fine.
Like I said, I think you have to. It's a lot of different components. It's not like in medical care you can just say, oh well, in other countries they don't have circumcisions and it's all fine. So if we did the same thing, it would all be fine. There's a lot that we would have to change in terms of our education. The amount of education nurses have to do with patients and families is incredible. There's barely enough time to get it done, and then the patients don't even follow that anyway half the time. So it just depends. But yeah, if the education was better.
Hold on, but so you're saying that because wouldn't it be like a 5 minutes of instruction? So it's worth chopping off boys' foreskin without their informed consent because it would be it'd be labor for the nurses to instruct them or for the parents to Google?
There's no labor issue. There's a compliance issue. You can tell a patient to take a pill twice a day and they still don't do it. It just happens that way.
Well, don't we instruct like
I want one.
Oh yeah, can I have one more?
Go ahead.
You know what? Can I have one?
I'll prepare for
All right.
everybody.
Hold on.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
Can I have one more? Stay awake.
But anyways,
That'll
yeah.
keep you
But I
warm.
see your point.
Oh wait.
Either way.
Can
That's
I
just my
add
one little
something?
thing.
So I have 3 boys, and they actually, 2 of them were born with something called a hypospadias.
Yes.
And they actually needed to use the foreskin to properly fix their penises so that it would look
Could you
like an
describe what that
average-
is, though?
It's when the urethral meatus, that's the opening for where the urine comes out, is too low, so it points downward.
Yeah. And so they actually like form the hole at the tip whenever they do the surgery. And I had to wait till they were 6 months old. Like one was 6 months, one was like a year. And there definitely was a lot more recovery than my middle son, who was newborn and got it done. But the reason why I chose it personally was more of a societal thing, and because I personally had an experience with a man who his foreskin was adhered to his penis.
I think people are forgetting that does happen.
Yeah, and it was
I don't think
so
people even
painful
know that
for
that
him. He
happens.
couldn't do
Because
anything.
what's that
Foreskin
from?
can be adhered to the tip of the penis, meaning they can't retract it back.
It's extremely painful.
Why
it
why
can
does
be
that
very
happen? Like what causes it?
Just congenital,
Improper care,
just
too.
Not proper care?
That too.
That too. I mean, yeah, like I said, you have to. It's a specific way of having to like hygienic practices, but
Yeah, if you're consistently pulling it back and cleaning it, it's not
So
gonna
he
like
must have been
fuse.
jacking off a lot.
okay, I don't think so. But
No, probably not. Probably the opposite.
anything to do
ultimately,
with anything. But
ultimately, I just don't think that.
Yeah.
You jacked his dick wrong.
That's enough.
Okay.
Ultimately, I just don't think that it's worth the trade-off.
Okay.
And also, I mean, look, I don't dispute that. For example, like if you do want to or opt to get the procedure when you're an adult, it's probably going to be a bit more painful. Like you're going to obviously remember it. But I would be curious to know what is the percentages of adults who didn't get a circumcision as a child who then opt to get a circumcision because there's not for aesthetic reasons though. I don't think that's valid. But if there's like, I think the thing you like, there's painful erection or whatever it may be, compared to the amount of like, you know, just the baseline of babies who are getting circumcised, what the complication, like the comparative complications are there. So I don't know.
Foreskin hat donated $200. The benefits are irrelevant.
Yeah,
it should be
I
up to
think
the
it should be up
man
to
as
the
he
adult.
becomes an adult. Shout out to Liam, best
hat.
peptides
His
hands down.
name though.
Got me jacked and grew my sweet meat by 2 inches. Uncircumcised.
Fuck, Myron. Nice.
From?
Foreskin hat, duh. You know.
Oh my god. That's the best.
We do have a chat here from Desert Joe coming in just a second. Recurring question in the chat for Jake and Priya. Anything to share since Sunday's show? Not asking like kiss and tell gossip, just nothing. There's clearly a wholesome... Priya wasn't here on Sunday.
Yeah, I wasn't here on.
that was that other girl, but she was trying to touch Jake's arm. Like every moment of the show was so distracting. She would purposely put her arm out here closer and closer. And I was just like,
Canada 1SD donated $200. Sorry to interrupt, love you Brian, but question for the high ginger chick next to pink hair. Is there any tread left on the tires at all, or is like throwing a hot dog down a hallway? Nice beard, Brian.
Thank you, man.
No, I've been told that my pussy's pretty tight. So
Excuse me?
yeah, it's pretty tight.
You don't have to repeat it, but thank you for sharing. Appreciate it.
I'm just answering the question.
Jake, did you want to address the previous chat, or I mean,
With Priya?
no,
She wasn't here on
it
I
wasn't
Sunday.
think
me.
They meant-
he's talking about the
Alexa.
Alexa, yeah.
Oh, no, nothing to report, no.
Okay, there's your answer. All the girls like Jake, though. They all, you know. Every time you're on the show, the girl who's sitting over here, they're always like, "Oh, Jake," and the
I've
girl
been
in the
doing it
corner.
under the table the whole time. To be
He's
honest
been
with you
literally
guys.
rubbing my,
You guys want to know
he's
the
been
truth?
rubbing my legs
I
the whole
think
time.
Brian has the biggest crush on Jake of them all. Honestly,
It's something about this seat. There's
Yeah,
a
it's true.
magnetism. We're getting really close.
Non-consensual
Liam's my
the whole
favorite.
time.
it's the snuggle session over here.
It's definitely true. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Nick, pull up Twitch really quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. If you're watching on YouTube, open up another tab. If you're over there on Twitch, you know, and you're not following, just hit the little follow button, guys. We stream every Sunday and Tuesday. The streaming quality is way better over there on Twitch. And thank you for all the Primes. Really appreciate all the support over there, guys. Like I said, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you for the follows and the Prime subs. We're going to go around the table. Stifler has a question here. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Go ahead.
I think I'm pretty cute. I'd say I'm a 10.
Okay. What about you?
Like maybe like a 5.
A 7.
Like a 3?
Like a 6, 6.5.
Yeah, I would say 6.5.
6.5 or 7?
Go 6, but 8 with a few beers, maybe.
I'll go a 7.
Okay, give myself a 5. So we have only 110 at the table. 110 at the table. Do you want to change? You want to change your answer now that
No.
you've heard some
I
of the
march
other
to the beat of
girls?
my own drum.
But what does everybody else march to?
Nickelodeon
I don't know. I
donated
think you guys are
200
scared to
Hold on just
actually
a
say how
sec.
you
Caught
feel.
the strong-ass
No, I really
practicing
want
on.
to.
Hold on.
If she
Stop.
were actually attracted to intelligence, she'd rate herself a 0.
That's me, but you can keep talking shit.
Well, I mean,
like
if
the
they
money,
know
though.
me, they would know they were wrong.
Well, what? He's talking about me, though.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know you.
Because I'm stoned.
Well, to kind of
By the
address-
way, hold on. Actually, I do actually want to address this. So, like, are you sure not anything else?
Yeah, I'm just stoned. And I honestly got
Do you,
I got something in my
bro?
eye.
I don't want to look
so
at your
I've been-
fucking eye. You put that shit away,
No,
dude.
I swear.
That's fucking disgusting.
That's fine. I'm really not in anything else. This is just
Do you think you could have done this sober? Like, we do typically prefer people who are sober. We don't serve alcohol to anybody.
you guys have White Claws in the fridge.
Does anybody here have a
No.
White
I
Claw?
asked
She
for one, I
offered
didn't
it.
get
Yeah, she offered
Who
it.
did?
Madison.
Yeah. But
You asked though, didn't you?
I was
No, that was
kidding.
me. I did.
yep.
But did you offer it or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you haven't had any, correct?
No, I'm really
Yeah,
just
we don't offer people alcohol.
I know I'm
really.
not on drugs. This is just my personality. But honestly, like at the end of the day, like
You are on.
You
dr-
said you're on
you took
edibles.
edibles.
You said
well,
you took
I
a
mean
lot of
like
edibles.
other substances.
Well, I mean, couldn't you like just not do that, knowing you're coming on the podcast?
Yeah.
Like,
But I would still act this way. I'd probably act worse though.
you'd act worse.
Yeah.
A bold statement.
Because
Okay.
I'm more hyper.
You're 20.
Much
you said
hyper.
You're 26.
Yeah.
Are
How
you
do you
just
function?
unable to maneuver through life without the
Yeah.
use of
How
drugs?
do you
I like marijuana. I'm.
Okay.
I do.
Yeah, sure. I get.
I
that-
smoke like a lot of marijuana.
I get that you like it, but don't you think that that's a character defect?
Yeah.
No.
Don't you think that could be an addiction?
No.
Of course not.
Do you think that everyone in California that smokes weed is an addict?
Yes.
Wow.
I don't know if they're
Yeah.
an addict,
Oh
but
my
As somebody who used to be addicted to it myself, it is very, very addictive.
Yeah.
I used
Yes.
to smoke every day. Don't tell the customers. I'm actually joking. I'm speaking about a friend again.
Hypothetically.
But yeah,
Oh.
a friend of mine who used to do it every day. It is very, very addictive thing.
Yeah.
And actually, it kills your. I call it the great killer of human ambition. Marijuana.
Okay. I
Yeah,
agree.
and
Brain cells.
there are some people who can be somewhat functional, but I find that those people are very productive in other areas of life. But
Yeah.
most of the time when people are smoking every day, it's because they're trying to hide from something. They're trying to
Not
hide from
necessarily.
consciousness, trying to escape their own consciousness.
Not really. Not
Or
necessarily.
just try to
What-
dull the natural emotions.
But that's
of human,
okay.
of
Is
human
that how you
existence.
feel about alcohol too?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I can't
But why-
argue
when
that.
people go to a bar, and I'm guilty of this as well, sometimes you feel a bit anxious,
Do you drink?
maybe a bit socially anxious. You have a few drinks.
Do you
loosen
drink?
up.
He's
Yeah,
just alcohol.
I drink sometimes.
Okay.
yeah.
How often do you drink alcohol?
Once a month, maybe, if that.
Once a month. Well,
I think that's my husband and I were just talking about
it's
this.
equivalent to drinking alcohol.
I think that's kind of
Both
it's
problems.
not but
It is.
not exactly.
Marijuana
So I think that
and
in
alcohol.
general, you can go to a bar, you can have one drink at night, but I
Or
think
a
a lot
glass
of
of wine after your kids go to.
hey,
like,
let her
okay,
finish.
irrelevant.
Let
But
her finish.
That'd be crazy.
I think overall, a lot of people are smoking throughout the day. Marijuana. You came here. It's not even dinner time, and you obviously are already stoned, as you said. So
Yeah,
it's not
I'm
like
always stoned.
people that were drinking alcohol all day long too. Yes, that's called an addiction or a problem. So I would compare it comparatively. I think it's not.
Can
good.
I actually ask a question?
Yep.
Are you worried about looking back at this and seeing like the way you're conducting yourself? Like, does that ever
Not
cross
really.
your mind?
No, because this
No?
is just who I am.
Is this how much marijuana you consume on a regular basis?
I consume like 10 grams a day.
I have no idea
I
what that
smoke.
even.
I don't know.
Is that
Yeah,
a lot?
That's a lot.
Like
That's
I
a lot.
smoke
Okay,
like
so-
10 joints a day.
So you
That's a lot, Spencer.
quite literally are. an
Oh,
addict.
Gustavo.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Yeah.
That's half a bag.
I'm a weed addict.
So I think
Okay.
too, I notice a lot. Now I'm from Pennsylvania, so this state is like so
Oh,
new
Seth
to me.
Green.
But
That's who I was.
Seth Green, yeah, I
Seth
saw
Green,
that. But I think over time, even I see it myself, like over time when people are doing this day after day after day, they eventually start to get slow, and you're talking to them and you're like, delayed responses, slurred speech, slower, just can't react the same. So I think over time it really kills off a lot of brain cells.
I think that plays for certain people, but not for everybody.
not
I've been
for-
smoking all day, every day, consistently since I was 14 years old.
And
I'm
you said you're a
31
feminist.
now. What's feminism and smoking pot got to do with each
Well, I'd
other?
say it's a mental illness in a way, being a feminist.
No, it's
That's
not.
what you consider. But like, I'm not slow. I'm pretty quick-witted. You know, I'm not
Too many
like.
edibles, and my eyes are a little bit puffy from having something get in it.
I think that
I wonder what that.
yeah,
It wasn't calm either.
All right, you don't have to say
Yeah,
it.
no, we didn't need that.
I'm sorry.
yeah, I think I was going
I
to
wear
say something now. I
glasses.
lost my train of thought. Oh, I think people have to be aware too of like cannabis-induced psychosis. If you've never heard of that, that can be from medical marijuana as well as regular street marijuana, and it's been happening increasingly actually nationwide. So it's just something to be aware of.
If you
It
have a
puts-
disposition towards it, definitely don't do it.
Yes, if you even if you have depression, you can go into a cannabis-induced psychosis. And let me just tell you, I worked in the psych hospital in a schizophrenia and bipolar unit for the last 3 years, and it isn't pretty. These people sometimes don't ever come out of it, and it's becoming more prevalent.
From marijuana?
From marijuana.
Yeah,
yes.
right.
Okay,
I've,
well,
had
look.
I've had 3 people that have been sectioned through marijuana.
What is it
so,
from
yeah.
street marijuana?
No,
Isn't that just very rare though? Because
no, it's
really
not very rare.
unheard of.
No, you have a 50% chance every time you consume cannabis.
Yeah, right.
Really?
Yeah. Why don't
Pull
you?
that shit up.
Yep.
Can you look it up?
Yep.
Yeah,
She literally was
okay.
working there for
Oh,
3
it's
years.
true.
Yep.
I've heard about this. I've definitely
Well,
heard
you know
about
that there was just a famous case where the girl
Oh,
from 2018 was given her sentence of only 2 years
you,
probation,
Ben.
which is
I
absolutely
appreciate
absurd. For
Look at him.
whatever, I don't even know, for
Have you ever smoked pot? Have you ever
her
smoked
boyfriend,
pot?
for brutalizing her
Have
boyfriend.
you ever smoked pot?
I have no desire to. I don't think
we would
anything
not
should
be
be in my
friends.
lungs.
Wait, what'd she do though?
Somehow I think I'll manage. But she brutalized, meaning stabbed her boyfriend in the face 108
Because
times.
of pot? Okay,
Yes.
honey.
Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't laced with PCP or something?
No, they test. We do drug tests, and there was nothing else in her system. That's very common.
don't-
THC
no,
they'll
that's
pop
okay.
positive for, and nothing else. So
Anyways,
Sounds like more than pot.
moving back to, so okay, we're talking about the rating thing. So you said you rated yourself a 10 out of 10 in terms of physical appearance. Do you think like, so that's your own self-assessment? What do you think, like, is that? do you
That's
think
how
other-
I feel about myself. I don't know about anybody else.
What do you think other people would rate you on average?
I guess it depends on the eyes that are seeing me.
Let's just say like,
Because some people will be like, ooh, she's ugly. And
Yeah,
other
yeah,
people
so
will
I'm
be
saying
like,
an
oh my God,
average, though.
she's really pretty. So
But-
it just depends on the person.
right, I'm saying an
Thank you.
average though. Like if you had to average it.
I'd say if we were to average it, the best way to do that is a 5.
not that you're average, but like 100,000 men
Because if
lined
I
up.
were to add up, their ratings and then divide by how many people, that's an average.
Wait,
It's
no,
math.
I'm saying, what would be the average of the people? Like if 100,000 people were to rate you,
Yeah, the average would be 5.
it would be 5.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a bit more fair. So then why if that's the assessment of what you think other people would rate you, why is there such a large discrepancy?
Because I recently went through a lot and I used to feel really ugly and disgusting, and now that I don't feel that way, I'm like, I'm cute. Like I'm a 10. I don't care.
So I don't think this has anything, well, the ratings per se don't necessarily have any sort of attestment to your self-esteem and your confidence. You can be perfectly confident and also be realistic on your physical
ratings.
appearance.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
other
See,
people
I feel
understand
like
where
I'm
you fall
doing
on that
both,
scale.
confident and being realistic on my own view of myself. Other people's views, that's different, but me personally, that's how I see myself.
I think you're a 10.
Thanks.
You're a
I think
10.
you two are too, and yins are just scared to say it because you don't want to sound cocky.
It has nothing to do with being scared of
I
anything.
genuinely know I'm not a 10, and I'm
Yeah.
okay with that. I'm 32 years old.
What makes a person
Maybe-
a 10?
Why don't
The
you
most
think you're a
beautiful
10?
woman in the world is a 10.
They're not in America.
Okay, well,
They're in different
I'm just not
countries.
unrealistic.
Couldn't tell you where
I've
they are.
always been a realist. I just know it isn't
Yeah.
it. I'm not.
I don't think
yeah.
there's any 10s.
Yeah, and beauty tends to
Okay.
operate on a bell curve
Yeah,
as well.
look- and rating women by their
so I
looks
was
is just
talking,
fucked
so
up,
It's best if
so.
you don't talk when I'm talking. So if it operates on a bell curve, generally the majority of the population 80 to 90% of the population will generally sit between the 4 and 7 type mark. But then on the very outskirts, you've got your 9s and 10s, which is when Halle Berry was most beautiful woman in the world, for example. She might have been something like a 10. I think that Rihanna in Pond de Replay back in the day was a 10. That was my childhood crush. But yeah, these are what 10s are. And
Forehead's a little big on that one.
I don't know. Don't ruin it for me. We'll say 9. We'll say 9. But yeah, generally it's measured on a scale as well. You know, symmetry of the face and the shape of the eyes and the shape of the jaw, and then obviously like most women do not even have the ability to be a 10 even if they got surgery. So
Because they have to have a big butt or just a perfect butt.
Well, they'd probably have a pretty nice butt if they were 10.
Like a juicy butt.
Well, I mean,
when you can
I
grab?
think on the universal standards, it would probably be more of like a cute butt.
A cute butt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Think Victoria's Secret supermodels.
I gotcha.
Think how cute their bums are.
So do they have to be really skinny and like barf all the time?
I would say that they would have to have a low body fat percentage for sure.
Like they have to be lean.
Yeah, lean. Definitely.
Got
Definitely. But if they're anorexic, then that's not attractive,
That's different.
obviously. But if they keep themselves in good shape and if they look healthy,
Yeah.
if they look, virile and feminine, and absolutely.
I gotcha. Have you ever watched the Victoria's Secret documentary?
No, but I definitely should.
You definitely should. It's
So
on
some
Netflix.
cute bums in there?
No, you should see what the girls had to go through.
I haven't. I can't.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
You risk it for greatness.
I mean, as far as the whole 10 thing, not going to rate you, but you're not a 10.
Well, that's how you feel. Like I said, it's about how I feel.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys see me, but I see me better than that.
Yeah, but so and the reason I push back on this, on the worldview, where does your delusion start interfering with your ability to find a partner?
Well, I wasn't ever really looking for a partner whenever I went single last year. I was with 2 people consistently for 15 years, so I just wanted to be single.
You were with 2 people?
Not together at the same time. So from 16 to 20, I was with someone for 4 years, and from 20 to 30, I was with someone for 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I wouldn't really call it a delusion. It's just how I see myself. I see myself in a confident, positive light now.
Okay.
And I like it.
I have a question for you. If I sat here, can I ask you? I mean, I'm actually fine for you to rate me. Do you think I'm a 10?
In my personal opinion, no.
That's totally fine. I don't think I'm a 10 either. But so, you I'm trying to remember
But that's my opinion.
where
Someone
I was
else
going
might
with
see you as a 10.
So, but you saying
Perhaps.
you're a 10 essentially is saying that you have nothing about yourself that you can improve on.
Physical, I mean, I would probably get bigger boobs, maybe a smaller nose, but I am like Indian, so.
So we're down to a 9 now.
Huh?
We're down to a 9 maybe now.
Well, I mean, if you wanna chop it down like that, yeah, I guess so, huh?
Well, it's interesting though. Do you think all women are 10s?
It depends on how they see themselves. I don't personally, but that's my opinion. Like, of course, we all think some people are attractive,
Can you move
some
the microphone
aren't.
so you speak to it?
Yeah.
Wait, but so actually, I don't know if that was the right call, but
Scooch my.
yeah. Now you need to move it. Now you got to move it back. Okay. Well, so why are you able to hold the position that your own self-assessment of yourself is you're a 10, but you just don't blanket give every single woman? Like, why are you able to analyze a woman's face and determine, well, she's not a 10, she's a 9 or 8, but when it comes to your own self-perception, it's a 10?
Because it's how you see people. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. You know?
No, but it seems to me that you can do an analysis of someone's attractiveness and beauty. You were able to do it with me, for example. You said I was, I think you said 5 or whatever.
I didn't give a number.
Oh, you didn't give a number, but you said I'm not a 10, right? So you were able to assess that I'm not a 10. You were. It sounds like you're able to assess other women aren't a 10. So if you're able to make determinations based on how their face looks, their body looks, why are you incapable of doing that for yourself?
I think I do.
Am I a 10? Do you think I am?
You're like a 15. You are fine, girl. You're fine.
Okay.
Also, just from the male perspective as well, I know that girls often do this, say, oh, I'm confident in myself, I'm a 10. It's very unattractive from a guy's perspective. And just from my perspective, for example, Generally, I think that one of the most attractive things about a woman is when she knows how to project love outwards. And when you have this constant self-aggrandizement of, I'm a 10, I'm this, I'm that, and it's this self-centeredness, that's actually quite unattractive, because we really like a woman who knows how to nurture and love and give rather than just focusing on the self too much.
Well, that makes sense whenever someone's being cocky about it versus being like humble or, you know, just being genuinely honest how they feel.
Yeah, humility is an important quality.
Well, she was asked to.
Yeah.
Well, modesty
what would she rate herself?
Modesty is related to femininity.
I was asked, and I was genuine about my honest opinion.
Okay. So, do you think you're on par with the most beautiful women in the world then?
No, because the most beautiful women in the world on a scale of 1 to 10 are like 30s, 50s. They pass the scale.
I mean, that's not really how math works. But
So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 would be absolute max.
So your 30 is literally the 10.
I'm not a 30. Like, if on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, she's
if
like
anybody
a
wanted a
15.
textbook definition of what it means to move the goalposts,
so it has to be 1 to 10 only.
Yeah.
1 to 10 only.
move the whole field.
10 is maximum most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your life.
100th percentile is what it is.
Okay, well, that's not the way I was looking at it.
So even 30 out of 30 is also 100
30 out of
percentile.
30 is a little high.
Okay.
I can understand how it seems the same because it's on 1 to 10, but I see it as there's certain people that pass that 10.
But it's
Just
literally
hard
impossible
because
to
I never
pass.
looked at it that
It would
way.
be
It's
impossible to pass.
Yeah.
15, 10, 10, 10.
Like when people are like, oh yeah, 110%, that genuinely doesn't exist. You can 100% is like the full percentage of something that you can achieve.
Yeah,
Does that make
what
sense?
you're saying, yeah.
So 30 out of 30 would essentially be the exact same as 10 out of 10.
Yeah, but not the way I look at it. Because like I said, I think certain people can fucking pass that shit. Like, you're just so gorgeous.
It doesn't work. Okay, if
I
one...
know what you're saying. It's just, I don't get with it. It's just not like
logic. You don't get with
it's
logic?
not like my
Realism?
thing. Like, I think people can absolutely be way more than the max.
That literally doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a
Erroneous!
contradiction.
Logically, no.
Yeah.
And I know that.
So what? Okay, so if
I really just
so
don't
logically no blank what? If it's not logical, what is the term you're going to replace for logical?
Opinionated.
Illogical.
Opinionated. It's
Not
just,
a
it's an
synonym.
opinion that ain't
An
logical
opinion-
to you, but it makes sense in my noggin.
An opinion can be based in logic.
And it can also be based off of non-logic. Look at me.
What is non-logic?
What I'm saying.
So is
What I'm saying, obvious, and you guys are trying to say it's not logical. That's what I'm saying. It's not logical.
We're
but
not
it
trying
makes
to say. We
sense.
are saying that.
But
it is
that's what I said.
so then you're wrong.
And-
because if something's illogical,
But that's
it's
the
wrong.
way I see it,
Okay, so then you're just wrong.
and that's okay.
If you're
I could be
saying
wrong,
I'm-
but to me, in
if-
my head, I'm not wrong. It works for me.
What's 2 plus 2?
4.
Okay.
Can 2 plus 2 be 8?
No.
So
Ryan's asking.
Wait,
such
I have a
mundane
question. Hold on, I have a question.
Really?
Okay, so how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
I don't eat breakfast.
Okay, all right.
What do you mean?
She can engage with the hypothetical. Last question on the rating thing. Do you, all else being equal, do you think you will be more physically attractive in 10 years?
In what?
Well, so you're 31, right?
Yeah.
So all else being equal, do you think you'll be more physically attractive in 10 years than you are now?
I think it's possible because 10 years ago I was ugly as fuck. So
Okay, so you're
10 years made me
Okay,
cute. So 10 more years might make me cuter or ugly.
okay, so you're 31.
Yeah.
So are you more physically attractive now than you were at 21?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
All else being equal?
What do you mean? Wait, say.
Well, I mean, I'm just curious, like, so 10 years has passed, you were 21, you're saying you're more attractive now at 31 than you were at 21.
Yeah.
What's changed to make you more attractive now?
I gained weight. I was accidentally anorexic from depression, so that played
Okay.
a big factor.
Let's assume you hadn't been anorexic when you were 21. Would you have been more attractive back then?
No, because I didn't know how to take care of myself, my
Let's
skin,
assume-
my hair,
Okay,
nothing.
so but I said all else being equal. So let's assume you were able to do all those things. Would you have been more physically attractive at 21 than you are now?
No, my facial.
So what's different?
Something about like
Your face got younger?
My face changed I don't know what it was, but even people that's known me my whole life are like, how are you looking younger now
How many?
that you're
Do you have
older?
like old photos of you when you were
Ew,
on your
don't pull them
Instagram?
up. They're so bad. Ew.
Hold on, I'm gonna see.
Like
here
you
if we
can see, I look tired and old and just run down.
Do I have this shit memorized?
From when you were younger?
When I was in
Damn,
my
I don't have
20s,
memory.
yeah.
Did you party a lot?
No, I was in a 10-year relationship. I was miserable.
Well, maybe the depression in that got you looking older, you know?
I really think so.
What would you have rated yourself at 21?
Oh, God, -5, -10.
You really
Yeah,
don't like
he
to
was
stay
really
within the
dragging
field.
you down.
Not in the scale. Not in the range of the
See,
scale.
see, this is how I think, though. That's just the way I am.
I get
Illogical
what
to
you're
you guys,
saying.
but it makes sense
I
to
know.
me.
It makes sense to me, too.
At least
Yeah.
someone
It really
gets
does.
it.
Holy
Modest people
shit!
have donated $200.
Bro, it's fucking Modest
Brixan,
Takama.
Stop speaking lies. Modesty is related to hekimas, not femininity, obviously.
Oh my God.
Question for the panel, what is a women?
Dude, I have not seen this guy in months. He's fucking back. Hold on. Modest Takama.
I'm a fucking legend.
You're a fucking legend, bro. Good to see you back in the chat. Hold on.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Fucking dude, welcome back, bro. Send me a DM on Instagram, man. I missed you, dude. This guy drops so many fucking truth bombs. He's a fucking legend. We'll do his question really quick.
Yeah.
What is you know, it's important, you know, we're talking about dating, there's men, there's women. I think it's important, you know, in 2024 to gotta know, you know, what we're talking about here. What's a woman? What is a woman?
Definition.
Starting with you.
What? I think women got the XY chromosome? Isn't that
Sure,
one?
that's an answer.
That would be a male.
I was going to
Oh,
say,
well, the other one then. The other one.
I was
Yeah,
going
she
to
got
say,
it.
That's why I was questioning. I was like, which one is it?
I was going to say a vagina.
A woman is a vagina. Good answer. Well put. A woman.
Straight to the point, I guess.
Answer. Good answer.
That's actually the most sexist thing somebody's ever said on the podcast. A woman is simply a vagina. Now, she's not anything.
Are you a feminist?
Now you're getting
I'm
canceled.
pissed off at you. How dare
Yeah,
you?
I don't know what I am.
This is the most misogynistic statement I've ever heard.
I'm sorry.
Women are so much more than that. How dare you,
No, I didn't mean
you misogynist?
Disavow.
no.
Women are so much more. Okay. What is a woman?
I can't believe we're talking about this, but a woman is born a woman. Like, plain and simple.
Can't use the
So
word
no
woman. That's circular
trannies?
definition.
I
So
know.
what would you?
A human female?
Do you mean?
Yeah.
You
I
mean
mean,
female?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Born
Okay.
a female, yeah.
Female, sure.
Mhm.
A human female.
A lady who can reproduce,
Yeah.
have a baby, grow a baby.
But I'm sure you would agree that
Female.
even women who are infertile are still
Yeah.
of
Has
the
the
nature
potential.
of that. Okay.
Yeah.
An adult human female with XX chromosomes and reproductive organs of a
Yep, I echo the exact same sentiment.
Liam?
Yeah, I don't know what those letters mean, but I agree with her. Sorry, we didn't all go to Harvard.
Oh, please, I didn't. No.
No, that was a perfect definition. Yeah, I'll stick with that.
Okay. Yo, Modest Hikama, dude, good to see you in the chat, man. It's been a minute. Thank you for the message. Appreciate it. We have a couple chats here. We have Cherry Popped, a little backtracking. Brian, would you be with a woman who doesn't like to give
Good
BJs?
question.
Does she still do it? Because I suppose you could
That's
dislike.
true.
You
That's
could
true.
dislike
Good
it and
point.
still begrudgingly do it. I'd prefer that it's not begrudging. I don't like begrudging BJs.
You can dislike it and do it with a
Is this
smile.
from personal experience, Brian?
I've probably received one or two begrudging BJs.
She comes
In
in,
my day.
angry, eyebrows.
Look, probably every guy's gotten a begrudging BJ. Anyways, but so to answer the question, she doesn't like to give them. So yeah, I mean, let's just say she doesn't give them. Yeah, I would. I mean, it would be better if she did, though. It would be better if she did, but it wouldn't be 100% a deal breaker. But obviously, preference for a woman that S is the D. So hope that answers your question. Thank you, appreciate it. We have Desert Joe. Yep, my bad with confusing Alexa and Priya. Mia culpa. Also, non-consensual genital mutilation as a cultural influence should end. Get off your righteous indignation. It's wrong regardless of gender. From Desert Joe. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then, of course, we have the legend himself, David Treziak. The only 10s I've ever met in SB area are Ryan Gosling's au pairs on Carpinteria State Beach. Oh, are you local, man? How many of the guests have been to Burning Man? Ursula got a tan. This cast is hilarious. Who's Ursula? Maddie's Ursula?
Ursula was the girl last show. You called her Ursula.
Oh. That's right. I remember. Yeah.
I have not been to Burning Man, but I've always wanted to.
Same.
There you go. There you go. All right. Cool. Wait, where were we? We were talking about rating. Okay. Oh yeah, maybe. Wait, I'm looking at your Instagram here. I'm seeing how far back this shit goes. 29.
shit.
Hold on, one sec, because you say you were less. So you're 31. You say you were less attractive when you were. This only goes back to 2019, so that's only 5 years.
You're different.
And
How about tag?
Facebook.
How about tag?
do you have any photos of yourself when you were like 21?
Yeah, but they're in my phone.
Can you send them to the whatever Instagram page?
Yeah.
One at a time.
Yeah.
What's your phone? Joe can grab it for you.
It's got the case on it that says Queen.
She's a queen.
Why is that not surprising?
Dots are connected.
He's got it for you back
Thank
there. Send them one at a time because we're on desktop, so we can't receive multiple messages at a time. Going back to the disagreement thing, anybody else here have any disagreements on anything they want to? I know you guys see all the clips with Jake here, him just being toxic masculinity. If you guys want to,
There's no such thing as toxic
I know
masculinity.
I'm being facetious.
I know you are.
Let me have it, guys. If you have any
Any disagreements?
I'm a right-wing extremist on the internet. So
Oh,
if you have any
about
problems with
weed.
right-wing extremists,
Yeah,
let me know.
definitely about
Is that what you
weed.
guys would call the red pill?
Any?
No,
hold
the
on,
red pill is something
consider
else.
him red pill.
Any
No.
disagreements from anybody? Otherwise, I can just get into my pre-show notes. Anybody?
Probably.
I've
Yeah,
been feeling
show notes.
toxicity from him the whole time.
Ew.
To be
No,
perfectly
I
honest,
have an
makes
actual
me very
question.
uncomfortable.
I was blonde back then.
I have an actual question, and I don't agree with this, but I'm
Hey guys, don't worry about the sidebar conversations.
Hey,
Oh, my bad.
stop. Just send them and then.
I'm curious to men what you feel about women who consume marijuana. What does that is that attractive to
instant
you?
disqualification. Instant disqualification.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not like it depends on the frequency, how much. It's not 100% a deal breaker, but if she's like can't function without it, but if it's like an occasional thing, it wouldn't be a deal breaker. But I would have a preference for a girl. Like I don't drink really either. Occasionally I'll have like a glass of wine, but I don't go out to bars. I don't drink more than 1 or 2 drinks max, and it's super rare. I'll maybe drink 2-3 times a year, and when I do, like 1 drink, 2 drinks max. I don't like to drink, so I want that reciprocity in the partner. So when it comes to marijuana, if occasionally she smokes, and if it doesn't interfere with her, but some people like it just totally blast their personality. They're like, you can perceive that they're
Numb.
fucked up. And also, actually, I don't think I've actually admitted this. When it comes to the like having a bad experience, I actually had bad experiences. When I was in high school, I smoked a couple times. The first few times were fine, but I don't know if it was the strain or if I smoked too much. But I actually had full-blown like a bad trip on it. Like had I had hallucinations on just weed. And
It was probably spice.
I don't know. Who knows?
Either way,
Who knows?
it doesn't really
But
matter.
literally, like the most terrifying thing I've ever had, started actually getting panic attacks after that for a period of time.
Spice.
I had a panic attack. It was
For
like one of
sure.
the most terrifying things in my life. I actually do think it led me down on from that point on, it was like a total like post and pre, like in terms of anxiety. Like it's pretty much, I do think, I mean, I have my anxiety pretty decently under, I don't have panic attacks anymore, but I used to. And so I don't have that anymore, but I actually do think it's given me pretty much lifelong anxiety.
Yes.
I think
From
that's a
smoking
very
weed.
popular misconception when it comes to marijuana is that people think that it actually decompresses stress when it actually increases stress. I mean,
Yes.
maybe the medical
It
professionals
depends on the
can chime in on that, but
person. It
that's-
really is both.
You have
I
the
was
same
going
thing?
to
Different
can I
people.
anecdotally back you up on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because literally the exact same as me. I smoked it when I was 17, had a panic attack,
Same.
fucking hated it. And then I came to California. One of my contractors gave me this chocolate bar, and he goes, "Oh, it's like, what is it, Delta 8 or something like that?"
Oh, I don't like
And I don't know anything about weed,
I don't
so
like
I ate this
Delta 8.
chocolate bar on the way to the airport. And you're
Yikes.
supposed to have one square, and I thought you're supposed to eat the whole bar.
Oh, no.
So
Oh,
I ate this fucking massive chocolate bar, and then you know how TSA yells at you? It's like, take your shoes off. And I've had 3,000 milligrams of this poison, and I'm
Yikes.
cautiously
poison.
passing the shoe like a bomb, and I'm like, sorry, sir. And he's like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Everything's waving. I called my assistant. I said, what the fuck did I eat?
Yeah.
She goes, how much is in it? I said, 3,000. She goes, and I said, is that bad? She goes, no. She goes, no. She goes, get on the plane. I said, no, I need to go to hospital. So I had to grab, those little railings, and I was grabbing myself in business class, and they're looking at me like I'm a complete spaz, and they're the only 2 times I've had it.
Yeah,
I'm never having it again for that reason.
It's interesting because I know someone over here said, was that mushrooms? No, that can happen from marijuana. That's what I think more people need to talk about.
Maybe you should read the instructions before consuming the whole.
Not all of us went to Harvard like you.
It's called read the instructions, baby. Yours was to take the whole thing.
Well, like Brian said, even, I mean, you don't have to be consuming massive amounts.
Well, Delta 8, no, I don't suggest that. I suggest getting your medical license and going to see a medical doctor to see what you should be dosed, and then going to the doctor and the pharmacy.
Fucks me up.
And then getting the marijuana.
It's irrelevant. It's everybody's body composition can react in a different way, and then it can put you into a permanent
just don't
psychosis.
do it again.
Yeah, I mean that's. I'm pretty glad that didn't happen.
Yeah.
No, but I do hear like and this is absolutely studied that it can. People who wouldn't otherwise end up schizophrenic, it'll trigger.
Yes.
And you're pretty much fucked.
Yes, you're going to be on an antipsychotic with a mood stabilizer for the rest of your life just to be back to your baseline. That's correct.
Like this idea, I actually think, at least from my own experience, and that, what's funny, I've told a lot of people the same thing. I tried it when I was young, had this terrible experience with it, and I stopped using it. And a lot of people tell me, they're like, a lot of people tell me I had the same thing. I had a panic attack. It's caused me anxiety, long-lasting anxiety for a lot of people. And so, my own personal recommendation to anybody watching, some people it can be fairly benign, but for other people, for me, it caused this kind of moderate to severe thing. And for some people, it can absolutely destroy your life it can trigger schizophrenia. So I think it's
true. I've known 3 people that have been sectioned, and I've gone into the mental hospital, and they're looking at like the fucking trees, and their eyes are going back and forth.
It became personal to me. My brother-in-law just suffered the same thing, and he will forever be on an antipsychotic and a mood stabilizer because of it. Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, I know personally for me, smoking weed has helped me get out of being like accidentally anorexic due to the anxiety and depression. Like it was chronic, and if it weren't for that, I would have just literally blown away in the wind. Like that's the only reason I was able to eat as little as I could back then. It sucked.
I would just caution it, bringing it back to dating, that that is a chance. You could, if you have a partner that smokes heavily or consumes marijuana heavily, that's just something to think about long term.
Yeah, I definitely prefer a partner who's sober. So whether that's drinking or weed or other kinds of drugs. Wait, where were we? Were we on something? I forgot.
We're gonna look at her photos.
I sent them.
Yeah, I don't think there were any other disagreements. And you sent them? How do you know how old they are? Like you're 21, you think, or?
I would have to look through. So, the last one I sent you was about 12 years ago. The one before last was probably 10 years ago. The one before that was probably 7. And then the first one I sent you, I would say, is about 5 years ago.
Let me just, before you pull those up, Nick.
So early to mid 20s, all of them, basically.
Yeah, 20 to 25.
Okay.
Oh wait, did you take screenshots of them?
Yeah, why?
Couldn't you have just sent? Wait, you took screenshots of the photos and then sent the screenshots?
Well, yeah, because I went through my Facebook instead of like going through my thousands of photos in my gallery.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. It was quicker.
I'm looking at these. I don't know how useful they're going to be, to be honest, but it's probably not even worth it. But
they're awful.
They look like MySpace photos.
No, it's not that you. It's just like
those are MySpace.
The quality of the photos.
MySpace was even
testing
worse.
too. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll skip on that.
I see.
We're gonna skip on that. Okay, so we're gonna go to. Let's see.
It's like from her flip phone.
Okay, we're gonna go back to Victoria here. Victoria, you disagree on. You said you have a lot of the same opinions as the host, but I do disagree with how he called that one girl a degenerate for being an OnlyFans model.
I guess it's just like...
That is degenerate.
I know.
Well,
stand strong, girl.
She doesn't like the way I said it.
I didn't like the way you said it. I didn't like...
Okay, I know what you're referencing. So you're referencing the TikTok brain swaying back and forth.
You were so
Tamagotchi
angry.
girl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I watched that.
I think the
This
act in
is
itself
kind
might
of
be
like
degenerate,
gaslight.
but
This is a gaslighting thing that people do though. So like women will like push and push and push and push and push a man, and when he has even the slightest reaction, if he raises his tone, if you frustrate him to no end, and he starts getting frustrated, they're going to turn that around on you and say that you're the abuser, even though you've been poking and prodding him for hours.
that's actually a term. It's called reactive abuse. It's like
I'm not
that.
sure what
People,
that is,
narcissists
but-
especially, are good for that.
But it's like there's this expectation that me as the host, I'm just supposed to just tolerate like just terrible behavior from some of the panelists and just totally let it slide and not try to check them and just not get frustrated by like the continuous. Some people just come on here and are belligerent and just like don't listen and blah blah blah. So yeah, listen, I get frustrated. I could be more stoic. In that girl's case, though, I will say one thing.
She didn't
So
know
here's
she
what-
was coming on the podcast, though.
What are you
right?
talking about?
The
She
girl
reached-
that got
oh my
kicked out from the Tamagotchi thing.
No, well, she was being rude the entire show. She was being rude the entire show, but she came on to troll initially. So there's two issues there that a lot of people don't like with the Tamagotchi kickoff.
Yeah,
so,
sorry. That's what I thought you were talking
Yeah.
Is that the raccoon girl?
Huh?
I just got water
No.
in my eye.
Cool. Nobody cares.
It's like a little device.
Thank you for sharing. That's cool.
Oh, okay, yeah, that
From back
one.
in the day?
Yeah, okay, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, so like she came on, and even though she was provided instructions to not be on a cell phone, and the spirit of that instruction is don't be on a device so that you're not distracting and being distracted. So immediately once I start the intro, she takes it out. So this was something that was pre-planned. So it was like an intentional sort of sabotage she was doing. So not only is she breaking the rule, but she's intentionally trolling. So then I have to like check her, and I give her like the most milquetoast like dad talk, like, hey, don't do that, blah, blah, blah. And people just can't handle somebody like having to discipline somebody else. But I guess her, she's trolling, but people wanted to take it like it was this serious thing. But then later on in the conversation, she said that she was bored on the show, and then I was like, okay, you're bored, so anyways. So she's being rude, disrespectful the entire show, and then I was like, look, you've been rude, you've done all these things. I kicked her off, and then as she was getting kicked off, she was like, good luck with your dead ass podcast, bro. And then like, so my response to that is like, how are you going to, and not to toot my own horn here, I think I have a decent platform. I think I have a successful show. So it's like, how are you going to, like, you're a nobody who has an OnlyFans. How are you going to be like, you've got like, your dead ass podcast? I'm like, you do OnlyFans, you fucking degenerate. That's what I said. Yeah, so I actually don't like, if OnlyFans girls come on in good faith, I'm not going to be like, you're a fucking degenerate, you're a piece of shit because you do OnlyFans. No, but if you insult my podcast, then it's tit for tat. I'm going to be like, well, shut the fuck up. You're a fucking degenerate who does OnlyFans. Nobody gives a fuck about you.
I think that's very eloquently put.
All right, thank you.
I agree.
Even with all the cursing and everything.
Tell
Thank
it
you.
like it is,
Appreciate
Brian.
No, look,
Come
I
on,
mean,
man.
I'm actually, I typically, if someone comes on and they conduct themselves respectfully, and I typically almost always will return that respect. But if you come on and you're trolling off the bat and you're gonna, sit there and call the podcast boring and be, I don't know if she was even on drugs. She was swaying back and forth like this. She was being rude, disrespectful the whole show. A lot of people think I'm a pushover. So if I give you, I'll go tit for tat. If she's gonna be rude, I'll be rude back. So people, it's weird. There's this expectation that if somebody's rude to you, you just have to take it. It's like, normally I just try to ignore it, but if somebody crosses a threshold when it comes to rudeness, I'll just be rude back to the person. And I think that's valid. So, for shizzle.
Yep. For shizzle
Yeah,
and
and she was a degenerate in other ways than just the fact that she had an OnlyFans.
I guess I felt
She was
like,
an absolute degenerate.
I guess I felt like you were just, the way you said it made it sound like you were calling all of your guests essentially who do OnlyFans degenerates.
That is degenerate behavior.
I mean, it
I'd say the behavior is degenerate, but Not the person themselves.
I think you have to we have to define what we mean by
Yeah.
degenerate as well, though, if we want to have a problem with it. So degenerate would sort of be the opposite of generating. So normally when we're talking about generating, we're talking about building things, creating things, being productive. And generally, that falls within the bounds of a healthy society. So when we look at a healthy society, OnlyFans is something that is degenerating our healthy society. So if you want to call something degenerate,
It's really toxic, actually.
yeah.
That's why
So
I
I'd
quit.
say that's definitionally degenerate behavior.
Actually, all porn is. It's really bad for your brain.
But actually, I mean, the girls who we have on the show who do OF or who are involved in S work, I actually don't really make it a habit to ever really give them much pushback or even criticism for what they do. I might, for example, when it comes to date, like from a dating angle, I might say, well, if we're talking about it, I might say, well, how's it going to impact your dating prospects? But I'm actually typically fairly respectful, even to the women who are engaged in sex work. I'm not going to just be like, you're fucking, yo, Nemi, thank you, man. Thank you for the 20 gifted. I'm not going to be like, you're a piece of shit, you're degenerate.
them.
Like, I don't think I've really ever done that. So in that instance, though, she insulted me and insulted her back. So
Modest Hikima donated $200.
Thank you, man.
Brixan THNX for the reaction after my sabbatical lol1.
Where you been, bro?
Congrats on Madison too. Happy to see growth for you too. Are girls bringing on bodyguards now, or is that a boyfriend trying to look tough? LMFAO.
First off,
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
whoa.
Sugar daddy.
It's a little too much.
I think we need to have a. What's your character?
I think he
Guys.
needs a microphone.
Guys, I've brought on. I have security now for the podcast because, listen, you know, we got some ops. There's ops, so we got security. For shizzle. We need a backstory for Joe.
I'll open the origin story a little bit. Yeah.
Are we gonna improv it?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm excited to hear this. You got it. Come on, Brian.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
You were walking home one night and...
Oh no! So so check this out. This is my good friend Joe. Me and him, like back a couple years ago, we were like camping, right? And he saved me from a bear.
Brian, come up with something original.
I know. I fucking.
But he can
I don't
wrestle a
know
bear.
that many. Okay, he saved me from a honey badger. Okay.
You've used that before.
He saved me from a honey badger.
I think
pack
so.
of coyotes.
It was a honey badger. Those things are fucking ruthless.
Alrighty.
So Joe, me and him are fucking kicking it in the tent, right? And he hears some squealing, like, wee! And then like he's like, I got this, Brian. Fucking opens up the tent and goes out there and just like,
You guys were sleeping in the same tent?
He's a kicker. he kicks in football.
Football?
So he punted that shit 50 yards, right, Joe? Punted it, dude. That's probably like a federal crime, but it's all good. Punted that honey badger. Are there honey badgers in California? I don't know.
No.
And then also he saved me from we were out surfing one day, like at Rincon. It was like triple overhead, right? And like he was like getting tubed and shit. And then like a fucking shark. But he like, as he was paddling out, he saw me. He's like, Brian, crikey.
He's Australian now, huh?
He's actually Australian.
We have 3 in the room?
He's
Crazy.
like, dude, he's like, Brian, a great white. So he's like, he paddles up to me, and he fucking just starts fucking up this shark, just fucking him up, uppercut, hook, just fucks up the shark.
Yeah.
Just a standard Danish
And actually, like he was able to get a tooth from the shark, and he wears it as a necklace.
Yeah.
But it's not
here right now.
Not today, though.
So he's good fighting against animals, but what brings him here?
Huh?
Some animals.
We did have a
People are
girl that
animals.
had a
raccoon.
raccoon that almost attacked us one time.
Didn't you save a raccoon in the pool the other day?
Oh
Don't be
yeah,
humble.
there was a gopher.
Yeah, he saved a gopher on the phone in real time.
Actually, yeah, we were having a business call.
He takes my calls in the pool.
I take business calls.
And then he saves beavers in real time. So he's cutting deals over here and saving beavers over there.
It wasn't a beaver.
It was a beaver?
No, and literally, I was in the pool. I was talking to him, and then a fucking gopher jumped in, and I was like, "Oh fuck!" So I got the net, and I fucking yeeted that shit out the pool.
I was there. I can vouch for
Chucked
this whole
it?
story. That was the best.
No, I swear this is actually true.
Yeah, I swear on my life it's true. He literally goes, I said, so what do you think? He goes, 1 second, I was going to save this fucking little beaver. And he what do you mean?
A beaver would be crazy to save.
How do you take business calls in a pool and save beavers at the same time? It was actually quite remarkable. I wasn't going to bring it up, but you started telling his shark origin story, so...
There's quite a size difference between
related.
badgers and beavers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one.
No, this is not made up. The gopher. You heard me squeal on the phone. I was like, oh fuck, god damn, where the fuck? I saw this thing the gophers paddle like this. They do a little doggy paddle, and I was like, oh shit, they're actually really good swimmers. But I was like, this guy's gonna drown. So I get the fucking net. And this thing probably has like.
I could hear it drowning in the background too. Like it wasn't like enjoying the pool, is what I'm saying.
Well, it was doggy paddle.
I thought they could
Ryan.
I thought they had.
Help me!
I thought they could survive in water.
I got the net and I just fucking yeeted that shit.
What did he do? Ran away?
Yeeted.
Yeah, I yeeted it.
No, but what did he? But did you see him run off or?
Well, it was like. It was dark.
No,
it was dark.
no, thank you
So
or
I threw
anything.
him. Oh my god, that computer
insane.
came out of nowhere, dude. Holy fuck. Did you guys see that? That fucking computer
came out of
The
nowhere.
same way you saved that beaver.
I know, I saved the fucking beaver. Anyways, back to dating talk. How did we get here? Okay, so let's see. Back to Victoria's notes here. So are you currently going through a separation, but you're trying to reconcile? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, let's see here. You have, okay, we got another thing here.
Oh, yeah, another
You said that you
disagreement.
have a bone to pick with the host
Yes, I have a
now.
bone to pick.
And since you said, okay, so I disagree completely on this take about promiscuous women turning their life to God and how it's ridiculous that they decide to start waiting until marriage and ask a man to wait. Even though they gave that gift to other men, no problem. I find it almost odd to think that someone's self-betterment is in any way ridiculous, unfair seeming, maybe, but ridiculous. Also, what does he suggest for them to continue sleeping around with lots of men? Now, that's ridiculous to me. Also, I feel like deciding to wait until marriage, despite your body count, will help weed out men who don't want to be married at all, I believe. Does that accurately... state your position? Do you want to add anything else, or?
No, that accurately states it.
Okay,
I feel that, if they're trying to better themselves and live right by God, then there should be nothing wrong with that. And
well, I mean, so my first thing, just to preface this, is that I do think obviously women can change and be redeemed, but men do not need to then disregard their baggage and marry them. Mm-hmm. And I think these two are compatible, even from a Christian worldview. Like, you can be a Christian and you can believe that she can redeem herself. That doesn't oblige you to have to date her. And you can use her past, even if you're a Christian man, as criteria for disqualifying her from a relationship.
I literally was talking about that with my friend who was supposed to come. Mm-hmm. And because I brought that up, that's why she did not come. Because her and... so I came here with two girls. They were best friends. We're all from Dallas. Yeah. And then the other friend just kept saying, oh, he just needs to forgive. Even if he's Christian, he needs to forgive. I'm like, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the body count and him not choosing to be with her because of that number. And she just kept saying, they both kept saying, like, oh, it just should be forgiven. I'm like, that's not the point.
That's somebody that's probably has a high body count.
You can still forgive that, but you're not then obligated to accept to disqualify that criteria from it mattering and whether you decide to date that person or not.
And then she just kept saying, like, that's so bad. Like, why is he a Christian if he's not choosing her? Even with that high body. Yeah.
Well,
and that's why
can you get them on? Can you tell them to just come on? And we can talk about it? Are they sitting in the car down there or some shit?
No, they're just wandering around. But
tell them that we got time. Tell them to come over here.
It was such a heated conversation because
wait, that's why because one of your friends,
Kelsey,
she got cold feet last night.
Yeah, because I brought up the body count because I told.
Okay, well, so I mean, it'd be good to actually present this argument to her.
Yeah.
But I mean, if men are compelled to forgive women with a high body count and we're obliged to date them, well, then my counter argument would be women are compelled and obliged to date men who are broke, who are short, who are not ambitious, who aren't successful, who are unattractive, who are a myriad of things. So, yeah, I mean, do you think, would one of the girls is like a fitness girl, right?
Yeah, I think she started building her account primarily in the fitness industry.
So is she obliged to date anyone? Like she has to date somebody, is basically the argument. You have to date somebody.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean? Like, are you saying like does she
have to date?
Well,
someone
it
else
sounds
in
like,
the industry?
because again, I'm saying that you can be forgiven or redeemed. You can turn your life around, but from a personal preference perspective, both men and women have autonomy, and they can disqualify people for any myriad of reasons for being a partner. You might not like the way they dress, something as arbitrary as that. You might not like that they could have a birthmark here, and that could be justification enough, I think, for anyone. It might be a bit silly, but
I tried to reason with them, and they wouldn't understand.
They should come on the show.
Are they like
we would have had a
watching right
conversation.
I don't know. So I don't have Instagram on my phone. Well, I don't have my personal account. My phone's on my iPad. So is the link on your story? On the whatever account story?
Yeah,
so maybe.
It should be.
I wish I can try calling them.
Tell them to get on the show. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, the fact that they don't want to talk about it's a real red flag, because if you're confident about something and if you think that you've got the correct worldview, then you should be able to come on and correct that. And
Yeah, I know.
But this is the thing, though. The only time that anyone ever gets berated for having standards is when it's men trying to hold women accountable for their previous indiscretions and bad behavior.
Yeah.
Women will hold men accountable to no end for all of the things that they lack, and men should really be able to do the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
We just aren't really able to do that, and then we get berated for holding. And I don't think that's an inherently positive thing to have standards with the opposite sex.
It's always the females with the high body counts that usually say things like that, because
That's facts.
Your friends under the bus.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think. I mean, it would be interesting to just ask her, like, what standards, preferences, and boundaries do you have for a partner?
That's a good question.
If she has any, it's like, well, why are you judging? Why are you disqualifying men? And I would actually argue that her metrics are far more, I'm just making assumptions here since she's not here. I would actually argue that her standards, boundaries, whatever, are probably far more shallow, superficial, and arbitrary than a woman's past promiscuity.
Yeah, but didn't you say that you prefer like a certain girl though? Like,
wait, what do you mean?
What? You said that you prefer like short girls and like.
Is he not allowed to have preferences?
Yeah, but I'm not making the argument.
But
that
would you
people
disqualify girls if they weren't
Wait, can you posture check?
Would you date a tall girl too?
Yeah, I'll date a girl who's even taller than me. When it comes to height, I have a preference for shorter women.
Okay.
But like for me, height is, I would happily date a woman she could be 6'7", wouldn't be a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Whereas women have like a very stringent thing when it comes to height. Whereas I'd argue most men don't care either way if they're short or if they're tall.
And actually, I think it's a reasonable standard. If a woman doesn't want to marry a short guy, then that's completely fine. But that's actually an immutable characteristic as well. We can't help that. But you can help who you have sex with.
Yeah, I bet there's a bunch of. I mean, you said they're Christian, right?
They're Christian, and I have a podcast too, but I'm not so consistent on it.
What's it called? Give it a shout out.
Your Purpose Within. And the first episode that I did with the two friends that I had at the time, which they're no longer my friends because of this episode, they got so mad of how I titled everything that we talked about. So we talked about body count, why do you want a man who makes over 100K, and then something else. So I titled it, why should a man accept your high body count if you can't accept him making less than 100K? And because of that, they just cut all ties with me. But of course, it's because they want a man who makes way over 100K. And again, they also said he should just forgive my past of having a high body count.
Well, then they should forgive perhaps his his past of not making the right educational and career moves, because perhaps he could have made different decisions in his youth that would have resulted in him being a higher earner, but he didn't make those choices. And perhaps he's on a trajectory that will never see him making $100,000. Well, they ought to just forgive that.
Yeah.
But look, as a woman, if it's your preference that you want to date a high earner, I think that's fine. I think some people can be delusional with it, though, insofar as you also have to think, well, what does that man want? Because, you know, a man who's a high earner, maybe he doesn't want you. Not you specifically, but, and so, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I think that, I think a lot of what ties into how your friends are perceiving this is a very common stigma within like Christian culture, is that you shouldn't judge people, but that's not necessarily a Christian standard. Thou shalt not judge lest be judged, which means that you shouldn't judge somebody if you were engaging in that same behavior that you were judging. But judgment is actually a very positive thing in society in general, and also in just Christianity in general, because it helps hold people accountable to their actions. But yeah.
I love that.
Were there other things? Was it the same girls that were coming on today, or a different group of girls?
No, 2 different girls.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the conversation that you were having on your podcast was, why should men should forgive women's past promiscuity? But then you were also like, well, okay, what are your standards? So you want a guy who makes over $100K a year, right?
Yeah. So
were there other things like height, other things that they wanted in the man?
Yeah, they wanted men that were obviously taller.
Do you agree with that?
So I literally looked at one of them and I was like, so if a man was working at McDonald's and he treated you perfectly the way you wanted him to,
I would not date him.
And that's what she said too.
Fuck that.
I literally said,
you can't even get where are you gonna
everything?
Can I ask?
Where the hell? What is he supposed to give me?
Loves you.
What is he supposed to give me if he works at McDonald's?
He gives you the attention.
Go get a better education and grow
Hold on a
up.
second. So you're quite brazen. Yeah, well, it looks like it. You're quite brazenly.
Looks doesn't define
when I'm speaking, it's
education,
best that your
though.
face stops moving. So when you're judging a man based on his income,
He said,
What did you just say?
Just stop
I said when
interrupting,
I'm
let him
speaking,
talk.
stop talking.
Okay.
Good. Okay. So when you're
Patriarchy once
judging a man quite brazenly and quite actually disrespectfully because of the income that he earns, perhaps he doesn't have an intellectual aptitude, but he's a good person and he'd treat you really well. As somebody who is a prostitute, what is your standard that makes you so much better than him?
I have like much more than just prostitution as a job, though.
Like I said, as somebody who is a prostitute, what is your standard that makes you so much better than him?
So McDonald's is worse than being a prostitute?
Yeah, but I'm not a prostitute. I'm a sugar baby.
You have sex with people for money. You're having sex with 10 people at the same time for money. As a prostitute, what makes you better than that man?
I'm not saying I'm better than them,
Okay,
but
well,
I'm
you just
saying
judged
I
them and you
wouldn't
said-
date somebody. Like, just like men won't date prostitutes.
You scoffed at the idea of a man working at McDonald's, though.
Yeah, because I would not date. I would wonder why he's working at McDonald's.
McDonald's
And
actually has a really high minimum wage.
No, they don't.
Do you think that
They do.
most?
They do now.
No, they don't. They pay
They
like
changed
what?
it.
Like
almost set 15.
Well, I
that's
think
not
that
a lot of money.
aren't they changing like the minimum wage for fast food workers in California to like?
Yeah, it's
is
like
it
$20
But that's
an hour,
like
I mean,
California, though.
But you live in California.
No, I don't. I live in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
But
yeah.
so the way you feel about the guy who works at McDonald's, that's the way men feel.
That's fine. Everybody
about
can have
what
their own
you
opinion.
do.
And that's totally
But
fine.
their
Okay.
opinion would be
But
more
most-
logical than McDonald's.
Sure.
McDonald's. Yeah.
Definitely different too.
Yeah.
But did you want to continue on? So you were saying like.
Yeah, so the first podcast, I think another reason why they were mad is because when we were talking about it, we first talked about the body count, and then we talked about men making less than 100K, then we talked about something else. But when I edit it in the same title, like why should a man accept your, etc.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Just being honest.
Yeah.
They didn't like the title.
They didn't like the title at all.
They asked
It
you
was
to change it.
They begged me to change it, but we literally had meetings prior, like on what we were going to talk about. And gosh, what was I going to say? So one of them, she started saying that she wants a man that makes 100K, but then she changed it, and she's like, actually no, he needs to make more than a 400K. I'm like, 400K.
What?
I
And
love that.
I was just, it's sad to me because there are so many good men out there who are just
400K is the 1%.
Yeah.
Right? That's the 1%.
I believe that's above
Yeah.
the 1%.
Can I ask something? What do these girls do, for example? Let's say you date an entrepreneur, right, who makes $1 million a year, and he's making that money for 2-3 years, everything's great, but then he loses it all. What do you think those girls would do then? And it's a for real question as an entrepreneur. Like, I'm not going to, but what would they do? I'm
something
curious.
that we think about as risk takers.
Well, for real. It's a legitimate question. Like, do they bail when the money dries up, or what
That's
happens?
a good question. I would love to ask them that, but I think one of them would actually probably leave because the way she was so like. She was so on getting a man that makes over 100K. I think she would actually leave because at that time she was an engineer herself. So she really just had her bar set way too high. I feel like
what if she leaves and then he 10x's and he makes 50 million the next year?
Right, and that's what I was telling them.
That's
what I was telling them. Like, you can grow with your man.
For real.
Absolutely.
There's
and if it makes you feel better, the only 2 girlfriends that I had, 2 5-year relationships, both supported me when I started each business. Each business went on to make 7 figures. I lost it all, but we separated before that. And then the second one was with me when I built it all back up again.
Yeah.
So it's like loyalty. I think loyalty is what this whole market is missing, to be honest.
And then just giving them a space to grow and like giving them that peace and that security as well, because men need that feeling as well. And a lot of females are missing out on that kind of relationship because they're so fixated on
being in the winner circle.
Yeah, to me, it's absolutely psychotic for females who think like that. It doesn't make sense because it's not logical at all.
Yeah, what's your opinion on this?
If your friends were sitting here, what do you think they would say if they were asked the question what they brought to the table to be able to earn a man like that?
I think I did ask them that. I think the main one that was talking, I think she just kept saying, well, I'm an engineer, I make over 100K, so I need a man who makes about the same amount of income a year. I can't remember.
But then at the same time, that's really bizarre because first of all, income for a woman is not generally something that men particularly value.
Right.
Like, I mean, some men aspire to have a woman that is driven by something, of course, but their income is not necessarily a factor in
and
driving
that's why
their
men date
attraction
down
for them.
Men date down, and
women date
some
up.
females, some females just don't believe in that. They feel like they're the prize.
Yes. And at the same time, it is really funny because she says in the same breath that she wants somebody that makes 400K or more, but she makes 100K and wants somebody that makes equivalent to that. That's 4x that.
You know what's hilarious? Like, towards the end, she's like, oh, dating is just so hard. I'm like, well, I really wonder why. I really wonder why.
I'm curious what her reason was for changing her answer from 100K to 400K. Was it simply, did she say for like luxurious reasons, or did she want to have a lot of kids, start a family with this person, or what was the reason?
I think toward when the conversation just got more heated, or she felt like more, like in the hot spot, she just changed it. She was like, actually, you know what, 400K.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You guys are from Texas, correct?
Yes, not born and raised. I'm from Orlando.
Okay, but you guys live in Texas currently. These girls do as well.
So yeah.
Interesting.
Well, they just moved here a year ago. Well, not here, but Dallas. Yeah.
Well, theoretically, you could have a pretty decent living on $200,000 a year in a lot of places in Texas. So that's very interesting. I don't know where you'd need $500,000.
Yeah.
But
you're a millionaire.
That was the last.
Yeah.
I think that was the last time I would ever bring people on because I really like them. The first 2 girls that I had on my podcast, and I was just kind of sad and shocked. Like, wow, you're really not going to talk to me because of things that we talked about for an hour?
Right. Yeah, but you've got to have people on you disagree with. That's why this works.
And that's what I told him too.
You gotta push yourself to get more people on that you don't agree with. To be honest,
that's what we were. So when they were mad about the title, I'm like, this is a great opportunity to show people or tell people what you think about certain topics and stuff like that. But a lot of people just can't take being the one being like yelled at,
criticized.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
If this is what you're doing for content, though, I would say don't back off and don't get self-conscious because, like I'm sure Brian will be able to tell you, you'd be able to say as well, you cannot please everyone. And half of my videos are literally titled like "Feminists Destroyed with Facts and Logic." so I mean, it's you know, you're meant to draw in an audience, and there is an element of clickbait, and there is an element of drama that you have to have in your podcast, or else you're just vanilla and boring. So
I think like females, they don't want to be submissive anymore, because I'm very submissive. So I don't think they want to be submissive anymore because they see it as a sign of weakness, or they see it as oh, I can't be independent anymore, which is not true at all. Like, I'm an entrepreneur, but I still want, like, the people in the back end are all men. Like, I'm not gonna make a big decision without going to my mentors. But some of these females don't, they're like, I don't wanna need that. I can just make those decisions. And
I find that women in general tend to be very sensitive to criticism, whereas men tend to be far more accepting when it comes to being criticized. And I mean, you take it with a pinch of salt, but you also take it in the sense to like work on yourself and better yourself. And women have a really, really difficult time doing that, I find, a lot of the times. Yeah.
Can I ask a question around the table? Would you guys date somebody who makes less than 100K? Would you marry somebody who makes less than 100K?
I would if they love me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
I would live under a bridge with someone who respects me and loves me. Yeah.
Facts.
My husband makes under 100K.
Yep.
Yeah, I would.
Of course, in Pennsylvania, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, $100,000. Are you kidding me? Like, that is a lot of money.
Yeah, I would.
I would date a ham sandwich under 100K. Support me on my dreams. I would date a legitimate ham sandwich. Yeah.
So when you said before that you didn't like, you were laughing at the guy who works at McDonald's. Like, why that reaction?
I don't think that they make $100,000.
No, I'm saying because obviously he makes less, and you were laughing. I would never date him. What could he possibly
McDonald's
give me?
is for like college students, like people that they're just starting out.
What if he has a side
life.
hustle?
A side hustle?
What if he has a side hustle?
That's like putting like things into the thing. If his main thing was like working at McDonald's,
putting things into the thing.
But I date older men though. That's the thing.
But like, I
date older men.
McDonald's.
I don't think that like 45-year-old.
But if he was working to support his startup, and then his startup made him a billionaire, like he kind of, you know what I mean?
That's like realistically thinking, like
girlfriend.
Yeah, but it's like you gotta just look.
I mean, unrealistically thinking, like
if he loves you, he cares for you, he respects you.
Probably not. If he told me he worked at McDonald's, I'd probably not be interested. I'd want him to be like somewhere in his life that's way more progress than McDonald's.
So why don't you have that for yourself? Because usually, if you want
we're talking about like what I want, not what other people want.
And so we're talking about what you want. So then we also have to talk about what you bring to the table as well.
I'm not gonna lie.
What would be those things? Main things.
Getting out of sugaring.
Yep. Cool.
And and I'm working on that.
Oftentimes,
I think he asks what you bring to the table.
Yeah. Getting out of prostitution isn't exactly what you bring to the table. So when you talk about...
That's what you need to work on.
Okay, so what do I need to work on?
Not a
what do you
prostitute
bring
is
to the
number
table?
one.
So like if someone asks me that, I would say I bring peace, I want to make him feel comfortable. I want to give him that.
Yeah.
Wholesome.
No, I'm very empathetic. I care about other people. I think that in like a social setting, I'm fun to be around.
You just laughed at men who work at McDonald's. Are you that
But like,
empathetic?
I don't.
You also sleep with other people's husbands. I don't think that really aligns with empathy.
Don't get me started.
Well, that's because they're in sexless marriages, so they don't get their dick sucked.
So you have zero regard for that woman.
I don't
in their
care.
Marriage?
No.
So but you then in the same breath said that you were empathetic. That's not
I'm
empathy.
empathetic to certain things.
Sexless marriage doesn't mean it's a bad marriage.
Yeah.
So this is what annoys me.
So maybe they shouldn't cheat on their
maybe you shouldn't help them cheat on their wives.
I don't care. They're hitting me up.
Back to the point though. I mean, this is what kind of annoys me though. And we've got like actually a good panel tonight of ladies who actually have a much better understanding. But generally, this is the attitude when it comes to guys who earn less than 100K, and it's to do with social media, and it's to do with the male influencers as well, who promote having to have $100 million just to get by, and it's just not the reality of things. Most men are out there working extremely hard, contributing to society and building things. I'm very lucky in the sense that I actually get to have a YouTube channel where I can earn a lot of money.
Okay,
if my
well,
YouTube
then
channel,
what do you do?
if my YouTube channel goes away tomorrow like that, people will watch some other shit. Doesn't even matter. But these guys, if they stop building the structure tomorrow, all of a sudden we've got half-built structures everywhere. All of a sudden you can't flush your toilet. All of a sudden you can't have electricity. And all of a sudden we can't have protection from the police. These are the people who literally build the world around you. And it's just like, I absolutely detest that notion of people laughing at people who work with their hands.
Yeah, I was just saying that I would never date somebody that works at McDonald's, just because that somebody that I would date is going to be older, and I would not want them to be working at McDonald's.
So you said that,
but I still. But I still have like time to like develop a career or whatever I'm gonna be
So when
doing.
you find out that one of your clients is married, you have no empathy to stop it? Like, hey,
No.
I can't, no?
Because usually they're in sexless marriages, and that's
It
why-
is not
it's a
your
bad
job
marriage.
to fix that. That's the point.
Yeah.
You're acting like all of the blame is on the husband and that you're this victim.
I'm so I don't think there's a problem with it.
So let me give you an example. So like, let's say a man is hitting on me, but it's coming off very disrespectful. I'm not going to allow him to continuously disrespect me. I'm going to remind him like, hey, listen, I could be your sister, your daughter, your female cousin. Like, this is not something you want to be doing.
Well, sometimes the wives actually let them, and then they say, oh, I just don't want to hear about it. Or at least that's what they tell me, so that's what I'm going off of.
Yeah, they're probably lying.
I don't care. That's what they're telling me.
So let me put you in a certain position here.
Sure.
If you were the wife of one of these
I would never
men,
get married, so I can't put myself in that position.
Hypothetical. It's a hypothetical.
If I were to ever get married, okay.
Just try, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
How exactly would
I would
you
feel like it's cheating. Like,
whoa, mind-boggling
no,
concept.
I do, but that's the thing. It's not. I don't know. It's not at my point in my life where I want to be married or.
That has nothing to do with it.
Or ever get
I think
married.
this is the problem of today's society is like you can't take yourself and put yourself in
Yeah.
somebody else's shoes.
I can.
Wait,
you would.
But-
you wouldn't
no,
do
let me
it.
just finish. Let me finish.
But I would still do it.
I'm
yeah.
still talking. Where I like say you have a wife and a husband who have children,
Yeah.
and maybe they do have stuff to work on, and maybe they don't. And he's still being
Sometimes
a
they're
scumbag.
just too scared to
Why
break
is
up
it-
with their wife. They're too scared because they have baggage like kids. Or not baggage,
It's not
but
baggage
like,
to have children.
not
It's
like
the biggest
baggage, but they
blessing
have
in the
like
world.
Exactly.
not baggage, but they have like too much like tied together. I mean,
That still is
that
no
they
justification
will
for
not
infidelity.
leave their wife.
That's not justification for
That's
infidelity.
actually what happened in
So
one of
wives
my
are not- I don't
care
arrangements
that that's what
where
happened.
I knew he would never leave his wife or kids, and so like that's what made me start an OnlyFans actually.
So he should man up and be faithful to his wife and his family
Tell him
and act
that.
like the head of the household, but you shouldn't help them
Yeah.
engage
That's your
in this sort of
opinion.
behavior.
Talk about-
this is there's a certain moral code that people should live by.
Talk
Well,
about
there's
a
no moral
degenerating
code.
society, the breaking
Well,
up of the
then
nuclear
go talk-
family. Your queen bee
Sorry.
over here.
yeah,
Do you respect men,
yeah, I do respect them.
but you don't respect women?
I mean, the ones that are married, I guess not.
Hey, any friends of hers who are married, y'all better watch out.
Right.
Watch your girl
I
over
don't
here.
like any friends in
I
general.
don't scoop it on my girlfriend's friends.
But they're if
or
your girlfriends
husbands.
are
Random
wives,
women that I
but
don't
if they're
care about.
wives, then
Probably not. Yeah.
But she's super empathetic, everybody.
Tell your man not to join seeking arrangements.
Yeah, I think that just
Well,
it comes back to the point before though, that you were laughing at guys who work at McDonald's and guys who don't earn much money. What can they give me? Well, these guys are actually the ones who are building the society that we all want to live in. Whilst you actually, the work that you do is
So I
actually.
don't eat at McDonald's, though.
You need to stop interrupting people when they're talking. The work that you do and the industry that you're in has a parasitical nature to society.
That's how I'm
And
putting it, actually.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just the point that I want to get across
And
to
that's
you.
how I want to be with. I want to be with only one person.
would you date a man who's a man can be a prostitute, right?
I mean, there's men on seeking arrangements that actually have
you date
multiple arrangements, and then like I would date. I want to date one right now, but I want to go exclusive with him. Do you mind?
She's so funny.
Best dynamic.
Like I do. Like I want to transfer it into just being in a monogamous relationship, because before I was telling myself I was polyamorous because I was like having so many arrangements and being like a sex worker, and I think that it's not like the best decision to go into that.
So
Clearly not.
If you got into that committed relationship that you want and you accidentally have a child, or let's say it's a daughter, what would you teach her? Like what?
I would teach her not to do sex work. Yeah. I would teach her like not to do this and not to do an OnlyFans either.
So then why are you justifying your own behavior?
Well, I'm not, like, this is all new to me. Like within like quitting OnlyFans, like if you look at the timeline of things, like I just decided like less than 2 weeks ago that I wanted to ultimately not be a sex worker and go into a monogamous relationship where I was like going to break up with one of the dudes I was sleeping with, and I still had sex with him, so I ruined and then I told the person that I was
Would
going
your mom be proud of you if she saw this?
You don't have to bring my mom into this.
So I if that is truly what your goal is and what you are going to do, I commend you for that. But you, in the same breath, are trying to justify your own behavior, malicious behavior, mind you, saying that I don't really give a damn about these women whose husbands I'm sleeping with.
Well, that was me. Like, honestly, I'm quitting.
I get that you're quitting. I get that you're quitting.
In the mindset, like yes, that's what I thought.
Yes, but part of your mindset, if you were actually going to implement that change in your life, is going to have to be, yes, this was wrong. I do not advocate for this.
I don't feel it was wrong in the moment.
But do you now, reflecting back on it, think it was wrong?
Not that I was sleeping with the married guys, no.
Maybe she will eventually.
That's interesting.
Probably. I can only pray so, and I really hope that she does.
The swinger lifestyle. I think that we should be open with our sexuality and like be able to sleep with other people and it not be so like tied to like
you're contradicting everything that you're saying. You can't
like you could be a couple and then sleep with other people.
Not when the other married person is not in favor of that.
I
like
think
the spouse is not.
Like if I were going to my monogamous relationship, I would probably like want, because I'm bisexual, so I like women too. But I would probably like try to like go to.
She was a hoe.
Yeah, just like
I think you're confused.
Go to no, I think that like during
I
the
think
time,
you're on drugs.
I think that during the time that I slept with the married guys, like I don't think there's anything wrong
now,
with it.
at this point in time, do you think it was wrong of you to do so?
If I went back to sex work, I would still sleep with guys that.
Okay, so no
is the answer. I don't. Yeah. She belongs to the street. Because they just won't leave their wife, so.
You want them to leave their wives for what?
Because they're not happy.
No, you don't know any of that.
Yeah.
That's you know
That's
what they tell you because they're paying you for a service.
Exactly. Then why are they paying me and why aren't they with their wife?
So do you feel
because
proud
people
that
are
they're with
awful
you over their wives?
That
are you
sucks.
proud?
Well, they're awful and I'm
You're
awful.
one
Wait,
of them,
can you tilt your mic down a little bit? It's a little too high.
They're awful. I'm awful. That sucks.
Damn.
Yeah, so do you want to be an awful person?
No, I want to be in a relationship with my arrangement and not blow things and not be a sex worker. But at the end of the day, like I don't think it's awful to sleep with girls that are married because marriage isn't like, it's whatever.
No,
so
it's not to everybody.
Yeah,
maybe to you.
but also you say that you don't want to be a bad person and you want to implement all these changes in your life. You clearly are not making the decisions to do so.
Yeah, because
if you do, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, because
but
when
you're not.
you are in, when you join seeking arrangements, it becomes very addicting.
Addiction seems to be a kind of a theme. Yeah.
What,
it seems like a cope.
What?
Theme of like your personality, that seeking arrangements is addicting.
It is
you
addicting.
consume marijuana a lot, that's addicting.
Okay, well.
Do you have friends that are doing the same thing?
As sugaring? No.
Huh. Well, we have 4 chats. I need to get through the chats and then we can come back to dogpiling.
Dogpiling.
All right, we have Ginger. I used to smoke MJ regularly, and one time I had smoked. I went into an 18-hour-long panic attack. I have suffered from anxiety ever since. Definitely don't recommend smoking. Been sober 4 years. Liam, I don't know with your experience, but like ever since my experience, haven't touched it.
100% exactly the same. Never touched it.
I was
don't
back.
do drugs,
I was like
kids.
17.
Oh, dude,
18.
it fucked me. It's weird to hear someone else that got cooked just as badly by it.
Yeah.
It's bad, and I like reading some of the stuff about like how it can cause schizophrenia. Like,
I can tell you firsthand. I'm
very happy that didn't happen. Thank you for sharing. We've got killer of serial woman/female equals XX chromosomes, able to house to conception using the built-in womb, connected by an umbilical cord and vein that feeds the fetus its nutrients through the liver. Definitely not a man. Sweet.
It's a good use of $100.
Good to see you, killer of cereal. Good to see you in the chat. We have him. Hold on, actually, let me do this one first. We have David Treziak. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Based in San Diego, but have family who live next to Ryan G. in the. Oh, Ryan Gosling. Is he in? Oh, Montecito, probably. Okay. What's that? Oh, Carp? Okay. Maddie, are you doxing Ryan? No, people know. He's,
so much.
Oh, wait, fuck. Sorry, let me pull it up again. Margot Robbie was only reason watched Barbie, but is that movie about feminism? Respect to Maddie, Ursula, and Gustavo? Actually, I think we mentioned this before. I saw Barbie like a month or 2 ago. It was just fucking dog shit. Terrible movie.
Yeah, I agree.
Terrible movie.
I couldn't finish.
Who made you watch that?
I didn't finish.
I was like, it was on HBO.
Oh,
It was on
yeah?
HBO. I was just like, all right.
Just happened to walk by and I was like, oh, God
All
damn
right,
it.
I'll see what it's about.
I was in Mexico a few months ago and I walked into a library in Mexico to go and do my work. There was,
Modest Hikima donated $200. Girl 2 is classic of girl, seen many on whatever. Never will get a man that she wants to settle. Only Digens interested. Digens not interested in long term. Not top 1% off. Just look at her.
That's rude. Oh. That's cute.
I do pray that you make the changes in your life that you say that you want to do.
I don't believe in God.
Well, she does. She does. So
I do.
She's trying to.
That's silly.
And it would probably help
just
you
trying to be
immensely
nice.
in your life if you did as well.
I don't believe in God.
But she's saying if you did, it would really make
Yeah,
her.
right. Oh my God. Makes me want to throw up.
So
I don't believe in oh my God.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So what does OMG stand for?
don't take the
Oh
Lord's name in
my
vain, please.
God. So.
Okay, we have
It's like an Usher song, isn't it?
Killa of Cereal. Hey, thank you, man. All right, pick one of these two options. This is for the ladies. He's going to describe two men. Guy number one, 6'1", 180K year, fit, 8-inch PP, but has a horrible world outlook and a negative attitude in general. Or 5'2", 30K year, chubby, 4-inch PP, with a positive outlook and oozes
Never.
confidence and swagger. Pick one or two.
2.
1.
Wait, you got to tilt your mic down. You either got to do posture or tilt the mic down. It's got to be one or the other.
2. 2.
2.
Ooh. Probably 1. I'm 5'9". I'm sorry. It's just got to be.
Okay, all right.
The latter, 2.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Killa of Cereal. You have the answers. We have Dylan Lawley. Selena, something about that accent and hair is ding it for me.
Doing it for me.
Doing it for me, excuse me. I'm 6'2", 240 pounds, make 60K a year, shoot guns, and you can grow, kill, and can grow / kill my own food. Should I slide in the DMs or, question for all the ladies, why should you be allowed to vote?
Oh my God.
So we'll start with the first part. So Selena, this is Dylan. What does his shirt say? Can you read it?
Federal everything.
And then what's this? Is that a MAGA hat? What's the hat? Can you see what the hat is? What's it say on the hat? Okay. Are you down for Dylan?
No, I like Colin.
Oh, the guy you're dating currently.
Talking to, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So you're not available.
And he's not cute, no offense.
You didn't have to say that.
Sorry, Dylan.
Oh my God.
She's in a talking stage, I guess.
Sorry.
Unfortunately, my friend Dylan, we can only do one question per super chat, and your second question will also get me canceled. So I do appreciate it. But thank you, man. Thank you. Maybe try your shot at one of the other girls on the panel. I don't know. All right, so let's bring it. I got. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna move forward a little bit. I got questions for Jasper.
What's up?
Oh, whoops. Do you have two names?
Yeah.
Okay. So you said that you're
You call me my real
you're
name.
currently open / polyamorous.
Well, at the time I filled out this,
When you messaged.
yeah, at the time I messaged, I would say that I was
whoops, my bad.
thinking I was polyamorous because I was open to dating multiple people, which I referenced that back to my AKA like sugar daddies. But really, ultimately what I want is to be a partner with somebody else, just one person specifically.
And you said
But not married, like
you don't
just
wanna get,
like
sure,
just
you don't want to get married.
yeah,
Okay.
like monogamous.
You said that in the normal dating, did you originally consider yourself traditional?
No.
Oh, okay, because
Never.
Something written here from your notes, going from traditional to poly
Oh,
to
yeah, yeah,
sugaring
so-
to OnlyFans to
Sorry.
dating multiple guys at once.
Yeah. So like back like when I was in high school, I dated one person. Then after that, I dated another person. And then like it was just like very like I used to make fun of girls that were on OnlyFans.
Hmm.
You used to, okay.
Yeah.
How old are you now?
27. Well, I'm going to
You
be
were making fun of
27.
girls
Well, I'm
on
going to be
OnlyFans in
27
high
next
school?
month, but I'm 26.
When were
but
you
when
making fun of?
OnlyFans came out, I was like in high school. Like, we were just graduating.
So OnlyFans hasn't been out for 10 years?
No. It's been out since 2016, I think.
I would. Nick,
What's
can you
the
check when
year?
OnlyFans
I
came
think
out?
it's
When OnlyFans was started?
2016.
It only got popular, I think, in like what 20.
But I swear, like, girls in my school were doing
Maybe.
OnlyFans right when it came out.
Well, they were doing there's like camming and like that kind of shit.
Yeah, like
16. Whoa.
It was. I don't think it was popular
Yeah.
until like anyway.
It's just
but-
a part of the culture now.
Wait, so you said you were and have been dating multiple guys at once. What's
like
the,
I wouldn't say dating. I would say that they're
having
like
sex?
having
let's
sex.
let's say whatever, just anywhere from casual to dating.
Correct.
What's the most amount of guys that you've been seeing, and that could be like super casual to maybe a little more, like at one time? What's the most? Because I know you said 10. Is that the most, or have you seen more?
I've gone on dates with a lot of them. I haven't necessarily slept with every single person that I've gone on
Sure.
like a date with, because like I do find that sometimes having like a date with somebody, we don't really connect very well.
Okay, but so what's the most?
Probably like 15 at most.
15 roster.
Yeah.
Okay, like 15 sleeping with.
Like at one time. No, like I would say like maybe like 15. I don't know, I don't really know actually.
Do you know your body count?
I don't know my body count.
It's a good question, actually.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense of a range? Don't
Yeah,
you say you have a
probably, like,
list?
No, I don't have a list.
Okay. Under what?
Probably like under 50.
Under 50.
Yeah.
So like 49?
Yeah, because up till a year and a half ago, I had only slept with like 5 people.
Wait, so hold on. Up until a year and a half ago, your body count was 5.
Yeah.
And then in the past year and a half, it's shot up to between 40 and 50. Is that fair
Yeah.
to say?
Probably.
Okay. Now, do you count, because you've done like traditional adult content, right? Like you shoot with guys.
Yes.
Right? Is that correct?
Yeah, but it was kind of like not like that many guys.
That you've shot content with.
Right.
How many guys do you know? Like, do you know how many guys you've shot content with?
I can count in my head if you give me a minute.
Sure. Yeah. Take your time. I'll read this chat while you start counting.
Well, actually, if I'm guessing really fast, probably like I would say like
Wait, into the mic.
less than 10.
Okay, you've shot with less than 10 guys.
Yeah.
A year and a half ago, your
No,
body count-
I was doing OnlyFans for only 12 weeks.
Okay.
Okay.
And you
Sorry,
shot-
I wasn't including the OnlyFans guys for some reason.
in the body count.
I would, yeah, sorry. I would say
So
that
including the OnlyFans
like
guys, what?
60. 60 is my guess.
60. Okay. But so it's been, you've had about 55 sexual partners in the past year and a half.
That guy Slingshot donated $200. I'm sorry, but Carrot Top's stepsister is really coming off as ignorant and heartless. The fact that you can knowingly sleep with someone's husband and not care is gross and shows a lack of morals.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I don't know. What to
Wait,
say.
so that guy Slingshot, appreciate it, man. Carrot Top's sister. Do you want to dispel the rumors that you're related to Carrot Top?
Yeah. I'm not. I'm just a ginger.
Yeah.
I got the money piece though.
Okay. Not sure what that is, but so
It's like where your hair hangs.
the TTS came in kind of just as I was asking the question, so I'll just repeat
Yeah.
it for the sake of that. So a year and a half ago, your body count was 5. In that year and a half period, your body count is now 60, around 60. Is that correct?
With the OnlyFans guys, yeah.
Including which is about 10.
I'm guessing.
Okay. And you said the most amount of men that you've been engaged with sexually at the same concurrent period of time.
I would say actually like I'm sorry.
Is 15?
Like, no, like 10. I think
10.
pretty much like 10.
10 to 15 maybe?
Yeah, it just depends.
All right. So
But I don't know. I think that sugaring is actually like not.
Oh gosh.
Like I would not suggest it to other females. It's also like dangerous actually.
Wait, posture or
if women.
Scoot the mic. Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Sorry, my new tattoo's really itchy.
Hold on.
But
Scoot the mic to the edge of the table.
Okay.
And just leave it there. Okay. Go ahead.
So yeah, I know. I think that.
And then hold on. Oh my, has this been this way the whole show? Can you scoot that to the edge of the table, and the wire should not be hanging off the edge that way? Okay. Has it been that way the whole show? No. Okay.
I just moved it when I got up earlier.
Okay.
I think that women are like
Here,
that.
tilt your mic down a little bit.
That girls that don't take the approach of like even looking into the guy that they're meeting up with, because I actually use this software that uses artificial intelligence and facial recognition, and it scans the jawline of their face and finds out like publicly like what websites or what they own or what business they're associated with, so to see if they're like actually who they are and who they say they are. And I've had situations where I'm like on FaceTime with a guy and he's been to jail for like murdering animal cruelty with death. But like I'm talking, but like yeah, some extreme stuff. And I think that like Onlyfans and the porn industry, it's just like not very like the path to go.
Right. Well, just going back to like the dating multiple guys thing.
Yeah.
So, in a I don't know if I asked this to somebody else on the panel, but in like a 72-hour window, what's the most amount of guys that you've been with?
Probably like 2. 2?
What about like what's the shortest period of time where there's been like 2 guys?
I never sleep with a guy
in the same
like
day?
in the same day.
Is that like at 24 hours or like same?
No, I don't know.
Like it could be like 11:59.
Sometimes it's more than a day.
But if it's like 12:05, it's okay?
No, I don't time it out. I really don't.
Just curious. Okay. Okay.
Timer goes off. She's like, okay, the next one, ready.
No, it's not like that. I'm not like a brothel.
Thank the Lord, I guess.
What about like what was your busiest month? Like how many guys were there in like your busiest month, would you say?
I don't know. Like I said,
Like
it's
10,
like 10. Like I said, it's like an average. But like that's depending on how many arrangements I had like in place. Like I was very specific about who I hung out with and things like that. But
Can
then
I ask what changed a year and a half ago? Because you said your body count was 5, and then something happened.
I started going on seeking arrangements.
But was there something else that happened in your personal life, or was there some sort of an issue that happened there? Because I am actually like slightly worried for you that you're impaired by something at the moment in some sort of substance, and you're divulging all of this information on the internet.
No, I'm not. This is what I came on here for.
You know what I see?
Okay,
though?
well, if you're happy to, then
yeah, I'm happy
that's
to
fine.
share the information.
Yeah, But
I see that you have a lot of empathy, but you're acting like you don't care to hide or mask pain or somehow like I think you do because you care about other females not doing seeking arrangements.
Yeah.
But I feel like you kind of just I don't know. I feel like it's a little of an act. I don't know.
No. It's actually. This is like how I actually feel.
So you
can look back on.
I do believe that.
I believe that.
No, it's 100%.
Do you think it's something somewhat of like a self-loathing? Because if you believe
not
that,
self-loathing at
if you
all.
believe that for other
No, I
women,
really
if
genuinely
you wish the best for other women, just please.
Okay.
If you do wish the best for other women, if you say that you think that it's a dangerous thing, I would totally agree with you, and I would fully encourage you to actually voice those concerns on this podcast and voice
I would like to
the
get into
concerns
that
and
a
the
little bit
dangers
more.
that you have.
Yeah.
But you actually shoot yourself in the foot when you start to say, well, I don't care, and I don't care about the marriages that I'm breaking up. I think that you should be consistent with that standard.
Like where I was, like I'm talking about quitting and like not having the opportunity to put my place in a situation where I'm sleeping with a guy. Because most of the guys on there are married, and those are the guys that like I felt like at that time I liked because they kind of like left you alone. Like they didn't like text you all the time. They went back to their like normal lives. But as a whole, where I am at now today, April 23rd, 2022 or 2024, sorry. What? Okay.
I mean, but I think that
like I am genuinely
you're
like
off
don't
by 2 years.
I know, but I don't think that girls should do OnlyFans either.
That's great.
I think
that's great, but you need to hold to those convictions. You can't sit there.
But that
and
doesn't
say
have
that
to do with the marriage thing, like and how I felt in the time.
No, but we're not talking about how you felt at the time. We're talking about how you feel currently. And you've told everybody multiple times that you still would you would act the exact same way if you were put in that situation.
Yes.
You're just not making any sense.
It's a bit contradictory.
Marriage into the. Like,
but I think that the point that everyone's
like,
trying to get across to you, and I think you should try and actually really listen closely to what people are saying to you.
Yeah.
Because you've got two conflicting beliefs,
Okay.
and that's what we call cognitive dissonance. You're saying one thing, but your actions actually are doing another thing.
Okay.
Right? Or you're saying one thing and you have two contrary beliefs at the same time that are existing in your head.
Yeah.
So it's cognitive dissonance. So if you do wish the best for other women, you should wish the best for yourself as well.
Yes.
And the reason why I ask if there's something going on in your personal life, and you obviously don't have to divulge that, is because when Priya said to you before that she'll pray for you, you had a very visceral reaction.
Yeah,
to that.
I'm not
And
religious.
but the way that you said it and the way that you ignored her made it seem like that you were insulted by somebody wanting the best for you and wanting to pray for you.
Yeah.
Well,
So do you feel
I'm
like that
just
this is
like,
coming from
yeah.
a place of self-loathing, and maybe something that you need to have a look at internally and hold yourself to the
No,
same
because
sort of
not
respect
all
as you hold
people-
other women with?
I mean, not all people have to like bring up like religion into certain situations.
I'm
Why
not
are you
imposing
offended
my
by it?
religion on you. I'm
Yeah.
saying that I am wishing the best for you,
Okay,
and the
well,
way
thank
that
you
I
for
do
that.
that is
Sorry.
by prayer, because I believe in God.
Okay.
And
Sorry
I-
for being rude and being like so demonic
No,
with
but-
your praying thing.
Well, no, but what Jake is saying
What?
is that it seems like it's something that you're trying to project outwards,
Right,
in
that's what I was
in
gonna
the
say.
sense of not accepting somebody else's care, help, whatever it may be.
How they do it, their version of caring for somebody else.
Well, okay.
Like, it's not like I was imposing my religion on you and
Yeah.
like trying to shove it down your throat. I simply stated something very positive
Yeah.
towards
Okay, well, I
you.
apologize for that.
No, that's totally fine, but
Yeah.
but that's besides the point. What we're saying is that it seems like there's something that you are hurting
No,
from.
I think that
That's what
like,
I was
no,
thinking,
I think that a big thing is like I want to get out of the sex work,
Yes,
and I
and that's great.
think that it's very important to not continue to do the sex work.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
most people can tell you, and I can tell you, I've done many degenerate things in the past. And
Yeah.
I've come from a background where I didn't find faith until I was 25, 26, and I've done all the sex, drugs, rock and roll, violence, you name it, I've done it, right?
Yeah.
So if you looked at a CV, I would not have a position to judge. But, you know, as you go along and you come out of this, then at some point you have to realize that the way that you previously acted was wrong, and that you have to actually have a contrary view to that, and you have to try and actually project that into the world.
But
You
that
can't
doesn't
hold
mean
on to it and
like,
say, well,
me,
that was
being
fine.
proactive for other females. Like for instance, when I was in the industry, like traumatic things happened, and so
Yeah.
sorry.
No, you're okay.
And so like my biggest thing was like making. Sorry.
Yeah. I think that this is what we were getting at.
My biggest thing was like making sure like other girls knew about like the guys that like did the wrong stuff, but then like there's like this cancel culture where people cancel you out.
Yeah.
Where people cancel you out for like calling the bad people out in the porn industry because like those are the guys that get away with it because they're just quiet about it.
And I would encourage you to keep doing that, but
Absolutely.
also hold that standard for yourself, though.
Yeah.
If you have a standard for other women and you wish the best for them, you should hold that standard for yourself.
You need to have
Yeah.
that same protection that you have over other women in that industry for yourself.
Yeah.
Because we all want the
Exactly,
best for you, and we
self-love.
want you to want the best
Yeah,
for
that's
you.
what I want. But yeah, thank you.
I think that maybe it's like kind of a bit combative, and sometimes it's funny, this podcast, and we all get
Yeah.
into each other and we all make fun of each other. Sometimes maybe your natural reaction would be to be like, oh no, what I did was fine, it's no worries, I don't care about them. But I know we can see that you're not a
Yeah.
terrible person, and deep down you would
Thank you.
and deep down you would feel bad about those things. But I think like I would encourage you to just come out and say that, okay, yes, I know what I did was wrong, because every one of us at this table has done many wrong things in the
I'm sorry if it
past.
insults anyone that like. But I have a strong opinion on like the marriage thing. Like I think, but like that's like getting into politics, I guess. Like I don't really want to do that because my opinion on it like is very like opinionated and stuff. But I think that you guys are right. Like it's insulting to people that do want to be wives and walk down the aisle.
Exactly,
So-
exactly. And you intuit that, and it's good to just come out and say it. If it does make you a little bit emotional, and we've all had these
Yeah.
moments
Yeah.
before,
Absolutely.
we've had to come to grips with ourselves and our pasts and these
Yeah,
sorts of things as
absolutely.
well. So yeah, I mean, you actually said at the start of the podcast that you wanted to talk about some of the dangers of the industry.
Yeah.
I really encourage you to do that, because that's actually a very positive thing. So
Yeah,
if you do have advice for some young ladies who might be struggling with something similar,
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a lot of the things that happens with OnlyFans to start is the fact that the industry, like even though it's OnlyFans and you're self-employed, like a lot of the girls get connected with the actual porn industry, especially here in California. They get caught up with the agencies that then ultimately like control who they shoot with. And of course, like I'm sure a lot of people know the porn industry is really toxic, and the girls are like, I don't want to say being exploited, but like they don't have a voice for themselves, so they like let these agencies and like do these shoots, and they don't really want to actually be doing that, and then it gets more extreme. There's problems with drugs, like girls that do drugs, which actually I don't do drugs aside from weed. I'm a harm reductionist for a company called Dance Safe. I go to music festivals and we set up and we're like not promoting drugs, but we're doing harm reduction, like for people that want to go to festivals and take ecstasy and stuff like that, because ultimately people are going to always forever like do drugs, like they're going to take the ecstasy. And with fentanyl being a real thing now, my dad died of it last year.
Sorry to hear that.
And so
there's probably something
many people
there.
that probably
There's probably something there in terms of that experience. That
yeah, but I've always been doing the harm reduction thing because like I did partake in that lifestyle for a little bit when I was like on the younger age, like 16, and I bought like synthetic Molly. So like I've been testing the drugs since a long time. But back to my main thing is about the porn industry, is like you get caught up in that, and then if you're doing OnlyFans, you're also like you need to be good at social media, you need to be good at networking, and you need to be good at all those things. Otherwise the girls are giving like 60% of their like company away to these like
their income.
Their income, so they're selling their like vagina online pretty much for absolutely nothing.
And also I mean,
and then
go on.
I guess the last thing I have to say is like I've heard it on the show a million times that like no like top value guy, and this is like even the guys on Seeking are gonna want to date somebody and go exclusive with somebody that's like talking to other men.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. And what's your point with that?
My point with that is like you have to settle down and just see one guy, if that like, and not be on OnlyFans and not do sex work
that's
and all.
What? You think that's bad?
No, I think that's good to like give it all up and not do sex work and not do OnlyFans.
Well, hold on.
So
You've just stated two different things.
Sorry, what did I say?
You said that guys don't want to go exclusive with women who are dating other men.
Guys don't want to be exclusive with girls that are doing like OnlyFans and sex work and things like that, because they don't value those women like for what it is, whether they're on Seeking or not. That's where you meet them. It doesn't matter if they're on the site and you meet them. They don't want that.
Do you object to men having the preference of not dating those types of women?
I think that.
Okay, so what's your?
No, I'm just saying like it's really like, because I guess where I'm saying that now is because like I would like to be in an exclusive relationship with one of the guys I met on Seeking, but I couldn't give up sugaring because it's addicting. So I went back to it and then I lost it. But I'm just saying like, this isn't about me and my like arrangement right now. I guess like the reason why I wanted to come out here is to talk about how dangerous the porn and OnlyFans industry is. Because like I had come encounter with like a guy that gave me that slept with me knowing that he had gonorrhea, didn't disclose it, like like all these really and then like people faking their STD test, like that's a huge thing. It's like they'll edit their
Hold on. Didn't you say that you were sleeping with like 10 men at the same time?
Yeah, and I make them get STD tested.
But do you think they're sleeping with 10 women at the same time?
No, they're not like.
They're not.
Like the men I.
So wouldn't you be the risk factor in all those relationships?
Well, with the porn industry, yes, absolutely. Like it gets really scary with the STD stuff, but I didn't really know that going into it. So the reason why I started OnlyFans was actually
Hold on. Let's stay focused. You're going all over the place here.
Sure.
Okay. So you accused a guy of, did he knowingly give you gonorrhea, or was he?
He was.
How do you know he?
Sure.
Maybe he didn't know.
The girl that called me after the shoot actually told me.
Oh, he was a S worker himself.
No, he was an OnlyFans dude. He was actually signed on with an agency called Hussy Models. So it's in the porn industry. Yeah.
Yeah. So a sex worker.
Yeah. So like a sex worker. Yeah.
Was it in the context of work that he gave you the STD?
In the context
was it shooting a scene?
Yeah.
Yes, but it wasn't a scene that I signed on. He reached out to me and was like, hey, I'm signed with Hussy Models, do you want to do this shoot? And I was new in the industry, so I said yes. And then the girl called me after, was like, you didn't just shoot with Mike because he's been sleeping with me and like got the exposure of gonorrhea. But like, yeah, and so that was traumatic for me because actually like shortly after this agency that we test through for STD testing for the porn industry. It's in Tampa. It's called talent testing. They told me that I have like MGen, which is like another STI. So at that point, I was like really freaked out about it.
Isn't that like a breach of duty of care? Like, I know I'm just talking like business, but isn't that company kind of like liable for not making sure that their talent?
Yeah, so but that's the thing. They didn't assign us to work together because I wasn't signed with an agency. This was actually my third weekend of ever even doing OnlyFans. Like, I kind of blew up on my Twitter and stuff. Like, a lot of people wanted to work, a lot of big porn people wanted to work with me, but I didn't know anything about porn or like what I was getting into. But really, like, I tried to stop.
Change the split.
Yeah, I tried to like stop sugaring, so that's why I did OnlyFans, because I knew like
on me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, there are women who have come out of the industry, and they have turned their lives around, and they've got a great message to spread. And I would encourage you to use your experiences as a positive, because lots of people have lots of different experiences, and many people will go through that thing where they think, okay, I've got a really nasty past. I've done some really terrible things. Now it's my time to accept that what I did was wrong, and that it's wrong for other people to do it.
No, absolutely, it really is.
That's a good message. And the drug harm reduction thing, honestly, that's going to save lives. So, you know, if you want a silver lining in all of this, like, someone might watch this and they might go get their drugs tested and not die of a fentanyl overdose.
Yeah,
and
I just did a festival.
Some good that you've created, you know what I mean?
And they come up and they test their drugs, and like, I'm a Narcan distributor.
That's great. That's really good.
Your intentions are really, really great.
For
we just
real.
want you to have those same convictions for yourself.
Yeah, and for people that are married.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, them too.
This is like a little daughter learning from her mom.
Yeah.
Wholesome. That's wholesome. That's beautiful. Seriously, you should be proud of that part. Like, that's really, if it saves one life, like that's makes it worth it. You know what I mean? Seriously.
So yeah, I mean, there's a silver lining and there's positives to draw from it.
Yeah.
But I think that as long as it doesn't come from a place of blaming other people and saying, "Oh no, it was the horrible men who got me into the porn," you made that decision.
I take full responsibility for the decisions I made.
Yeah.
If I can give any advice to women, like, and this can go on like for all the downsides of it, it's just like, don't like. Another thing too is I noticed, like, when I was doing Seeking, is it was a lot to be more discreet and it wasn't so like publicly online. And then once I went online, like, people devalued me as a person like so much more.
Yeah.
Like,
hold on.
Nobody even took me seriously.
So I'm sorry. I'm gonna give pushback here.
Sure.
Okay. So we can have this like moment here where you're having this revelation here. It doesn't mean jack shit unless you actually take some action.
Yeah.
Do you currently have an active OnlyFans? Will you delete it right now?
Yes.
Let's go.
Hold on.
Pull up my Twitter and look.
No, your Twitter has fucking porn on it. What are you fucking crazy?
Can I read you something that I wrote
no,
on
I don't
Twitter?
want to pull it. We can't pull up your Twitter. It's totally TOS.
I will delete it right now.
Secondly, you said you're addicted to Seeking, sugaring. Where
I deleted my Seeking range.
You've already deleted it because I was about to ask you, will you delete your Seeking?
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's get rid of it. We'll do one of those interventions where we get a 3-month update and she's like,
don't.
Wait,
don't. Hold on. We're just gonna have to. No, don't fucking. Bro, stop. Sit the fuck down. Bro, we don't want to. You got a fucking tattoo? What the fuck?
It's a snake because I got a
That's.
Wait, let me tell you why. Because what I learned in the industry is that, like, snakes, they shed their skin, so you can like shed a new like
shed your skin.
Yeah, shed your skin.
Yeah, but Brian raises a good point here in the sense that you do have all these things active, and that there is a sense of accountability.
No,
that you
I
have
do
to,
really want to delete
second.
that.
So that you do have these things active, and that there is an accountability, and we can have this moment all we want. But at the end of the day, it comes down to taking action and responsibility. So talk is really cheap with these things. So yeah,
that's true.
That guy Slingshot donated $199.99. Where is Andrew Wilson when we need him? Abdul, get the rocks ready.
What does that mean?
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Don't disrespect the lovely male guests that we have currently. Come on.
Thank you, Slingshot.
My Twitter, like, I'm serious.
I think he can't bring it up because of the YouTube terms of service, not because he doesn't want to look at your Twitter. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Bro, you have like nude photos and
I'm
like.
sorry. Okay.
You have nude stuff still
but
on
I
your
haven't
Twitter.
posted a nude
your
like 5
Twitter
days
still
ago.
links. You say you post very often on OnlyFans on your Twitter.
That's my agency that wrote that. So at one point I did have somebody.
It's your Twitter. The buck stops with you.
Is
man.
it not your?
Yeah, this is all new. Like I really I'm not lying.
I'm turning my computer because I don't want this
Are you
to pop
willing
up.
to delete your
Wait,
arrangements
well, hold
and
on.
OnlyFans
What,
right now?
I absolutely want to.
I think you have to log in to. I don't have. To
Yeah,
be able to
'cause,
see.
I
mean, it
really-
says you're currently available now, active now on OnlyFans.
She
Currently.
doesn't even have her phone.
Yeah, it's like somebody that's still
Like a
logged
chatter,
into. Yeah.
a typer.
This is the second time in a week that this has happened to us.
Sorry.
Man.
Yeah.
I'm not really actually on it. I'm still editing. I'm actually deleting my Twitter too.
Yeah.
Are you?
I am.
Are we able to do all of that right now?
Sure.
Like a full
Let's do
digital
it.
detox, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Let's.
Maybe you feel
This
good.
is your
you know what I mean?
intervention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be good if we could get a scalp on the show. Yeah.
The scalp.
Yeah. Get an
Yeah.
OnlyFans scalp. Get rid of it. 100%.
What does your phone look like?
What does my phone look like? I'm gonna do my phone. That's invasion.
Well, I'm not gonna go through.
No. He was gonna grab it for you so you could delete these.
I just-
tabs.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just wanting to. You know, I think it's fair for people to be skeptical in situations like this. So.
I agree.
I really want to delete it though. I really want to delete it because I really want to be in an exclusive relationship with like my
I
arrangement.
think that the trouble is that we don't know what your intentions are, whether you're serious or not, or whatever. And also, you are impaired as well, and you're emotional. You're also.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
we can wait it and see. We can wait
Yeah.
and see.
Honestly, yeah.
She is okay. God
And
damn.
yeah, you're getting emotional, and nobody wants to hound on somebody
you're
who's
fine.
impaired and emotional,
this
it's a tough situation.
Yeah,
so I think
it's fine.
it's a lose-lose, to be honest.
It's fine. I mean, you'll see that I'm off of the industry. I mean, if people go to my Twitter right now,
honestly, I'm like.
If you are in a few
I know
months, it's
you
great.
guys want to be supportive because she was crying.
Yeah,
and people,
thank you,
People on the
but
internet,
that's-
stop. People on the internet would be like, "Oh, Brian's a fucking." AB check.
That's not what I want.
People on the internet would be like, "Oh, Brian's too harsh. He has no heart."
You've
blah, blah,
been
blah.
very nice,
I'm very
Brian.
skeptical. I'm very, very skeptical.
About what?
I've been sitting here for a year and a half, having these girls come in, come
Yeah.
out, talk a big game, fucking crocodile tears, all this shit. I don't know if I'm fucking jaded, but I'm very skeptical in these kind of situations.
serious.
That's why I'm not sitting here and being like, oh, I'm just.
this is
maybe I'm
actually real
jaded, I don't
life.
know.
I'm not lying.
Who are the biggest jaded ones? Like, what have you seen people do? Where they just come and talk a big game and then go. Make
No,
it
well,
well
it's
or
not
something?
even like, oh, I'm gonna change. It's just like, honestly, I don't believe. I don't believe anybody after doing the show for like a year and a half.
Well,
it's
you
very
have
hard
trust
for me
issues then.
Well, I don't trust a lot of people either, but I think a lot of your genuine thoughts came out. After repeatedly being asked about the husband thing, that was a big
Yeah.
deal to me. The thing about a McDonald's worker.
That guy Slingshot donated $199. Look, if you're being serious and genuine, then I'm super proud of you and happy. But I can't help but be skeptical based on your careless attitude starting earlier.
Okay,
Just
well,
saying.
That's I understand where you're coming from, that with the marriage thing and being careless with that. But in a serious note, I do take a lot of time. I'm researching these studies that are doing nonprofit organizations for STD testing, and what they do is they allow for us people in the industry to go to. It's
Gone Girl donated
basically-
$200. For the love that is all holy, move the F on.
Yeah, I
she
was
is
just gonna-
clearly
Yeah,
on something.
Yeah.
This
wanna move on.
podcast has
Okay,
turned
let's just
into a
move on
therapy
then.
session.
You know what I want to talk about is
Wait, really quick.
Yeah.
Would you be able to grab your phone and see if your girlfriends are down to just fucking hop on?
on the phone.
Very good idea.
No. Well,
Come up,
in
come up.
studio.
Here, then come.
In
Yeah,
studio.
come up.
Just tell them to fucking drive over, come up.
If you can charge my phone.
Tell them they only
maybe?
get one
Yeah,
shot.
can somebody charge your phone?
Shoot your shot.
I say, why not? We'll throw them on the podcast for a little bit.
Or on the phone if they want to.
Can I take a break?
Yeah, if you want, that's fine. If you want to step away for a little bit. That's fine.
It's the one with the circle in the back.
Let me read this chat here. We have Dylan Lawley. Sorry, Brixan. I just missed Andrew. Shirt freedom over everything. Shout out.
No, not that one.
Black guns matter. Okay. Hat make politicians afraid again. Yite. Oh, no, bro. Okay, disavow. Disavow. Disavow.
Lord.
Modest Hikima donated
the legend.
$200.
The legend himself.
Brixan Huge W Girl 2 wants the sympathy vote since bottom 1% of question for panel. What are your thoughts on Nala, previous of Girl on Whatever, who recently converted back to Christianity?
I mean, I'm less skeptical of her but I mean, I think there's actually perfectly valid reason to be skeptical of that. Thoughts on Nala, I mean,
same here. I mean,
good for her though if it's legit. I mean, yeah.
You don't really know the ins and outs of somebody's personal life, and like as a Christian, your job is to will the good of the other and to hope and pray for the good of the other. And I hope that she's genuine and I hope she's sincere. But if I were her and if I were turning this big corner in my life, I'd get off the internet 100%, and I'd focus on my private life. I wouldn't be going on Michael Knowles' show and all of that. But you know, if
it could be genuine,
yeah.
it could.
It's hard to
not,
say,
so.
and like right now as well, it's also hard to say. And I wish the best for her. Yeah.
You know what I want to talk about while my phone is charging is females who see men as objects and just a bank account, but they still want a healthy marriage or a successful marriage with a high value man. Like that's like my main ick.
We'll come to that in just a sec. Let me just get through a couple things. Nick, can you pull up Twitch? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Brian looks as nervous as a blank in church waiting for that chick to violate YouTube's TOS.
Good point. I'd be nervous
I mean,
too.
it's been, honestly, even before the show, I was having some hesitations. So, Real Trump, thank you, man. Nervous as I think the blanket there is a 304. Real Trump, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Back to Twitch, guys. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you guys for all the follows over there and all the primes.
Brian, that girl left, apparently.
Wait, she left?
Yeah, Joe tried to go, but apparently she left.
Oh, she's like...
It seems like she did.
Okay. Wait, but Joe, just a point of clarification, Joe. Like, because she said she did want to take a break. Like, did she just want to go for a walk, or she said she's leaving?
She asked for her bag, and then I thought she was grabbing something out of it.
Yeah, so I had good reason to be skeptical. I mean, the fact that she just lied right there. Oh, can I take a little break? Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe it was getting to the point of, hey, okay, let's delete your Twitter. Let's delete your OnlyFans.
We were going to get a scalp.
And then, so, okay, well, I'm going to take her out of the, I mean, if she just walks off on false pretenses, I'll just take her out of the description then.
Should I yell for her to come back? I see her walking.
I mean, hey, look, there's a seat for her friend now.
Ask her if she's coming back.
Yeah, can you ask if she's coming back? Just
ask.
see if she's coming back, but I'm pretty sure that's a rage quit.
She's in her car.
Okay, sweet.
She's in a car.
Okay, that makes...
I don't think she should be driving, but
Oh, wow.
Look at that, she got a bunch of attention, and then as soon as we want to move it on, she...
Do you know what's funny, bro?
Yeah.
You were just talking about being jaded, and I'm like, please describe to me a scenario where you've been jaded. And then instantly, can I go take a break? Drives off
And then
the
lies.
podcast.
And lies. I mean, look, honestly, in a
Sorry,
lot
I
of...
feel bad. No, that's not cool.
It isn't cool.
No.
A lot of the jadedness actually is like shit that the audience doesn't even see. It's all the bullshit that you have to deal with behind the scenes, the no-shows, the flakes, the rude behavior, the entitled behavior, like the amount of people that will have no-shows. We like, and they'll lie too. Like we'll have last-minute cancellations. It's not just they cancel last minute, that's rude on it in itself, but they'll just lie. My car broke down. Oh, I'm sick. And then you look at their Instagram story later that night. They're at the bar, they're at the club, they're at the party. These people lie. They're super liars. Doing this show, like some of the shit I hear on the show is like, yeah, it's bad, but the behavior, like just trying to basically talent coordinate is the most like soul-sucking shit ever, dude.
If it makes you feel better, so we've got 500 influencers on our books. We get it all the time. All the time.
It's a nightmare.
So you should see the
Nightmare.
the mental breakdowns I have to deal with, where like someone will just fucking pop off. They're like, I'm gonna. One chick. Sorry, not to stereotype.
Wait, where's Maddie?
behind you.
Oh. Okay. Holy
took her
shit,
with her.
she just came out of nowhere.
She's barely moved.
One girl had a mental breakdown on
Yeah,
Instagram
sorry, I
Live.
didn't mean to interrupt
No,
you.
no, it's cool. She had a full breakdown. She's like, "Fuck these guys, they're effing that." I'm like, get off Instagram, get off. She's having a full mental breakdown. She's trashing the brand. She's like, "You guys are this, that." She wakes up the next day. She's like,
Maddie,
"Oh
do you
yeah,
wanna
sorry, I
take
had a
that
breakdown." So yeah, it's
Maddie, you can take that seat over
She
there.
just drove off heavily impaired.
I don't know
That's
how
why she
you-
can't
yeah.
date a police officer.
Yeah.
Wow, actually, really good observation there. You're not like supposed to drive.
No.
on.
No.
A lot of
Sure.
people say I have my medical card, but you still can't drive impaired.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah.
That's.
Anyways,
It's really
let's not give her any more attention than is.
I don't feel like talking into this mic. Can I like disinfect?
She already ate that mic.
Yeah.
She already ate it.
Yeah.
She gave that mic a
Oh,
swallow
fuck,
coffee.
she's not. Wait, did you see that? Madison took the seat booster off. She's like, I'm not gonna sit on that.
I don't blame her.
Yeah.
I don't
No, what do you think when girls are like look impaired like that? Is it even good to talk to them? Like,
It's not good to drive.
I don't know. I feel like it isn't necessary because it's so rare. But like, do I need to start including like, hey, please don't come on the show like drunk or
Yeah.
high?
Yes,
Like-
I do think you do need to.
Yeah,
do that.
Brian.
But most
It's
people
definitely
come like everybody here sober.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, we
we're
did
So
all
why
logical
do I have
individuals.
to add this thing in the pre-show where it's like, please don't come on?
Because you
And
have
like-
you have weird and strange people come on here.
I
a
guess
lot of
that's
times,
true.
The raccoon
Brian.
was
But
my
also,
favorite.
It's their normal.
A raccoon.
It's
The
probably
raccoon.
it is probably a good idea.
Madison, there
I've
is
never really watched the podcast. I always
He had a raccoon on the podcast.
or just don't touch it. You'll-
Didn't she like
A
go
dead
like
one.
this?
No, she barked. She used the
Oh,
raccoon
yeah,
to
that's-
bark at Brian and
that's
I.
right.
A real raccoon?
It was a taxidermy raccoon.
Why did she
how
have
do you
that
even
in?
how do you,
she
how
start
do you even
mentally
know
unwell?
if people
Yes.
are being serious? How can you even take someone at face value if they, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
part of the game,
All of
man.
the time that was just dedicated
what
to that.
Yeah.
do we call that? Was that it? Was
Really
it a rage
unfortunate.
quit? Is that categorized as a rage quit?
It was
I think
more
she
of
got-
like meltdown.
Meltdown, yeah.
Meltdown.
She finished
quit.
melting down. I think it was the pressure of deleting that stuff.
A meltdown walk.
All right,
Meltdown
let's change
after
the title
refusing to delete.
One meltdown.
Strumpet melts down.
Strumpet meltdown.
Maddie's a pro at this
I
point.
just hope nobody.
Trust issues
What's a
and lie to
strumpet?
your face.
But I hope nobody gets run over on the way
but
home.
good point, Nick. I don't know if you guys heard him. She said that I had trust issues, then lied about wanting to take a break and just left. So
Yep, proves your point.
yeah. I mean, I was giving her pushback there in her moment, but I mean, I don't know. I was kind of skeptical. So she's probably like listening to some gangster rap and driving back to.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Run over a family of ducks.
wait, what?
Poor ducks.
I know.
The
Oh, okay,
gopher
okay.
Brian saved,
Yeah.
now dead under her car.
Oh, the other thing.
R.I.P.
Oh, I do have to. Did I read this one? Sifar to the future Maka's worker. Men are paying you for sex because they don't want their wife to kiss their kids with the mouth. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
That thing. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, I guess. Oh, really quick, Nick, could you pull up our Instagram at whatever? I wanted to. So, guys, I know I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that our message button is broken. I'll come back to the.
Grid
oh my
1
God, it is
Motorsports
Grid
donated
One.
$200.
Where's he been?
Trauma Llama says meth is a hell of a drug. Methed up pistas are a special treat. Who's lie? It is what they do. Not shocking at all. The only downside is we are still talking about her dumbass.
Let's talk about
we're gonna
something
move
else.
on. We will
Yeah.
move on. I do want to say this about the great, legendary Grid 1 Motorsports.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
He's back.
He's back.
Yo, dude, good to see you in the chat, man. Grid 1.
Food for Tho donated $200. According to my calculations, the average male ding-dong is 5.25 inches. 50 bodies x 5.25 is 262.5 inches. That is almost 22 feet of diff ding-dong. If her body count is taller than me, it's too high.
That's a good way. I like that. I like that measurement. That's good. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the math, man. Always very helpful. And thank you. So, do you think your phone's charged? Do you want to see if one or two of your girlfriend? Let's get them on the show.
Yeah, no,
Let's
I'm
get
game
them
for
on
this.
the show.
Let's go.
Tell them that we got Arizona iced tea that they can have. I guess that's
Some
the
C4s.
That's the sale. I guess that's the sale.
Call them?
Don't call them, but can you text or maybe
Maybe call them.
Or
It's
step
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
Yeah, just step out and call them.
maybe call them like
Work your
we can't
magic,
do it
let's
on
go.
camera. We can't do it on camera just because wiretapping shit. But
Oh wow, that's a good
Felony.
I thought of that.
Yeah. Okay, so guys, we are going to. Wait, oh man, we didn't even get into all her notes. It's so sad. Oh yeah, pull up the Instagram, guys, please. So I mentioned this at the beginning of the show. Our message button is broken. Here's the thing though, some people get it, and these are typically, you might see the message button if you've messaged us before, or you've interacted with the page before, you're following us, you might see it then. But what I want you guys to do, on that very first photo, the casting photo, Nick, could you click it? I've opened up the comments.
This one?
Yeah, I've just opened up the comments on it. If there's a message button, just type 1. If there's no message button, leave a comment saying 2. 1, wait, hold on. Just say, no, that's gonna be too complicated. Just say,
It's not gonna update right now, right?
you'll have to refresh it.
Okay.
So if there's a message button, say there's a message button. If there's no message button, say you don't see a message button. And this is gonna be, so if you guys can, go to instagram.com/whatever, because we're trying to figure out what's going on with our page. It's making it harder for our casting because our message button is broken. So just leave a message on that photo. I'll look at it later. So appreciate it, guys. Also, be sure to go subscribe to Jake's OnlyFans page. It's currently discounted $4.99. Just kidding.
No.
He doesn't have. Wait, OnlyFans? No OnlyFans?
No. No. Should I?
Definitely should. All right, we have, let's see here. Let's talk to Lauren. What's the story of how you met your husband?
Okay, I was working as a nurse at the time, brand new nurse, 21 years old. We went to a happy hour with my coworkers at a restaurant, like slash bar kind of thing. And so my coworker, who was dating his brother, invites him. He comes in, and okay, so we meet, and I thought he was just absolutely gorgeous. Well, fast forward, we were dating a couple months, and I assumed, and he told me, because I asked for him to verify that he was my age, 22, 21, whatever I was at the time. Made sense because we were at the bar. And then around, I don't know, a couple months later, he took me behind my place of work and said he had to tell me a secret, like something that was very important. And I just kind of looked at him like, okay, you know, what, you have a family, kids, wife, like what is this? And he said, I'm actually turning 19. And I had to tell you because my family's having a get together. I had never met his family, and they want me to invite you. And I could not, there was no way I was believing this. Like, cause that, not that it matters now. I'm not really huge into the age difference, but at that age, if you're able to, like, he graduated high school when I graduated college. It was just very bizarre. And I asked him for his driver's license because I'm like, you've got to be kidding. Like, please be 40 or something. And then he handed it to me, and it was, yeah, he was 18, turning 19, and he just, well, anyway, I ended up marrying him, so it doesn't quite matter, but at the time, it was a huge deal to me.
A white lie.
How long did it take for you to get over it?
It was very hard for me. Even on our wedding day, I remember thinking like, dang, like I still haven't told people like his real age because it was just weird. I'm sorry. It was weird. He was 19 when we only dated for a year, and then he proposed and we got married. But yeah, it was very, very bizarre. I looked at his ID thinking it was the opposite of a fake ID. Like, okay, maybe he's just 40 and he wants to look 19. I don't know.
Reverse fake ID.
But no, he had like a Justin Bieber haircut in the photo, and I was like, who is this kid? Yeah.
Huh, okay.
Little white lie.
Fun story.
And all's good though?
All's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Now it doesn't matter much,
good,
you know, 4-year difference, not a big deal.
Good. You also said that, or I'll just let you state it, but I'll prompt you. High body count and S work should be what?
Should be a red flag, should be immediate disqualifier. I just think it's absolute degenerate behavior. I think it's indicative of the type of woman you're going to get. That kind of stuff is forever. It's going to be online forever. Mm-hmm. You're not going to, like, that can be tracked. It affects your marriage, it affects your children. Yeah, it's not a wise choice. And it just shows a lot about a person if they're doing that. Now, I do 100% believe that a person can move forward from that, but you know, you still have to be aware that the man has to know that could be something that could come up in their lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I agree.
I agree. Yeah.
Immediate disqualification. What do you consider a high body count for a woman?
Oh, anything over 10.
Anything over 10?
10 and over.
10 and
yeah.
over. Any ladies
Or too
here?
high.
Any ladies?
I think over 5.
Yeah,
Over
5 is a
five?
lot.
It depends now. I got married when I was 22, so that is absolutely way too high at that age. I think, now that people are getting married later, which I disagree with, but they're getting married later and later, body counts are going to be a little bit higher unless you're Christian and you have those morals and standards of waiting till after you're married.
Okay. Let's see here. I have a question for you. So, like, both of you are involved in healthcare. You're a pediatrician. You are
I
what?
was a medication aide.
Medication aid.
Yeah.
All right. So, like, it's been this ongoing theme here that, like, the lads here, we think that nurses are kind of red flags. What do you guys think about that?
I disagree, but I mean, I don't know. I think I understand your point about travel nursing, of course, but I guess I don't understand why it would be considered a red flag. Do you think the hours or I don't know.
It could be a couple things. I mean,
maybe a little bit of the trauma as well of being a nurse.
The
Quite a
drama?
Trauma.
Oh, the
It's like
trauma.
quite a
I
traumatizing
understand.
industry.
Yeah. I think that's why police officers and nurses oftentimes end up together. I think there's trauma on both sides that you have to kind of work through. But again, it's the job you took on. If you have a serious passion for it, it's not something that you typically allow it to interfere with your relationship. With everything my husband and I have seen, all the death and everything, like we could not allow that to come in between our, it's like you have to take care of yourself first and your marriage and yeah.
I'd say it's a not a red flag for me. It's one of the more green flag industries. It means they're pretty caring.
Yeah.
Pretty good people.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were referring to is there a Grey's Anatomy type situation?
I mean, they'll look after you when you're sick. Like if you ever get sick, you get a
But maybe you guys can talk a bit about this. Once you lose your empathy, they start seeing people just as a number, not as a human. So it could be the case that it actually starts working in the reverse, that they get jaded a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, I've been a nurse. Well, I was a nurse for 11 years, and I can say that I personally never held the boundary that you're required to have in terms of not getting too attached to your patients. I always have been very attached to my patients. I had worked with cancer children for a very long time. It's hard not to get emotional and empathetic when a mom hugs you and you know her child is going to be diagnosed with cancer tomorrow, and they're telling you, just please tell me everything's going to be okay, and you can't tell them that. I don't think I've ever lost that, but I also think that does weigh heavily, and it does carry through in my everyday life. I have to work very hard to separate that. But I don't necessarily think everybody loses empathy. What I will say is that I have met older nurses where I say they're desensitized. They need to book it out of the job field because they're clearly not even. Yeah, and I've experienced it with even the care of my own father, like meeting nurses like that where they just really don't care. They're just looking at a patient like a subject, honestly.
Would you say that yours or your husband's job is more traumatizing?
I would think my husband's, he works in Harrisburg City. So in Pennsylvania, it's a really very, very bad area. And I watched High Speed Chases that he was just in on Friday.
Police activity.
Are you watching it live
on YouTube?
No, I watched it after the fact. He won't send me any of that live because I would be. I have all the faith in the world in my husband. He's been police officer of the year for 3 years in a row, officer of the county. I have all the faith in the world, but at the end of the day, there's just criminals. And
what do you
just
think
dangerous.
about the defund the police movement?
Hey, defund the police. You should go on a list of people, and when you call because you need the police, they should say, sorry, you voted to defund the police. Good luck, though.
Yep.
Yeah. Really quick, just bringing it back to nurses. This is kind of... So, okay, this is like a theory I have. It could be totally baseless. But, like, if you're dating a nurse, let's say she works in a hospital, aren't hospitals, like, really disgusting?
Yes.
Well,
they are
I guess
disgusting.
it depends.
But so I was like, it occurs to me, like, if you're dating a nurse...
Rule.
Like, she brings back...
Absolutely, but
Like
your immune system would be so legit after that.
Wait, the guy or the girls?
Yep, both of you. She brings it
Well,
home.
that's what I'm thinking, bro.
Yep.
Like
immune system gets real. My kids and my husband and I, we have great immune systems, you know. But also, she should remove her scrubs, get a shower, take off the shoes,
of
stuff
course,
like that.
shower afterwards.
You and your germophobia, bro.
No, I swear. Like I think about this shit.
it's
I'm
true,
like,
yeah.
if I'm dating a nurse, bro, like,
Yeah, it's
what about
understandable.
the MRSA, the C. diff?
Yeah.
Is C. diff transmissible between
Yeah,
people?
sure. Yep.
Yeah, she's gonna bring back C. diff.
Well, no.
What's C. diff?
Clostridium difficile. It's
You're gonna have to English that for me.
found in your stool, basically.
In your what?
Stool. Your poop.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's the other than a GI bleed, other than a gastrointestinal bleed, it's probably the most potent smelling poo
Yeah,
you'll
C.
ever
diff
see.
always has a particular friggin' smell.
Yeah.
And
Or
that
like-
can only be cleansed through hand washing with soap and water, not with sanitizer. So.
And then I think the other thing where it can potentially be an issue with dating is that nurses are typically like surrounded by
I love this.
very like by doctors, which in terms of like are up there in terms of
High value men.
high value men, and so they're constantly around these men, and
Well, that's if you
but
work in
they're
a
nurses.
hospital. In a nursing home, there's there's like
there's
one
docs.
doctor.
There's no Chad grandpas walking around.
Okay, well, but yeah.
So
really, no.
what do you think? I'm thinking. This is what I think. My husband thought the same. You think an attending physician looks like McSteamy on Grey's Anatomy kind of thing?
No, not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
But aren't a lot of nurses like pining after the doctors?
I was thinking more
I would
house.
love to speak on
The guy
that.
from House.
So I worked in a hospital for 2 years. That's where I met my boyfriend, who hopefully will be my husband someday. And you had said, I want to bring it back just a second. You had said that the older nurses are like, quote unquote, like not as good.
No, desensitized.
Desensitized. Okay. I actually would say roles reversed on that because I worked in ICU, neuro ICU. I worked on like inpatient gen surge. I think our newer nurses are having a harder time having that empathy but separating it. Because if you have so much empathy for your patient, it does get in the way of patient care. You make different decisions and the outcomes are different. Are you taking in the patient's considerations as much, or are you pushing on what you think that they should have?
You keep them number one, the patient. If you're super empathetic, you keep them number one in their wishes, and you'll carry it through till the very end. Yeah, I just meant older women desensitized, but in terms of the attending physicians, we're talking like they're like old, like older. They're like older. They're not McSteamy. McSteamy is the residents who are in massive amounts of crippling debt. And no, I can honestly say no. Never once have I looked at a doctor and thought, yes, I want that to be my
A
man.
lot
No,
of nurses do.
Wait, a lot of nurses do want the doctors?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
One of Wisconsin. Go Pack, go.
Well, yeah. So you're, because I mean,
yeah.
you said you're 20. You're dating. What's it, 8 years?
Yep.
28 resident.
Yep.
Physician.
Yeah. Surgeon.
Surgeon. Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of surgery? Orthopedic.
No.
You don't have to say. You don't have
I'm
to
not
say
gonna
if it's
say. I
like
wanna
yeah. That's fine.
respect
That's fine.
him,
That's fine.
because
They'll
as
find
Ben
out.
Shapiro has stated, you know, what you say as a doctor, healthcare.
Canon will be
can't-
used against you in a court of law.
Can't say anything. But, like when he goes to work, he comes home, nurses, of course they're hitting on him. I kind of like it. I'm like, okay.
You're like, yeah, that's my man.
Well, yeah, I like it. And I never worry when he comes home. You know, I have met some of them. So.
Wait, question. Does it go down in the janitorial closet?
No.
Not with you guys. I'm not saying you guys, but like
In the psych
do you
hospital,
see,
yes.
Like, do you see like nurses getting it on with, you know, does it
Security.
go down?
It's happened at my nursing home.
Does it go down?
They had sex in the kitchen.
Are they fucking
Oh,
in the
yeah.
With the
hospital?
old people?
No,
No.
it was
No.
like
With other people.
CNAs.
With it. Yeah.
So there's
No,
a bit of goss going around.
It's
the hospital.
hard. It's hard. It depends. Like in the psych hospital, I know it was happening on night shift. That was very evident. Everybody knew it. But I work day shift, and there's not a chance for an RN to walk away from her desk. There's just not.
Okay.
Somebody will get attacked. We don't have security, so we have to take people to the ground.
Okay.
But yeah, it happens.
Okay. We have a chat here from Grams. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yes, nurses are a curse. I remember having 4 nurses in the room while I sponge bathed. What? When it came to washing my
Surgery.
junk,
Like
I had
post-
4 nurses just waiting to see Me just...
Just to watch my.
Well, that
Okay.
is very unfortunate for you.
Sounds
I
like
could honestly say that would never be something we would
that
want
happened.
to watch.
It's like he was on
happened.
display.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Grams.
we don't look at body parts and think that
SpongeBob's
in
a
a
big
sexual way at all.
I
No.
broke 2 wrists at the
Wait,
same time.
make
Once.
that
That was hard.
Yeah.
Make
Yeah.
that face again,
You can
Maddie.
imagine.
Dude, like you're like looking up.
What?
You're making like a weird face. What was that?
Or was I like looking at my?
Oh, because your eyes go crossed when you try to look at it.
Yeah, your eyes. You were crossing your eyes. It was just kind of.
Do it again. That was funny.
It's just funny. Wait, did you? You should just do that throughout the show.
Yeah,
Did-
no,
did
she doesn't
you
want to
hear-
get ready for it. She doesn't want to come out.
She doesn't want to do it.
Might
What about a
strain
call?
her eyes or something.
She'll do a call
I
or no?
asked, do you want to do a call? But like, no.
What is she doing?
Cowardice.
What is the
Cowardice.
thing she doesn't want to come on? Like, what's her main?
She's scheduled to come on too.
But what's her main gripe that, like, you know?
She doesn't want
What does she most not want to be challenged on?
the body count shit.
Maybe,
really?
yeah.
There's
Guess what started it? Yeah, yesterday.
Is she good at defending the position?
Her best friend was talking mostly. She was just sitting there, but I think that's what, yeah.
the Arizona iced tea wasn't enough of a. Like those are like $1 each. Like that's a pretty good deal, right?
I didn't mention the Arizona. I don't think
It's
they
got like 40
Arizona,
grams of
but-
high fructose corn syrup. They're not down. Okay. Wait, so they like, do you guys have other stuff to do in like LA, or you pretty much just like came here for this?
No, we've been here since the 20th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All
We
right.
leave tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So yeah, but we did come here for this.
What if we?
Yeah.
We'll pop a champagne ball for her. What about that? She down? You think or no?
I can try again. I mean, if she, because she's from Wisconsin too,
Oh, is
so
she?
Oh,
maybe
look,
that would be.
yeah, they can like
We can
they
be
can
patterned.
talk their language together. They can talk their language.
2 Wisconsins and 2 Aussies.
Yeah.
That's dangerous.
And then the Fosters.
I know it would have been fun.
Maybe
Oh, yeah.
just a little
See?
extra toast. Okay. Well, basically, okay. I think we already
She
went
works
over
in
the
the
whole
hospital, too.
argument.
Does she?
Yeah.
What did she do? She
Oh, I don't know.
CNA? Phlebotomist?
You'll meet her. They'll pick me up. You can meet her.
Okay, I will.
Bring her up.
Tell her she has to come on because I have to go right to bed after.
Basically, I think my understanding was the argument was just like men need to accept women's past and they must be compelled to date women who've had sex with 100 men previously. That's basically your argument.
So the first group of girls, when I had my first episode, that we talked about the 100K, but for them, they just were more.
No, the 100 body count.
Oh, the 100 body count.
Yeah, like if a girl's got 100 body count, like men are compelled to.
Yeah, so they
date
just,
them.
I think their main point was that it should just be forgiven, especially if he is a Christian man or she's a Christian woman, that it should just be all forgiven and that's the end of the story. Like, just forgive. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is their position kind of, it would be wrong to not date them
because of their body count.
of their past.
It
It would be
shouldn't-
so they should be forced. They should be compelled to date these women.
Right.
Wait, is that actually their
Yeah,
position? They should
Yeah,
be compelled to date
It
somebody?
shouldn't be a factor in deciding if you should date a woman just because of her body count. And I
that's
also
crazy.
mentioned high value man. I didn't like the term high value man.
I don't like it
'cause-
either, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like. Well, they compared it
why?
to. Huh?
Why?
Well, what I was saying is, a man of high standards just wouldn't date someone with a high body count.
But I
They
consider
just-
someone that works at McDonald's as just like a moral, hardworking person. a
Right,
high-value
no, that's
person,
perfect,
personally
that's
as well.
fine.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's why the McDonald's thing was a bit controversial because it's like,
Yeah, those are the two first girls.
yeah,
Not-
but
yeah.
like not all values ascribe to money. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
and like
Yeah.
I've had fuck all money and I've had like unlimited money, but like I still feel like I've always
Right.
had the same morals and the same loyalty and the same ethics. And I
Right.
think that is what high value really is.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, how many dickheads do we know that have heaps of money?
Yeah.
But are they high value? You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think that's something to think about.
Yeah.
True. We do have Amanda the MedTech. I work in the lab in a Wisconsin hospital. Practice, let me pull that up. Practice what you preach and nothing comes home with you. I think all of us healthcare workers in general can be hard to date. We see all the weird shit.
Yes.
Based. Yeah. And I mean, if they're a travel nurse, then it's just like,
They make lots of money.
yeah, but don't really care. Good for them, I guess. David Treziak, be nice. Keep Nalax Schmerschen won on set. What? Have to go to pool game. Really, if had time, want to hear more from the lovely black woman and the lovely black hair girl more by the guy. They speak well. Okay. Thank you, David Treziak. I'm not sure. What is Nalax Schmerschen?
I wouldn't have a clue.
I have no idea. Clarify, David Treziak. You want to hear more from the lovely black woman?
Which guy? You speak better than me. He must be talking about you.
No, I think it was
You're
a
talking
girl.
about Priya.
The guy?
Yeah, I think he's talking about Priya.
The girl
and,
with the guy.
No, next.
Oh, the girl next.
Karina.
Yeah, okay. Well, now it all makes sense.
Ask me
Who speaks
anything.
well
I don't
enough?
mind.
What the fuck?
Me too.
Ask you anything.
Yes, because I love talking about this as well.
Let me. I could go to my notes really quick here for you. Hold on. Where is it? One sec. We're getting there, boys. We are getting there. Where are the notes? I don't even see anything. Really? Wow. Oh, Karina. Okay.
Karina.
You said that. So your current boyfriend is your second boyfriend, and you would during college, you'd go on dates. Each and each and every one of those men, they would always protect you. And your choice to not get into a relationship, not be sexual. However, when it came to females, the women, your maybe female friends or not colleagues, acquaintances,
the girls around me,
they were the ones who would always try to pressure you to make you lose your virginity, get a boyfriend, smoke weed, all the things you didn't want to do. Do you want to talk a bit about that?
Yeah, so that has been going on since I was in high school, and it was to the point where like there was this one girl, she would trick me, and she would be like, hey, let's go out, let's go to the mall, and there would be a guy there, and she's like, oh, I just want you to have a boyfriend, it's time, and that went on even in college, and I thought it would be different because I'm meeting different girls from different states and all this stuff, but it didn't, and I told myself I didn't want to have my first boyfriend until I was like 21. So when I did go on dates, I would let them know like, hey, I'm not ready for that. I'm too young. I'm still a virgin, and they would respect that and they wouldn't talk about it. But if I were to tell females, hey, I don't want to have a boyfriend. I don't want to have a boyfriend right now. I want to remain I want to stay a virgin. They'll be like, what? No, you need to lose it. You need to do this. You need to do that. And with the weed part, I did not want to smoke weed. I told all of the girls around me in my dorm, don't want to smoke weed. So they locked me in their car. So I was sitting in the back seat, and they were sitting beside me, and there was two in the front, and they locked the car. And they started smoking weed. So it was basically a hot box.
Oh my gosh.
And they told me, they're like, since you don't want to smoke weed, we'll just make you. You just have to.
I'd smash a window.
Yeah.
I'd
No,
smash
definitely not. That's why I always struggled with women, because it's hard for me to voice my opinion on what I think about marriage or life or God, and they just disagree, and
that sort of behavior
put
doesn't
me down.
discriminate. I've seen guys do dodgy stuff like that as well.
And that's the thing. I was so lucky that the men that I would speak to, or associate myself with, they never degraded me on my choices. So I was always lucky. But females, I'm not lucky in my life.
I've seen very similar behavior, not necessarily in my personal life, but even just speaking to women, a lot of the times it is very much like a peer pressure type of culture with that type of stuff. It's very interesting. And I've had either past romantic endeavors and even just male friends that will be very accepting of those types of values, and women tend to be a little bit more pushy on them. It's very interesting. I've seen very similar situations.
And it comes from jealousy too, because I remember this one female from my high school, and I told her I was still a virgin. She was like, oh, that's nice. I wish I was still a virgin. And but she was a little nicer about it, but some of them are not. Yeah. And it's sad. Because
I think it does come a lot of the times from a place of either ignorance or jealousy. I think people are at some point able to reflect on their own behavior and realize that it doesn't make them feel good, and when you have engaged in that same behavior and uphold yourself to those morals that maybe they're not conscious of it but wish that they did, they're very they feel guilty and they project it in a negative way, for sure.
And misery loves company.
Absolutely.
They were really trying to make me
100%.
like them.
I think that women generally have to be very careful with their friends as well, and you see this even with married women as well. Oftentimes, the reason why they will divorce is because they'll have a friendship group who'll be telling her, yeah, girl, you're not happy.
Right.
You're not happy. You just need to dump him and you'll be so much happier single. And it's just not the case, unfortunately.
And sometimes those are the ones that go to their husbands after, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's very interesting, this like hate men culture when it comes to women. It's even people that don't proclaim themselves as feminists, and maybe they'll say some sort of statement like I just hate men, and then they'll be like, I don't really hate men. It's like, well, are you a walking contradiction, first of all? But second of all, obviously you're saying that for some sort of reason. And I just find it very interesting that a lot of people aren't able to separate like that person's sex from their character. I'm like, there are horrible women out there. There's horrible men,
Why
of course.
give up?
Exactly. And seek out good relationships, whether that be romantic or a friendship. It's very interesting.
There's always some women that say they hate men that also need them for validation.
Absolutely. And they seek the most validation from men. Absolutely.
Yeah.
How do you guys select for friends? I'm interested. What are the key criterias?
God.
You're
Christian.
You're only as good as the company you keep. Girl, like you said, I'd prefer people that don't go out a lot. That's just not. It doesn't fit with my lifestyle anymore. I enjoy being friends with a lot of people that are in relationships as well or married, and of course Christians, believe in God, go to church, those kind of things.
And also females who kind of have the same like goal in their future marriage as me, like, because I want to be submissive and I want to be like, I want to let my husband lead. If she starts saying that's ridiculous or that's stupid or that's...
Sounds like you've got a few of these friends to fend off at the moment.
I'm a big believer in you really are a collective of the 5 people that you hang out with most. And I think there's a time and a place for if you have a good standard with your morals and whatnot. And I think that some people are very called to help people and kind of help shape other people's beliefs and behaviors. But at the same time, there has to be some sort of boundary or standard that you set for yourself and how you interact with these people. And I have a lot of people like that in my life, but I've come to terms in the type of people that they are and the type of friendships or relationships I can have with them, and I keep a distance when it's appropriate. And
it's the smartest thing to do too for our own mental health.
Absolutely.
As well.
Female friends can be recruiters, unfortunately.
Yes, they can.
I think you will find more peace in your life too if you're not surrounded by those friends that are promoting things that you wouldn't necessarily agree with or desire.
It just doesn't bring peace at all, because if I want to talk about it, there's just going to be like an argument or tension, and females, they hold grudges, so it's gonna
it's very hard to cut people off, but sometimes that's what's necessary.
Absolutely.
By the way, quick announcements, guys. For the rest of the show, TTS is going to be $69. For the remainder of the show, TTS has been lowered to $69. So if you want, get them in. Get them in, boys. Get them in. Let's see here. Let me just actually double check and make sure I save those settings. I think it should be set now. So if any of you want to get those in, we've lowered that. I guess also the base will just be 69 also to read, but it's just going to be TTS. So I guess read and TTS will be $69. I'll get that updated a little here. Did you have more on that? Speaking
Grid
of,
1 Motorsports donated $69. Women are evil.
They're
Like
not evil.
scorpions in a jar, they will all fight the one trying to get out of the jar. Women do not have true friends, and why a woman's only real relationship should be with her husband.
Yeah, I agree.
I always say my best friend's my boyfriend.
Yeah.
I don't think women are evil, but
I don't think we're inherently evil,
but it does seem to be the case. Like women will, like if they are promiscuous, they'll like push their female friends to be promiscuous because they like want that that.
They want to feel less guilty of what they're doing.
Yeah, they don't want to be the only one.
They want to be the only one.
They want their poor decisions
Herd
to be
mentality.
reaffirmed by knowing that these other women are also engaging in the same behavior as a means to justify
100%.
their behavior.
And it's literally mental to me. Like, I feel like that's a, like, oh my God. I just,
Brainwash.
Yeah.
Brainwashing. Yeah.
For shizzle.
I think that's why it's so much
Shizzle.
easier as like a married woman to have other friends that are married.
Yeah.
Because you kind of your goals are aligning.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I can't wait to be a wife. That's like my,
I'm
that's
so
always
excited.
been
You
my
and me
thing.
both, girl. You and me both.
I can't wait to be a wife also.
Yeah, you can ask
Waiting.
me.
Wait, what?
You can ask me anything. If you have more questions, I don't mind.
Oh, yeah. Hold on one sec. I'm just getting this. Does anybody here give me like a couple minutes to figure out my stuff on the computer? I'm going to open it up if anybody has a question or...
Do you girls have any questions for the fellas on the panel?
Good one.
At all?
How do you select someone that you would choose to be your wife?
Yeah,
Have
so
your
How long
kids?
will you wait to propose?
Oh, that's a great question.
Right.
That's a great question.
Because I want to.
I was gonna say, tune in, my boyfriend.
Yeah.
select, first of all, the selection criteria. For me, I've got my personal things, and the first one's obviously you have to be a Christian. It's non-negotiable. And then I think that the values tend to stem from that. If you guys are plugged into a good church and if you have a good community, then that's going to be something that's extremely important. Obviously, she's not going to embarrass me in public. I don't want someone who's loud and obnoxious.
Durandy donated $69. My inner George Costanza is happy to see that Bodyguard got a chair. Good stream tonight, but we need your friends to come in so Terry's some conflict again.
You need your friends to come in so there's some conflict again?
Yeah.
Wait, whose friends?
Her
Friends. Oh, yeah. Can they be bought?
Oh,
Can we
your
buy
friends
them?
be
Yeah.
Not like for sexual
I
intercourse or
know.
anything, but like not carnal knowledge, but just like for the podcast.
How much longer? I can maybe I can.
We got
Maybe a
maybe like
30-minute
another hour and a half of the podcast.
I'll ask again.
Pod.
I'll
Okay.
ask.
Can somebody get her phone? Wait, chat. What do you think? $100? Is that fair for like an hour to come on for an hour?
For one of them,
I think we could do both. Fuck it.
Yeah.
100 each.
Fuck it. New blood. For shizzle. Did you guys?
Yeah, so good values. Don't embarrass me in public. Don't be obnoxious. That's obviously very important. Kind, sweet, nurturing, feminine. If you've got a past with a lot of guys, then that is an absolute no-no, obviously. And yeah, there's also a lot of little things that you look for as well. Like one of the things that I find very important is if they're in good shape and they're in their 20s, do they actively exercise and do they enjoy exercise? Do they cook and do they like cooking nice, healthy food? That's very important.
Stolf84 donated $69. Bless you, Karina. Thank you for being authentic and
She's
representing
not at the
yourself
table.
well. Black women
Right.
are in these
She can hear.
spaces, too. Please come back on soon.
She's-
Gemstone, woman tipping hand, female sign, love you gesture, dancer, fire.
Okay.
Big hand.
She's a great girl.
You're doing great.
Super
She
sweet.
heard it.
Lovely.
She said, "Aw." Yeah.
Aw, thank you.
There it is.
Yeah, so those things, if she enjoys cooking and she cooks healthy meals and that sort of thing, that's really important because it shows that she's actively doing that and that one day she's not just going to, like blow out. That's pretty important. If she's putting those steps in place very early, if she's always going for this...
Grimnack donated $69. Bad company corrupts good character. Look, anyone can turn their life to Christ from being a 304, but that doesn't mean men have to accept your past.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody can turn it around, but it takes accountability first, of course.
I wouldn't necessarily even say that
I gotta
bad
turn the
company
chat off
has
for, like,
anything
30
to do with your
seconds.
character, because look who Jesus hung out with.
Just 30
Well,
seconds, boys.
Yes, but that also kind of ties into what I said earlier.
6 septillion 969 sextillion 696 quintillion 969 quadrillion 696 trillion 969 billion 696 million 969,696 donated $69. It's refreshing to see a BW that is based and not ratchet. Jake, how'd it go with Alexa? Also, the cop wife is annoying as shit and needs to shut the fuck up.
Okay. Do you guys want to respond? Or?
I feel like I need to address it. There's
What did he say?
There was a girl that was sitting next to me on Sunday on the podcast, and everyone thinks that she was into me, but nothing happened. We finished the podcast up and haven't got any news for you, unfortunately. I wish I had some goss.
That's it, boys. That is it. That's all there is. Guys, I'm going to open up the chat in just a sec. Something's buggy over here. Did you have more?
But, you know, I think that ties into what I said earlier. I think, especially, I mean, as a Christian and somebody that strives to be Christ-like, I feel like it is a bit of a calling for people like myself to help, and the end goal is to try and help turn people towards the way of Jesus, you know? And it is important, obviously, to be around people that you're able to influence in a positive manner, but there has to be a line that you draw for yourself so you don't become influenced by those people, you know?
And
I can get what you're saying.
And also, you can't really compare Jesus to normal people because Jesus is God.
Absolutely.
And Jesus came to the earth for a specific mission. And
yeah, of course. But we have to walk the way he walks. Try our best, because we're always going to fail, of course.
Yeah, but it's not a fair comparison to say, well, he went and dined with the sinners, so you guys should be. And I mean, there is a fair case to say that we should be trying to help people as much as we can, but yeah, it's not a great comparison to Jesus.
I don't know. I gotta disagree. I think it's pretty good comparison.
Well, how so? Go for it.
I mean, if you sit there and you hang out with people that seem bad or worse off than you or have poor morals or whatever, you can be a positive influence. You can bring them, like
you can,
like
but
you were
you
saying,
wouldn't
bring
want
them closer to Christ.
You wouldn't necessarily want to have them in your direct circle, though,
Exactly.
and have them constantly rubbing off on you. And I think it's
Well, that's if you really don't have the willpower to control yourself and you allow them to rub off on you.
No, I don't necessarily.
Grid One Motorsports donated $69. As an unofficial member of the panel, what I love about my wife is that she is the only person in my life I have ever missed. Beauty fades, attitudes change, we grow old. Be purposeful in your choice.
Well said. Yeah, well said.
No,
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Thank you, Grid One. Well put.
I think you're confusing what we're trying to say a little bit. It's not necessarily, I'm going to hang out with these people. It's more like you try and be, for lack of better terms, a voice of reason a bit in people's life. And I mean, if I meet somebody and I may not be friends with them necessarily, but if I have a conversation with them and I have an opportunity to maybe bring them to church with me one week, that's like some sort of example, you know, and just even having like very casual conversations with people in passing. That's sort of what I was getting at least, not necessarily keeping these people in a close-knit friend circle, you know. I don't think you going out and partying with these people is a good idea, you know.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
why I said like the self-control and the willpower. You don't gotta be like them.
Vash_the_stampede donated $69. Interventional radiologist Doc here. Wow. Much love to our healthcare workers, and it makes me happy to see women of value on the pod. Jesus saves.
Yeah, good panel tonight.
Love you, Adam, in a platonic fashion.
Yo, Vash the Stampede, thank you for the TTS, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it was a good panel. Some solid Sheilas as the.
Oh man, how do you know he taught you that one?
Oh my God! Oh, just in time, we have the legendary Stay Safe.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Stay Safe. He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer. I hope you had a great stream over there. Were you Sunken Temple? Were you raiding? If you guys don't know, Stay Safe is a World of Warcraft streamer, and since he did raid us, I'm gonna ask a World of Warcraft dating related questions. So going around the table for all the ladies. Oh.
Brian's lost son donated $69.
I'll get to
Saw this making some rounds on social media. Question to the ladies. Would you rather be stuck in the forest alone with a man or a bear? Logic is bear can just kill you, but man can kill you, and our word.
By the way, I did a shout out on Twitch for Stay Safe. Thank you, Matt, for the raid. I'll get to the World of Warcraft question in just a sec. Wait, so would you rather be stuck in the forest alone with a man or a bear? Wait,
Modest Hikima donated $69. All I'm saying that it is predictable that OG girl number 2 started crying and left the show after I pointed she wasn't top 1% of. Was that really her BF in the background and not the whatever bodyguard?
Don't bring him into it.
Number 2 started crying and left the show after I
of
pointed she wasn't top 1% OF. Actually, you know what? It's totally Modest Akama's fault. You are.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
But, yeah, man, I think you're maybe not to blame. Like, maybe you take the credit. You're taking the credit for the walk-off. Do you think that was it? He said she wasn't in the top 1% on OF, and I think that just, like, she couldn't handle the blow to the ego, so she just, like, had to get out.
Totes.
And we got
I think Tote.
I think she didn't want to delete her socials.
Wait, just to be fair to Brian's lost son here, so I think we can answer the you guys can answer the question, though. So would you rather be stuck in the forest alone with a man or a bear?
Bear.
Man. What the?
Bear.
Man.
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 Yeah, man.
Wait, so you said both
Why-
did you guys say
Yeah,
bear?
well,
No, I said
Because
bear,
it
she
didn't
said
say.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
it doesn't.
well,
kill.
not-
It doesn't
it
say
says
they do.
can.
It
It says they can.
Oh.
I think the bear is probably more likely to actually do it.
Yeah.
Whereas what if the man's friendly? What if he's friendly?
Ben George donated $69. I already spent over $69 tonight, I think. I'm an idiot. Any thoughts on female teachers being arrested in record numbers for essay on boy students?
We'll get to the World of Warcraft thing in just a sec here, but any thoughts on? I mean, yeah, I guess there is a disproportionate amount of women who are teachers who are engaging in carnal knowledge with their students.
What's the question? Like, yeah, they should be.
So
arrested.
just the thoughts. I'm sure. Yeah, like.
Yeah, they should.
Do you think they should be?
Um,
The fuck?
Rape is
Do you guys
rape.
see this shit?
Oh.
Wait, chat. Do you see this fucking shit? Look at this shit. Do you guys?
Is that the thing we cut?
Do you see this
Did it
fucking
grow
shit,
back?
boys? The fuck is this? Get the.
It grew back.
Oh my god,
It grew
damn.
back.
I need a
cut it
haircut.
off.
It's starting to get. It's too long.
We cut it off.
Wait. Oh, this is okay. Barber question for the chat and stay safe viewers and the panel, boys. Isn't the barber supposed to like clean his tools after each and every haircut?
You'd hope so.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Like they're supposed to spray their like
You have to change
trimmers.
it even if they drop it on the floor.
I kind of like, maybe I'm not paying attention, but I think like,
You got beef with the
like,
barber?
do you guys like pay attention to that? I'm pretty sure like, if you go to your barber like and he's finishing up a haircut, I don't think I've ever seen him like any barber I've been to, not just one
Sanitize?
particular.
They don't
I've
sanitize?
never seen them sanitize tools between cuts. They're like, maybe they'll broom a bit and then they're just like, put the next person in the seat. Do you guys know what, like, is that, like, have you ever seen, I've never seen a barber spray down their clippers after a cut. I've never seen it.
They could also have multiple sets of like clippers that some are clean, some are used.
So now I'm like, been hesitating.
advice?
Oh
No,
my
what the fuck? What the fuck, Maddie? No, I've been like, I've been delaying on getting a haircut because I'm like, I'm a germaphobe, and I'm like,
How about you
holy
have your own?
shit.
Just call the barber
Go to
ahead
a
of time and
barber
be like,
that-
hey, do you?
Wouldn't that be rude? Like,
No?
To what, you don't clean your shit?
No, just
Wouldn't
say
it-
just
call
Isn't
and
it rude
ask.
of them not to
no,
clean it?
Tell
just
them
call.
you have a sickness and that you like really can't deal with any germs, so they
just
have
never seen
to
a lot.
just so they have to
I don't know
sanitize
what
their
to do.
tools
Just call them
before
up and
they
say you
use
want
them.
high value clippers, not clippers that have been around.
Can I
clipping
bring
other
my
men.
own? What if can I bring in my own clippers?
Yeah.
I would
Do you
do
think
it.
they'd be fine with it?
Film
Yeah.
it.
Yo, are there any barbers in the chat? Wait, pull that shit up, man.
Go to a better
Pull that shit
barber.
up.
Yeah, go to a good barber.
No, I think even like legit, like normal barbers, they don't be cleaning their shit. I think they're slacking.
I think your
I
parents.
think they start slacking.
How about you just call a barber and ask if they do?
Is it? Would it be?
sanitize your tools?
Yeah.
Chat. What? Are there any barbers in the chat? Be honest. Do you clean your shit after every single cut? Be honest. I've never seen them do that shit. Maybe they'll put the comb in barbicide.
Yeah.
They'll put the
So
comb
maybe,
and
like, nail
scissors in
salons.
barbicide, but they're not cleaning the clippers. They're not spraying down the clippers.
I think I have seen them like put the clippers in barbicide as well.
No, and I'll get like a. I'm not like going to the cheapo barber. I'm getting like a decent. I'm going to a good barber. Not going to like the backwoods fucking behind the dumpster barber.
How about you just call anonymously and just say, hey,
This
you
isn't Brian
guys
from
sin.
Would it be? But here's my question though: would it be disrespectful to be like, because like, oh, can I bring in my own clippers? I'll buy my own pair of clippers. They're gonna be like, wouldn't they feel like that's disrespectful?
No. And Brian, also, why do you care?
Bro,
it's not actually disrespectful, and if they think that it's kind of a them problem,
their
no?
stuff.
I get
That
that's
would be
true. That's a fair
disrespectful
point.
to you if they're using dirty.
I don't know. They
That's
got
what I
scissors
said.
around me,
That's
bro. I don't want to
disrespectful.
get stabbed.
Oh my gosh, Brian.
I'm just saying.
Paranoid.
That's why I haven't gotten the haircut.
This is a bit
in minute.
dramatic.
Okay, wait. Guys, World of Warcraft really quick. We lost all the stay safe fucking peeps. Wait, lower that shit a little bit. All right, so yo, stay safe. Thank you for the raid, brother. Those of you who are even still here, you're probably not. But question for the ladies. Would you date a guy who plays World of Warcraft for 10 hours a day, but he's not a casual, like he's a top 1%er in World of Warcraft, like he pumps in all the raids, Molten Core, Blackwing Lair, AQ40, Naxxramas. He's in a hardcore raiding guild, he's got alts.
I think that would drive me crazy. I'd get bored.
How do you know all this?
Is this his
Like so
mainstream?
I
so
don't even
would
know
you
what
date
most
would you
women
date
just
him
said
though? But like he's really good at the game. Like he's super sweaty with the game. Like, and he ranked.
I don't
He's
like
super
that
sweaty.
description.
Oh, and he's
No, not like literally
Is this
sweaty.
his
Like
main
it's a
source
gamer
of
term.
income?
No, it's
sorry.
like for the passion.
I don't know. I don't think I'd be able to
Boost
do
the
it.
audio.
$69. Brian, your security guard looks like he could stare the racism out of a KKK member. I hope he's a Trump supporter. We need more men like him.
And everyone was speechless.
What?
It is sad that no one can really just come out.
He
and say
actually
they like
is a
Trump, though.
KKK member. No, I'm kidding.
That's
Right?
Brian.
Wait, was that's funny, right? No, is that not funny? Is it not funny?
I've donated
I'm sorry, I'm autistic. My bad.
$69. Imachit who played classic WoW Beta 06. Top Alliance skilled pulling 10 to 18 hour days and in Grand Marshal PvP teams.
Oh, hell
I
yeah.
had a huge thing for raid leaders. Ladies,
Yes.
get yourself RL/Mount PS Gustavo is a 10.
Oh. That be. Yeah, I mean the great thing if like you're dating a guy who's a main tank, like he's just gonna like funnel all the loot to him. You know what I mean? Like he's just funnel the loot. Like he's okay. Think about it. You're going into Molten Core. He's gonna take weapons. Maybe if he's like really serious about tanking, he's gonna go daggers, right? He's gonna take Perdition's Blade. He's gonna take Corehound Tooth. You know, he's gonna take. Let's see. I don't think he takes QSR like Quick Strike Ring, but I do think he's gonna take. What's the ring that drops from Ragnaros? Fuck, what's it called? Ah, shit. He's gonna take Onslaught Girdle.
Yeah.
For sure. He's definitely taking Onslaught Girdle from Rag.
Donated $69. My sprinkler goes like this and comes back like this. And the librarian goes Gustavo's Sexy Toes donated $69. Question for the ladies, with women being more vocal than ever and protesting for certain rights, why are there little to no females in the streets marching for 2A rights?
Second Amendment rights.
I would be happy to hit the streets and march for Second Amendment rights.
More vocal than ever in protest. Why are there little no females in the streets? I mean, but what is like the... I'm in favor of Second Amendment rights. I'm just confused. Like, what would the...
David Tuzechiak donated $69. Shout out to all the women and men on the panel to engage in debate.
Yeah.
What are your signs and do you believe in astrology? I'm a fish but don't believe. Respect also to bodyguard. Respect to all.
Did they say they're a fish?
Yeah.
I'm assuming the zodiac.
Respect to the bodyguard.
His sign.
Yo, chat. I want to ask the chat. Nick, could you pull up the chat? Actually, before you pull up the chat, guys, if you're new on Twitch from Stay Safe drop us a follow. Drop us a little follow on Twitch. Stay safe again, thank you for the raid over there on Twitch. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Guys, we almost have 2,000 followers. Guys, Madison over there. Madison, the girl in the helmet, she's going to start very soon. She's going to start streaming twitch.tv/whatever on off days. So make sure you hit that follow button, guys, so you can catch her fucking poning noobs in World of Warcraft. Stay Safe is going to power level her through, like, Madison, you playing Horde or Alliance?
Horde.
Yeah, of course. So, Wailing Caverns, the one in Orgrimmar, I forgot the name. He's going to power level her, get her like up to 50 real quick. She's going to be in Sunken Temple within like a week or two, boys. She's going to be like pumping, like parsing, right?
Girl,
like
Maddie.
you're a fucking
Atta girl.
parser.
Thanks, Bria.
Like Madison, like when she puts her mind to it, she like goes fucking hardcore. So she's going to be like parsing the shit out of sunken.
What?
It's called Sunken Temple. It's the current raid in World of Warcraft. That sounded so bad. It's called
Brian.
Sunken Temple. Sorry, I have a lisp or some shit. I don't know. I can't speak. A picture of Zaryu. He's got a wife. Is that disrespectful? I don't know. Nah. We shouldn't do it. We could do Stay Safe though. Nah. Let's do Asmongold. We're gonna do that Asmongold really quick. Nick, could you pull up Asmongold? We're gonna see if the girls would date Asmongold.
I don't know Asmongold.
But did anyone have any further thoughts on like the Second Amendment thing? Like, wait, really quick for Gustavo's sexy toes. Are gun rights like? Would you date a guy who legally owned a firearm?
Yeah, I have a firearm.
Oh, okay.
Preferably. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
Your husband's a cop, so yeah.
Yeah, right.
Hopefully, yeah. Wait, does he get to take his? Is it called a service gun?
Yes.
Service gun.
Mhm.
He's like takes that with him everywhere, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, ladies, would you date this man? He's a good friend of mine. Scroll down a little bit, so they don't see the clout. Okay. This is my good friend Zach. He's a fucking legend. Like super Giga Chad. He mostly plays warrior. He's like kind of hesitant with classic right now, but like I think he's doing a little bit, so
Understandable.
he also has an axe. Like I don't know if you saw that shit, but
Tech
so going around the table, like would you date him? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Like if you're single,
No.
Maybe.
Maybe.
No, I think
Yeah.
video games are a red flag.
Okay. Priya?
No, sorry.
You wouldn't date him?
No.
I can get you.
I'm sure he's a
linked
lovely
up.
person. But
You sure? Let me at least do an intro, okay, Priya?
No, I'm good.
You
Thanks.
sure? Okay.
I'm sure he's a lovely person, but no, not for me.
Whoa, Gustavo, this lady's sugar mama over there. What the heck? Good times. Was there another one that came through? I forgot. Hold on, and then pull back up the thing. Has it been hidden?
We didn't even answer the World
What-
of Warcraft.
Yeah, you
Warcraft
didn't really
question.
ask that.
Oh, I didn't ask it. What was it?
I don't know.
Keep this up as much as you can.
Oh, would you date a guy that played for like 10 hours a day? Blah blah blah.
For shizzle.
What?
So would you
Oh.
date a guy who played World of Warcraft for 10 hours a day, but he was like main tank and he was just funneling all the loot to himself?
Did you answer already?
Yeah, I answered. I
By
said
the
no,
way,
I'd
like-
be bored and go crazy.
And he's like a good main tank. So like, I don't think you realize how valuable a main tank is.
If it's his
I don't know what that
occupation, yes. If it's a side hobby, no.
Passion project. Band of Acuria, that's the ring from Ragnaros. Like obviously he's hard reserving that. Yeah.
The Yins know what he's talking about?
Band of Acuria.
Streamers would be loving it. The Twitch crowd would love it.
Yeah.
Dumb question. Was Ziz, because you've got Ziz there, right?
Yeah.
So,
Into the mic.
Because you've got a photo of a good
Yes, sir.
family friend.
Oh yeah,
Mr.
we should
Ziz.
put that up.
Yeah.
We
So
should
his
put that
brother
back up.
is also a very close friend of mine.
Oh, I know.
Chessbrow.
Chessbrow.
Yeah, he was on our podcast the other week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but it's funny because those boys were gamers as well.
Hmm.
Yeah. So we all used to train at the same gym, and they go
Oh,
home.
no shit.
But yeah, it's legit. And they go home and play.
Wait,
video games.
you knew? Did you meet Ziz?
Not like as a friend, but more as like gym bro culture where it's just you wink and you
Right.
nod and you're like, can I get a spot sort of thing. But it
Yeah.
was like wild days,
Shit.
man.
I was there on the MISC.
On the what?
On the MISC.
What's the miss?
You don't know the MISC?
No, what's the miss?
You don't know the MISC? Are you
Educate
aware?
me. I'm here to
Are
be
you
educated. Aware me.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware.
Oh, the Misk is like where Ziz kind of started off getting some of his like fame.
Message boards or something?
It was like it was the bodybuilding.com message board. It was called the Misk. It was basically like where people who were like into bodybuilding or whatever would just like fucking just post about, I don't know, just like
really?
fucking,
Like shit posting.
Shit posting.
He's a good shit poster, bro. He used to say
so
some
that's
of the
where he got. That's where
funniest
actually
stuff.
Ziz, and I was on there a little bit.
Oh, so you're back on the message
I was
board.
there when Ziz was posting.
Did you see some of the DMs? He'd be like, sorry, I could not lower myself to someone who would DM me in such a fashion, for I am so aesthetic that it would lower my status if I were to respond to such a message.
Yeah.
You seen those ones? Yeah, I'll link you up. You'd love having his brother on here, bro.
His name is
Sage Shaversian. Shout out to Sage Shaversian.
Well,
really good friend.
I think I reached out to him like a year ago.
Bro, you'd love to. He'd be such a. You guys would get along so well. To be fair, you'd probably talk about fucking video games the whole time.
World of Warcraft, yeah. I would just ignore the girls the entire show.
Seriously.
Yeah, so I'd be super down to have him on. So
Dude,
if he's ever in Cali, let's run it.
I'll hook it up.
Let's do it.
He's with Bradley Martin the other day.
Oh hell yeah! Nice.
No, I'm gonna make.
Rest
this
in
happen.
peace. Rest in peace.
Yeah, man.
R.I.P.s. Can we get
R.I.P.,
R.I.P.s in the
man.
chat for
R.I.P.
Ziz?
R.I.P. to the legacy.
R.I.P.s in the chat for
Inspired
Ziz.
the generation.
You guys Myron?
Generation of Chads.
You guys Myron?
Oh yeah,
Aesthetics?
no, they're Myron. Everyone here's bro. Thank you for saying Myron.
Can we get like a double bicep? Flock Myron. Jake, what about you?
I don't even care if other people are Myron. I'm Myron for myself.
Flock, bro.
Yeah, you just got to disregard everyone and just acquire muscles. Really, that's the key to life.
Based. The girls have no idea what we're talking.
Because they're Myron. That's why.
Are you guys Myron?
You Myron?
Are you Myron has aesthetics?
Admiring.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying
like,
Myron.
No,
yeah, what the fuck is Myron?
You just got to acquire aesthetics so people can be Myron.
Are you Myron has aesthetics?
Yeah. It's fine if you're not. Like I can.
Like,
we can
are you
Myron
Myron?
ourselves.
Not
Yeah.
Myron? Okay.
God, this is the best chat ever. I love
Good
this.
shit.
I could do this all day.
Sweet.
That's the best.
Let me get through some of my other notes here. Got a little bit. We have okay. Karina. Let's see. You said you'd like to talk about why the majority of females, these are your words, not mine, why the majority of females are so fake, liars, and just out to ruin a man's life, basically. Your words, not mine.
Honestly,
And you said you have lots of life examples?
Yes. So, like, for example, I had this one girl in college. Well, okay, so honestly, starting in middle school, I've heard females say, "Oh, I'm just gonna make this guy like me, and then when he likes me, I'm just gonna dump him." And then I've had females say like, "Oh, I'm just gonna marry a rich man so that I don't have to work and I just do whatever I want." And then I've had another female say, "Oh, I'm just gonna save all my money and then I'm just gonna spend all of his." Like,
could I be so bold as to tell you an
Yeah.
even more terrible story that will give you shivers to your bones? So one of my closest mates, we call friends mates in Australia.
Mhm.
He got with this girl a couple of years ago. She baby trapped him. Do you guys know what that is?
Yeah.
Do you know what baby
She
trapping
got
is?
pregnant on purpose.
Yeah. So he's basically in this, and I didn't even know this was a real thing, and I'm happy to bring this up as a topic, but I didn't know domestic violence towards men was a real thing. But she would escalate. So she'd test, I get away with spitting, so I'd start yelling, and I get away with yelling, so I start hitting. I get away with hitting, so I'll start smashing his property.
Yeah.
And it got so bad that what I just mentioned, that's not even the worst thing. One day, because he's like, I can't take the abuse anymore, he's like, I'm going to leave. And she goes, if you fucking leave, I'm going to call the police and say that you beat me up. And then he goes, he stayed for a bit, and he left. And then she called the police. The police came to this guy's house. And she's like, oh, I just wanted to scare him. And they're like, well, someone's got to go to jail. And she had this man taken to jail.
Bender the offender donated 69
Went to jail.
That's what I'm saying.
I've recently been thinking about religion and if it is
come back
right
to it.
for
Yeah.
My mother was a Presbyterian. My uncle is Catholic. I'm not sure what the distinctions are, but my uncle has been married for 50 years.
Recently been you should go Orthodox, bro. Bender the offender. Go check out Andrew Wilson. He'll convert you. Good to see you in the chat, Bender the offender, bro. It's been
Go to mass with your
2
uncle.
days.
Explore it.
It's a good idea.
But yeah, that's actually, I mean,
Sorry to darken your souls with that story. It's disgusting, but I think it highlights the thing that a lot of people aren't aware that exists, because a lot of people don't think that domestic abuse can happen to men. It's never happened to me, so I've been naive to it. But like, the level to which this guy went through, and he stayed strong the whole time. But I'm like, what were you thinking about when you were sitting in prison and this monster's just sitting home laughing at you? And then he goes home to his own house, and he's got a bed on the floor. She goes sleep on the floor.
No, I think females these days have too much power, and they weaponize their hoo-ha, and they weaponize their kids, and they use it against men all the time.
I think evil can come in any sex, race, religion, right? But I think this highlights a specifically not talked about type of evil that just so happens to be a woman, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's shocking. It's shocking.
Like so many females, they literally will say, oh, if you leave me, then you won't ever see your kid.
Right, like
she said that to him as well, and she's doing it right now. And not only that, she was financially abusing him because he went between jobs. She goes, I'm not going to pay the rent, so you default on your mortgage. And he's like, oh, can you please not do that? And she goes, crazy. If you leave me, not only am I going to put you in jail, but then I'm going to take your kid. And she was so evil, she goes, you can't even afford a lawyer.
No, he needs to start recording her.
It's funny you mention that. See?
Yeah,
so can we get a little bit of it? That's smart. I told him to do that, and now he started recording
Okay,
it.
good.
But I didn't realize how dangerous. Like, you know Gone Girl, that movie, if anyone's seen that? Oh, man, this girl makes that girl look sane.
Yeah. So, like, that's why, like, my whole, like, from middle school, I've heard females say things like that.
Thank you for listening. I just feel bad for like darkening your souls. All these beautiful people in here, and I pour like acid on your brains with this disgusting story. So I get very passionate about this topic, as you can see.
You know what? I mean, to add to that, when it comes to relationships, I mean, there's this idea in like society that men are like these all-powerful creatures, but like women have, I would argue, when it comes to like the relationship dynamic, can have a insane amount of leverage over a man and wield a lot of power over men, especially if you introduce marriage and children. I honestly think, like, you know, you could say if they're not married and there's no children, it's maybe equal, but I mean, once children get involved, once you're married, then like the power dynamic absolutely switches. And
I think, like, for guys like you or me, for example, and I just want to put this in perspective, I think we're fortunate because we're surrounded by hundreds of people, right? Hundreds of talents. So we get to see the best and the worst of humanity at scale through hundreds of people, right? So when you're looking for a partner and when I'm looking for a partner, we know based off data, statistics, we've seen the worst and how bad it can get, and we can look for those flags. But unfortunately, and I think this is credit to your podcast, like, this gives the audience insight into a lot of the bullshit that we see in real life. Like, how many times have you had a talent manager try fuck you over, or a talent who tries flake on a podcast, or someone who doesn't want to pay money that they're supposed to pay, or someone who says, oh, I had so much fun, and then shit talks you on the internet. Like, this is real, and we see it hundreds of times. And I think the problem is, and this is how this gentleman got trapped in this abusive relationship, he said to me, he goes, Liam, I didn't even know that female domestic abuse was a thing. He goes, my whole life I've had good parents, I've kept to myself, I work my job. He hasn't seen the evils that we've seen through just human exposure, you know what I mean? And so because of his like naivety, this poor guy sitting in a jail cell, and he's getting his kid taken away. And he's getting abused every day. And by the way, this is 5 years he's gone on with this. I'd rather be in jail. Hang out with your buddies. You know what I mean?
Play basketball.
Yes, stabbing here and there. You get, and also you get a bed in jail. He doesn't even have a bed. You know what I mean?
I think it got worse. I think it got worse after like the Me Too movement and everything. I mean, women can harm themselves.
And she knows
that
as well.
again?
And
was
then
that 5 years ago?
And it also not only is it women hold children against men, but it's hard enough for men just to fight for their own rights for their own kids.
We preemptively there was a family member who notified the police because she already did one false accusation. They said, listen, we just want to put on record, we think she's going to do it again, we don't know what it's going to be. And then this is how scary it got. They even said, like, if anything happens and he's murdered, they're like, we want you to know that it was her. Because the domestic violence was that bad that they had to put it on record. So there's a police officer in Australia, in this suburb, with a note of record that says if this man either gets arrested or if he's murdered, it was this woman. Her name's Vanessa, by the way.
What's her last name?
I mean, you know what's interesting though? Like,
fuck it. That's the benefit of not giving a fuck. You know what I mean? She can't sue me.
Scott donated $70. So Brian, appreciate everything you do, and from Carly out of all states.
Thank you, Scott.
To the guys, do you always share your pro-masculine views even at family functions or workplace? Most men are scared to.
I take my shirt off and flex in front of my family on purpose.
Yeah.
So they're admiring.
Well, this is this is my workplace, so
Yeah.
I'm sharing it here, but
I avoid any sort of political conversations generally when it comes to family and friends, but if somebody wants to go at it, and if somebody wants to prod me, because when they find out what I do, that I'm a content creator, and that I talk about culture and politics, people go at you and go at you. And my strategy is that you hit as hard as you get hit. So if somebody wants to come at me, then by all means we can do it.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that? Oh no, you can go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, but I think all of us, we're all entrepreneurs. We all have our own business going.
True.
So we have a bit more leeway to be able to talk about these things. We have a bit more insulation. But I mean, for your normal guy who's like working in an office job, absolutely never talk about this shit for your own sake. Also in school, don't talk about it. If you've got a liberal professor, just grit your teeth and just get through the class. It's not going to be worth it to get into some back and forth with them. Don't argue with your professors over feminism or any of the bullshit that they're potentially propaganda that they're peddling. It's not worth it. Get your degree, get out of college. If you want to get into the world and talk about it, even then, if you end up in a corporate job, never bring the shit up in the corporate world. It's just going to bite you in the ass. So if you're in maybe in a construction job or something, maybe there you can talk about it with your colleagues, but I don't think you should be talking like any sort of men's rights or pro-masculine stuff or anti-feminist shit. Just for the sake of your livelihood, to protect yourself from getting fired or from people in the corporate world trying to angle you out and get you fired or make up some bullshit thing like toxic, I don't even know. But you wanted to come in on something?
Yeah, I know. I was just saying, from the other conversation we had, that's why I have so much empathy for men. Did you guys see that one wedding video where, the bride refused to say a part of her vows where she was like,
I saw that.
He was like, oh, you need to obey. And she's like, obey. You didn't see that? No, it was crazy. She refused to finish
she
her.
She would not say obey.
Yeah, she wouldn't say obey your husband. And it was just...
696 sextillion 969 quintillion 696 quadrillion 969 trillion 696 billion 969 million 696,969 donated $69. Pink Hair 2, Maddie the Baddie 7, Ebony Queen 7.5, 3 Baby Daddy Trainwreck 1, Based Nurse 5, Cop Cute 0, Horse Chick 6.5, and also just to further interrupt more 696 sextillion 969 quintillion 696 quadrillion.
Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever.
Trillion 696
twitch.tv/whatever. Drops a follow. Drops a follow. Drops a prime sub if you have one. Drops a prime sub. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drops a follow and a prime sub if you have one. You wanted to come in on something?
No. No, I forgot what I was going to...
Oh, okay. Sorry, the TTS.
No, it's okay.
Totally got blocked.
But...
We were talking about the woman that refused to obey.
Oh, yeah. She refused to say that, and I think that's just crazy. Some females, they really don't understand the meaning of obey in a marriage. It's not, you're not... It makes sense to me.
The terms have been so skewed. Yeah. So skewed in terms of obeying your husband and submission to your husband. Right. Everyone thinks that it has to be either dark or sexual.
Florida Dave donated $69. Bro. Have the girls rate if they prefer certain tradesmen. Example, plumber equals works with poo, vomiting face, electrician equals sparky doesn't sweep floors. Is C-Tech equals always working to keep you cool, cool face. Cool face.
That's what I was thinking.
So would you guys? So is you want me to ask if they would date a blue collar worker?
Yeah.
Is that the question?
I don't know. I didn't understand that, to be honest.
He said something about rating too.
I don't know.
Okay, we'll just go around the table. I'm gonna have to take a bit of leeway with your question here. Would you date a blue collar worker?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, rock and roll. Did you pull that one up from? where were we? Oh, I had a question going around the table. This is totally non sequitur. Who is the primary victim of war, men or women?
I've got a good answer for this one.
Wait, you can scoot your mic a little this way.
I'd say nobody wins, where everybody's a victim.
Well, okay, but hold on. I'll restate it. So, who is the primary victim of war, men or women?
You literally said it just the same.
Because you didn't answer the question.
I thought, who's the victim of war, right?
The primary victim
Primary
of war.
victim of war.
Which group suffers more?
Everybody. I don't think any more less than another.
Okay, let me give you a specific war then. What about the Ukraine war? That's currently the current conflict. Who's the primary victim of the Ukraine war, men or women?
Seems like it's everybody. Like it's the soldiers dying. There's men dying. There's women dying. There's children dying.
Who can?
Can I give you a nuanced view of this?
Which sex is consistent?
I know what you're getting at. Men are more statistically likely to get slaughtered on the front line, but a lot of those men leave behind women. So it's kind of like, do you know what I mean?
I think it's probably worse too.
Is it what?
It's probably.
Oh, wasn't it? Well, that's what I feel like it is statistically, though, isn't it? Aren't they on the front line?
It made sense when you said
Rito, please, donated $69. Karina is a based queen with great hair. Also, rare to see the entire panel be on the same page with most of the topics. I've never seen a more men-supportive panel.
Yes.
Brian, ask the bowing question.
I don't think we have the video pulled up. But we can definitely do that. Nick, you might have to go into the, I don't know where it is. We lost the bow video. Oh wait, it's just a Dropbox folder, top of the folder. It's called, God, I've typed.
Can I say something about the Ukraine?
It's called Asian Housewife.
Yeah, so.
It's called Asian Housewife. Go ahead.
In terms of that topic.
Oh boy.
Stochastic Decay donated $69. Hey brain. Sorry I'm late. Long
Good
day.
to see you, man. Good
it
to
was
see you.
hard to feel sympathy for the pothead after she was so flippant about home wrecking. Anyway, panel, please rate your intelligence on a scale of 0 to 200.
Okay, so we'll do this, then we'll go to the bow video, then Jake has a question or a statement. Rate your intelligence on a scale of 0 to 200, starting with you.
Booksmart, maybe 100.
Oh my God.
Street
Real
smart.
Trump donated $69. For the crocodile Dundees, I could only imagine dating in Australia. Not only do you have to deal with modern females, but every living creature tries to kill you, including kangaroos.
Yeah, so dating in Australia is the worst dating market I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
There's a few reasons for this, and you might have a similar opinion, but a lot of Australian guys are chads. We have a massive blue-collar industry in Australia. So guys who work as plumbers, electricians, carpenters in the mine, they all earn really good money. Normally they stay in good shape. And then, so I think the level of man is very high in Australia, and you very often see guys who are of a very high value dating girls who are just not up to the standard, yet the girls still have this massive expectation. If I was a single female and I was attractive and had nice values, I would go to Australia because you will find a really, really top quality guy. And the competition is not very good over there.
Passport ladies.
Passport ladies, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
The sisters.
No, you're not wrong. That like Australian guys do look after themselves, and there is a higher level of statistically discretionary income in Australia. So yeah, that's true.
Do you think part of it's maybe the accent too? Like the girls like the accent? Or?
The Australian girls don't really know any different. But as in dating foreign girls.
Yeah, I guess that's true, yeah.
I actually try and like date crocodiles and kangaroos.
Well, I think
people think it's weird, but I don't.
And also just in terms of the dangerous animals.
Anonymous donated $69. My wife had a bay removed from our wedding vows. She filed for divorce a couple of months ago after 15 years of marriage. I'm living the simp dream and won the feminist lottery. Keep it trill.
That is
15 years?
Ooh, ouch.
Wow.
Just about Australia though.
Yes.
You guys are often very You guys are often very quick to say that Australia is so dangerous. You guys have crocodiles and you have snakes and spiders. Stay away from the places where the crocodiles are and you won't get eaten. Snakes, you'd have to step on one, very unlikely. Not many people die from it anyway. Same with spiders. The only one we really have to worry about is drop bears.
Yeah, drop bears are the worst. Do you want to tell them about them?
They're
hectic. You could be walking down the street, boom.
Yeah,
they'll get you straight away.
That's the only one you really have to worry about.
The worst.
But
how many deaths did we have from drop bears last year?
Oh man, thousands.
Yeah.
But you guys have mountain.
Yeah,
you guys have.
Tell them about the drop bears. They come.
You guys have mountain lions, and you guys have like bears. Oh, drop bears are just bears that hang out in the tree, and then when people walk underneath, they'll drop.
They drop down and they just rip your neck up and everything.
What?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
so scary. Wait, what?
It sounds like a cartoon.
What's the
like
breed?
Thousands a year dead. From
No, it's like a cousin of a brown bear, but they hang out in the trees, and then when people
and they'll
walk
drop.
No, they'll drop.
No fucking way. This is.
You ever heard of this?
My dad was killed by one.
Brian.
It's not.
What?
My dad
Wait,
died from a
dude,
drop
I
bear.
looked it up. This is real, bro.
Yeah, man.
Why have we
Bad.
never ever
They're
heard
the
of
worst.
stories?
Wait, are you guys telling me you've never heard of a drop bear?
You gotta
Never.
Google it
I've
after this
never heard of
podcast.
this
It'll go
Oh, I
viral. I
am.
promise you.
Oh my god,
Wait,
bro.
clip it and put Americans finally learned the truth about drop bears. Yeah, promise you.
Seriously,
shit.
They, so this is
It's like our Vietnam.
I'm shocked. There's videos on
I thought
Twitter.
you were
Wait,
being satire.
wait. What's the thing with the like? You guys had a war with the fucking birds.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they're worse than the drop bears.
Honestly, people have to ride their bikes, right? And they have helmets on with big spiky things around because magpies
For real?
swoop you and they'll come and attack you.
No, it wasn't magpies. You guys literally had a war with. Hold on, let me.
That guy Slingshot donated $69.
The
Rating
Emu War.
looks starting from the right. 10.1, 9.7, 8.3, 5.6, 6.2, 6.7, 9.4. Sorry guys, I don't rate dudes lol.
Wait, Nick, could you Google the Emu War, EMU War?
Oh, the Emu War, that was the worst.
This was an Emu War, bro.
How many animal wars have you guys had?
Listen, those emus are scary.
And it's kind of funny.
I know that they are,
We're
but
just telling them how safe it is, but we forgot about the drop bears.
Yeah.
And the witches and the magpies. Like, Jesus.
are you backtracking just a bit?
Wait, I do want to.
Visit Australia for tourism.
We did get a bunch in. Okay. This was 1932. It was a military operation undertaken in Australia over the later part of 1930 to address public concern over the number. Damn, bro, you fucked that emu up. Scroll down.
To be fair, that emu would have been
Scroll
talking
down.
shit at the
Bro,
time.
look at these battlefield photos. Holy shit. Scroll down. Bro, wait, scroll back up.
Who are the primary victims of the Emu War?
900, wait, hold on.
986.
986 emos confirmed killed. Bro, executed by
minimal impact on the overall emu population.
It was
20,000
Snapshot.
emus.
No scope.
That's a lot.
it was
That's crazy.
They were out there catching
Holy,
bodies.
scroll down.
Yeah, that
Scroll
emu
down.
caught a case. Emu in court.
Look at that guy. He's an emu killer.
What a fucking That's a fucking war criminal, dude. Look at this fucking war criminal.
We have a statue of him in the town square. in Australia
Fucking
as
take
well,
that
by
shit
the way.
down. Fucking
Yeah,
war
yeah.
criminal.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
They disregarded the Geneva Convention.
keep
He's like
scrolling.
our version of
scrolling.
Abraham Lincoln, except
Keep scrolling. Look at this.
he freed us from the
Fucking
emus.
other war criminal.
Yeah.
Scroll
There
down.
had to be
This
a
is
second
good education.
attempt.
Scroll down.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's cool.
Like, I'm
Sweet.
glad. See, I'm glad we're
Is that
educating
emo
people to be
prisoner
honest.
of war?
That's real.
Yeah, yeah.
A bunch came in and there were a couple questions in there. So
Lambda Sky donated $70.
Lambda Sky.
Aussies are cool. Jake seems like a good principled guy. Brian is spot on with his views on modern dating and marriage, unfortunately.
I
But
am
Priya
correct.
almost
I am
makes me want to get back out there.
Oh, Priya. Lambda Sky.
Thanks, Lambda Sky.
Do
Appreciate
you,
it.
Priya, do you want to,
Can I get some DMs?
What?
What's
you
the actual
want like
question?
some details on this guy? You want height?
He's saying that he
PP
likes you,
size?
actually. is
What do you
he's
want?
saying.
What do you need to know from this
No,
guy?
it's okay.
You're good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. So.
Should he slide into the DMs?
No, that's okay.
He saved me from a raccoon once.
I knew this was coming.
No, sorry. He saved me from a
Badger?
drop bear.
A drop bear.
He saved me from a drop bear.
course.
You can't be saved.
Can't be saved.
Yeah, that's
from a
why
drop bear.
dating's hard, because we're just trying to stay alive, to be real.
Seriously, I took a girl for a walk in a park once and I saw one ready and I was like,
Yeah.
So they drop on you and just like kill you.
No, the thing is,
crush
they
its head.
drop you. They drop on you. They have perfect timing. Their midsection
drop?
Oh, they're like probably half the size of a normal bear.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they'll drop on you, and their midsection will hit you. They'll wrap their claws around you and just start tearing. And there's literally nothing everything. Yeah.
I'm going to read this really quick. We have X-Sense Fail.
And everyone is worried about crocodiles. Just stay away from the drop bears.
Stay away.
You don't see
Drop
them.
bears.
Yeah.
They're in the trees.
Emus, magpies,
Yeah.
crocodiles.
Love bombed for 2 months. Discovered she was pregnant. Fought over homeschooling and being a stay-at-home mom. She broke up with me. Completely ignores me for 3 months. Now claiming it's her ex. Not willing to get a paternity test. First ever shit show?
Yeah.
Wait, first ever
Ship 100.
Shit,
I can
100.
barely
shit
see
show.
it, but-
Yo, thank you for the super chat, man. I think that's your first one. Really appreciate your super chat and your patronage. Thank you, man. Damn. He was love bombed for 2 months, pregnant. That's crazy, dude. Is it your kid though, or like, did you get a paternity test? I hope you did.
He said she ain't willing to get one.
Oh,
But I'm
is
really
that her
sorry.
choice though?
That's really unfortunate. I'm really sorry that's happening to you.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure. A couple other chats came in. I want to make sure I can read them. Did we go around on from Stochastic Decay? Rate your intelligence on a scale of 0 to 200 if you can quickly.
I'd say 100.
100.
100.
No idea.
Like 110.
It's like IQ
Julian
or just-
Puccio donated $69. Off topic, but your man misses his Caribbean queen. Heart, you're doing such a great job, little one. Also, for the boys the next time I'm in LA, we hitting a gym session.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, I'll hit a gym session
Let's
with you,
go.
brother.
Slide into the DMs. Let's do it.
Equinox West Hollywood.
That's your
I'll be there with my boy.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
Jake Rattle SNK on Instagram. Hit me up.
Boom.
Oh,
go.
I wish
Done
I could
deal.
take a screenshot
Actually,
of
train
that.
that. Hey, Brian, I was there.
It'll be available after the show.
That's where I was with
Oh,
Fabio
that's so
yesterday.
cute.
Oh,
At
really?
Equinox
Hell
in
yeah.
LA. So
There you go.
Train anytime.
There
Is
you
it
go.
like IQ or intelligence in general?
Let's go.
Oh, the bowing question. Nick, were you able to get the bowing video?
125.
To your man, Nick, you can go ahead and play the clip. Boom. Look at the bow. Huge.
Boom.
Huge. Sign me up. Sign me up. Okay, so look, very attentive. She's gonna toss that in the laundry, excuse me. Look, dinner's ready to go. He gets home from a grueling podcast session. She's got a beer ready. Food's ready.
Brian's dream girl.
Dream girl.
Oh, stirs it for him.
Dream girl.
Is she going to chew it for him too?
Sign me up. Stir the noodles. Play it one more time just so we can see the bow. Look at that. Boom.
Pause.
Unbelievably attractive.
So going around the table, would you bow for a man?
If he would do the same for me.
No, can't. Nope. Don't even go there. He just was like, listen. Can I see a bow? Would you do it?
I mean, if he wasn't a jerk about it, yeah, why
Like
not?
you're in a talking
It's not
stage.
gonna hurt me.
You're in a 1 month talking stage right now. Actually, well, if he was like, yo, Selena, right?
Yeah.
Let's see a bow.
Yeah, if he said that like that, I would.
You would do it?
Yeah, if he was like, bow down, bitch, I wouldn't, you know?
That's how I would ask.
Maddie, have you hit a bow for Frankie?
Not yet.
Hold on. How are you going to be part of the whatever podcast and not just be busting out bows for your boyfriend
Because I bust
all
out,
day,
like,
every day?
opening the door for you when you come home. I do all of his laundry. I cook him food. I do other things. But maybe I should try it about.
You are withholding from Frankie as his representative.
Yeah, it's sad, man.
I am disappointed. He's told me he's confided in me.
And me.
Justice
He's
for Frankie.
confided that he's upset that he hasn't really been receiving many bows lately, or at all.
Free Frankie.
Free Frankie in the chat.
Justice for Frankie.
Free justice for Frankie.
I'll hit a bow
Hashtag justice for Frankie.
You promise?
I promise.
You promise to hit a bow?
I'll
Gotta
record
record
it. I'll record it.
Okay, sweet. We're gonna post
I'll
it on
have
the.
a hidden camera in the house.
Wait, that'd be good. Wait, can you actually do that?
Sounds like an invasion of
And see his
privacy.
reaction?
Yeah, I'll do it.
And then
thank
we'll
you.
post it on the whatever Discord if you guys want to see it.
I'll remake that entire video, but of me.
I like
Actually,
it.
that's a great
I
idea.
like it.
Because I do
From his
everything in
point-
that video but bow.
Wait, yes. Oh, wait, dude, that'd be great to have you remake the video.
Can we just do the video of Maddie from now on the podcast?
Yeah, we'll just use that from now.
So good.
Does that girl kind of have the crazy eyes a little bit though? Did you guys?
I
she's
thought
got
the same
a little bit of the
thing as
crazy
well,
eyes.
for real.
So you gotta do the crazy eyes too.
I
you-
would, yes.
you'd bow?
I love that video, yeah.
What was his name? Julian.
Mm-hmm.
If Julian was like, Karina, let's see the bow. Would you do it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I
Julian.
don't say no. I never say no.
Julian, you gotta listen. You're from Texas, right?
Yeah, I'm not born and raised there.
You're living
yeah.
there though, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Julian, when you're back to Texas, Julian, you gotta get a bow. Actually, don't even ask for a bow. You just gotta give him a bow.
Yeah, just, mhm.
And then you gotta message me on Instagram whenever you do it and be like, tell me the results of the bow. Tell me. Well, he's listening, so it's kind of okay. Would you hit a bow?
I mean, sure.
Okay.
If he wanted.
Yeah, of course.
Sure, why not?
I feel like Priya. I don't know. I feel like Priya, you would fight the bow a little bit.
Would I fight the bow?
I feel like if the guy asked, you'd be like,
I feel like she just laughed.
I was gonna say
I feel like you'd
it
fight
would
it
be
a
a bit
bit.
comical for me, but sure.
oh, okay. All right.
why not?
There you go.
I mean,
I feel like
yeah.
any woman who loves her husband would just
do anything
Yeah, just
for
do
him.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah. If she doesn't cut you cucumbers and doesn't bow, it's over, boys. Just dump her.
It's over.
It's done.
That's a standard.
The cucumber part's a
It's
crime.
done.
The cucumber, it's worse than the Emu War in my opinion.
I'm just making sure.
Not
we
a
have,
vibe.
It's bizarre.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was
I was
okay.
waiting
Thank
for
you,
you to
Nick.
pick up on
Thank you, Nick. So, and just let's try to keep that up. Who is the primary victim of war, men or women?
Well, apparently I don't know, because when you asked me earlier, it wasn't a good answer.
Can I give a bit of a
Yeah, this is what I want to hear.
an experience from the Russia-Ukraine war? I wasn't involved myself, but I've traveled the world a lot over the last year, and I've probably been to about 15 countries or so. And in all of the real tourist, like digital nomad hotspots, there is a massive population of Russian and Ukrainian girls. If you go to Bali, there's Russian, Ukrainian girls around every single corner. Same with Thailand.
Malkia1 donated $69. I don't know if Brian is real. I found Jarl from Stay Safe. Big supporter of him. I was first Death Knight in the world to do what LK raids.
Oh.
Brian, what were the first 3 raids in Roth? Also, remember me.
Well, here's the thing. I only played I played a bit in the Burning Crusade, played a bit in Vanilla, so I never played Wrath. So I don't know the raids in Wrath. So, but thank you, man. Glad
Shame,
that
Brian,
you
you're
came over
fake.
from Stay Safe. I really appreciate your support. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I can name all the raids in, Molten Gore, Blackwing Lair, AQ40, Nax. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, so it's just to say that there's a lot of Russian and Ukrainian girls who have fled the country, and they're going to Bali and Thailand and places like this, and that's just the nature of war, and it's the nature of life. But men are either dying on the front lines, and there's about 400,000 plus men that have died on the front lines, or they're fleeing the country in shame. So it's a profoundly different circumstance for men and women when it comes to war.
Well, why are you looking at me?
I think all wars are a scam as well, to be honest. I mean, no matter which country it is, you usually go and die to make some politician richer. That's just my opinion. My humble opinion, by the way.
That's true.
Especially the Ukraine war.
Every single
Oh
war.
yeah.
Just like they can buy a new Ferrari, new yacht.
I know
house.
that. Don't say that about the Emu War.
About what?
Emu War was just.
Oh no, the Emu War.
War.
No, sorry,
It was a
actually,
just
no,
war.
he's right. That's the only war I support is the Emu War.
That was
Wait,
it.
so just we'll go.
They
around
had it
the-
coming.
Yeah.
Genocide those things.
We will go around the table on the question though. Who's the primary victim of war, men or women?
Obviously, men.
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 Oh yeah, men.
Men.
Obviously, men.
I still think it's all in different aspects. I'm not changing my answer.
But okay, so in order to be a primary victim of something, like for example, let's say there's a murder. Would you agree that the person who's murdered is the primary victim?
Well, yeah, it's the only victim.
Well, you could say the secondary victims could be the family, for example.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then I guess men. Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, okay, checkmate.
Yeah.
Gotta explain it, you know.
Easy
Gotta
debate.
explain it. You know. What about World War II, though?
What about it?
Who's the primary victim there?
The Germans.
What the fuck?
I mean,
The Germans.
technically you're not wrong.
Well, the ethnic cleansing of the Germans after World War II was one of the biggest ethnic cleansing in history.
Yeah, I saw that stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, it's not. Why isn't? I'll just read it. Loose P energy. These busted. Whoa, you got to be nice, my friend. Have such a problem with bowing, but we'll let. Bro, you took my line. We'll let dudes freaking blank all over their faces. Make it make sense. Bow down. Abdul, get the rocks. Hashtag free Nick. 8 at 18.
All of us said we would bow.
Yeah, they all said they would bow.
He just wanted something
they
to bitch
did all
about.
say they would bow. I do make it a point that, well, I think the other one is like, so you'll have girls who would refuse to make their boyfriend a sandwich or like cook for them.
Wow. That's crazy.
But they'll let a dude splunk all over their face.
That is crazy.
Who do you think was the primary victim of World War II? You're a history buff.
Do you mean between men and women?
No, I mean just in terms of the European countries. Who got demolished the hardest?
Wasn't the total death count for Russians like the highest, I think?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was an internal
But I mean,
repression, right?
so like in terms of, I think, total military losses
And
is
cities
between,
destroyed.
I think it was Russia and Germany. But actually, I'm curious in the Pacific theater if there were like the death count in like Asia was potentially, because Japan was just like destroying, like running through Asia.
Sure. Yeah, they did a number on Nanking, that's for sure.
Welcome to the History Channel. I'm your host, Brian Atlas, with a little late night history
But I
talk.
think they dropped like
Just change your
orders of
voice.
magnitude.
Sounded like some ASMR.
On Dresden alone, they dropped orders of magnitude more nukes than even Hiroshima. So
it's true.
So they got really.
What are your thoughts on the Maginot Line, Jake?
What's that?
What do you think about the Maginot Line?
What's the Maginot Line?
What are your thoughts on it?
You'll have to tell me what it is.
Maginot The Maginot Line. It was a line around the French border. I'm getting zesty. Okay, I should stop then. Okay, all right, moving on.
That was fruity.
Moving on. Wait, we got some notes from
You
some
just
people.
make him act up. Jake, you really be making Brian act up.
He's got that
Yeah, okay.
he's got that impact on people. Wait, hold on. Let's see here. We have notes we need to get through. Wait. Where are we? Jesse. That's you. Okay.
Yeah.
You said that you love to be on the podcast with all the liberal anti-Christian women who deny that the Christian conservative lifestyles are truly more pure and successful. As someone so young, I'm only 20, who already has so much financial success. I own real estate. I'm in a very committed long-term relationship with a surgeon. Believe that I can be a great talking piece on your podcast. Great strength in what I believe in. I think I could be an entertaining lady for your viewers. So wait, you own real estate or?
Yes. So
Okay.
we own a house, and I have purchased lots of land, like
Okay.
lots, that are developing.
In Wisconsin?
No, different state.
Okay.
State that I live in with my
Mm.
boyfriend, where he practices. So I've done that, and I have made a lot of success at 20 years old. I think I came from a different situation, so I am Orthodox. My parents raised me Russian Orthodox, which meant like you were treated as an adult from a baby, and Russian Orthodoxy, at least that's what they did. And with that, you know, I grew up in a different household. I grew up that you have to work. Wasn't given anything. So, yeah.
And you said that you are very conservative, but you weren't always.
No.
You said that you were an independent woman from 16 to 18.
Yeah.
And you thought that you don't need no man, but life did a full 360.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. So a 360 means.
Yeah.
So do you mean a 180?
Yeah.
So if you do a 360. Oh, I used to be a prostitute, but I did a 360. You're still a prostitute.
Right back where I started.
You're still a prostitute. But okay. I'm not saying you did that, just as an example. So okay, you were an independent boss babe.
Yeah.
Used to be a feminist, but you turned very traditional conservative. Wait, but you grew up super traditional conservative,
Yeah.
and then you became like feminist, boss babe, and then you
Switched.
Came back to your roots.
Came back.
what's that called when you
Flip flop.
The
not flip flop?
pendulum.
It's pendulum. There's another
Swung
one.
back, yeah.
Windscreen wipers.
What's that? What's that Australian?
Windshield.
What's that Australian?
Boomerang.
Boomerang. I don't know.
Boomerang would imply 360, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm talking about.
Pendulum.
Ben George donated $69. Humans are the largest victims of war.
Thank you.
Why do the majority of humans allow the minority wage war on their behalf?
Word.
Yeah.
Allow the minority wage war on their behalf.
Well, there's not much you can do when you live in a world full of propaganda and you have people at the very top of society pulling the strings, and they have their own financial interests and their own Machiavellian power interests, and they impose these things upon us, and we have to try and resist it as much as possible.
I personally, I think we should annex Canada.
Lebensraum.
A bit of living space. What do you guys think? Should we annex Canada?
Yeah.
I think it's a big threat. Like, it's getting super woke, so I think we should
I think it's going to become a Muslim country in a few years.
Could be. I do think, like, something I thought, like, just for our national security, I think we kind of just, like, I think if you pull up a map, I think we just take everything down to Panama, because, like, there's like a very narrow, like, piece of land there. We take everything down. So okay, we're gonna annex Mexico.
You
So
think
a lot
about
of this.
this a lot, like pretty deeply.
I have goals. Okay,
I've got an idea for you, Brian. If you really want to do that.
I'm kidding. Don't cancel.
If you really want to do that, you should get some powerful friends, buy an island, find somebody to work on your behalf, make them a fake billionaire, get them to take lots of politicians to the island so you can compromise them, and then you can have them in your pocket and get them to annex Canada.
That sounds familiar.
That's really genius.
That sounds a bit familiar.
I'm kidding.
Probably a movie
By the way,
plot.
I'm joking about the. I don't want to annex the Central America. Okay.
Mal1 donated $69. I am back. Bring the guy in the back on the mic. I think he needs to be allowed to speak. The guy in the uniform. Give us your credentials, aka your gaming experience, please. Also, Brian, come to Texas.
Hey,
Can we say on that, Spencer?
I've never been to Texas. I'd like to though.
Spencer actually is a philosopher. Gustavo is a philosopher. He does philosophy. He's a very intelligent man. He's a man of few words at the back there, but if you get talking to him,
Spanish
he's a very,
Stoicism
and I'm not
at
even
its
joking about
finest.
that.
It's very true. Very true. Bringing it back to Jessica here. I will come to Texas eventually. Well, we're going to bring whatever on the road eventually. Maybe. We'll see. Wait, so you're saying how you were, raised conservative, became an independent woman, feminist from age 16 to 18. Yeah. Did that manifest itself, though, like with dating? Like, was there a period of promiscuity or?
Well, so when I was like, I would say maybe the gap was like 14 to 18. But I grew up probably not with the best father role model as far as how their marriage with my father was. So I always thought, I don't want to be in a situation that my mom was in. I don't think I could find someone who would treat me that way or treat me better. I didn't want to be in a situation where that was ever possible. I never wanted to be with what it was. So I was like, nope, I'm not going to get into a relationship. I'm not going to date. But I was a young, rebellious girl. And I liked attention because I wasn't getting it at home and didn't have a lot of friends, kind of. But I liked the attention that I was getting from men. And I was always into older guys. Obviously, I wasn't with anyone when I was underage. But there were definitely situations I did go through like a little bit of a phase. I mean, I moved out at 16. I worked at a hospital immediately, worked at a nursing home. I was working like 60 to 80 hours a week, just grinding, trying to get money, living on my own. At the time, I had my own apartment. Yeah.
Well, you say in your notes, you said you were a hardcore feminist.
Yeah,
So, I mean, what were some of the hardcore things?
I had the, like, I hate men. I was saying that.
Damn.
Definitely did a 180 there. I thought that men really were objective creatures and that's all they wanted. I didn't think that I could find a true marriage or find someone that was capable of loving me the way that I want to love somebody. So I just thought, you know what? If it's just physical, it's just physical, and that's fine.
What was it that changed it?
Finding Alex, or my boyfriend.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And did he bring you around to these ideas? Is he a conservative sort of guy?
He is very traditional. But I think it just kind of happened naturally. When we met, I can't even explain. It's when you meet someone, that chemistry, the instant, this is the person. We can talk for forever. We can see each other. There's a future. And he wants to love somebody. I think it was really hard for me to see a man loving their wife the way that I wanted to be loved.
Yeah.
And he is just the best boyfriend ever. He tells me every day. It's not just his words, his actions.
That guy Slingshot donated $69. Question for the panel. Would you agree that dating has become overcomplicated compared to how it was with our grandparents? Are 40 and 50-year marriages a thing of the past? How do we get back to that?
I think exactly what she was saying.
Yes, 100%.
Way more complicated. Way more complicated.
It's unbelievably complicated.
Very complicated.
I hope 40 and 50-year marriages aren't a thing of the past. I think social media has a lot to do on like quick access to men and women on dating apps increases temptation, and I think that has a lot to do with it. But no, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get it back to how it was.
It's complicated. There's the sugar dating.
Sugar
bro.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, it was more like. I don't even know, bro. I'm losing my mind here. But there's these. I blame both sides. Men are simping in really weird ways. They're like pay pigs and shit. It's super weird. That complicates things. And then like you have the women on the other side of it who are taking advantage of these broken men. And then there's dating apps, feet pics. It's getting very complicated. I don't know what's going on.
Instagram's probably a big killer.
It's Instagram.
Absolutely.
I think it depends on
It's
your
too much.
geographic area too.
People
Like,
think they have more options.
I'm hopeful, like how you described it. Like I think that's
Nick, could you close the
beautiful.
door?
I think that's able to be found. So.
Yeah, I think that's phenomenal that you found that in your current relationship. It is really, really hard with a lack of strong and good father figures in the household, and we're seeing obviously an increased amount of either fatherless homes or poor fathers basically. And it's really hard. It's extremely difficult for young boys to have a father like that or not have a father at all, but it's also really detrimental to women, I think, because really, I've talked about this a lot lately, but the father really, really sets an example to daughters and how they should be treated by men.
Right.
And if you don't have that, it's so difficult. I've experienced that in my personal life as well, and it's a hard road to figure out that and navigate that. But I'm so glad to hear that you've found that.
What did you experience in that regard? Sorry.
I had a pretty poor relationship with my father when I was younger. Yeah.
Was he with your mom as well?
He was with my mom for a period of time, and then a lot of it went quite sour. So it was just not a great example, but yeah, it is really, really difficult, and it's something that I've had to make an effort to reflect on. So yeah.
And I think it's honestly way worse. I definitely had it way better off than my brother did. I would always look at him, and I love him so much. We're not super close, but the way he turned out scared me because I love him. I remember the kid he was. And then he didn't get to that point where he could be a confident man.
Yeah.
And that was the hardest thing. And I didn't want to be with a man that couldn't be that father.
Yeah.
Now, you said that you used to live a casual dating life.
Yeah.
The two men you were casual with, they fell in love with you, but you were an asshole to them?
Yeah, so before I had met my boyfriend, again, I liked the attention. I wasn't into things sexually. That wasn't really my situation. I was a little bit scared, but also traditional in the sense that I didn't want to just give myself away. So I had met one person. We had been talking for a long time. He was a player all over, but I just really liked him. I loved his sister. And he, out of nowhere, is just like, hey, I really want to date. I want to have kids with you. I think you'd be a great mom. And I was like, I didn't think you'd be a great dad, and I wasn't really nice to him.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely wasn't a good person to him.
Mm-hmm.
And we've fixed things since then. And that happened twice. And we're friends now.
All right, got it. Going back to Karina here to finish your notes here.
Lambda Sky donated $70.
Lambda Sky.
To Priya's comment, I'm Canadian and go to the US sometimes. Secularism is stronger in Canada. We are nowhere close to being a Muslim country, nor are they trying. They're here to find work, mostly TBH.
I have seen plenty that says otherwise, but we don't need to get into it. It's not a political podcast, per se.
Fascism. There's definitely demographic changes, though, going on in Europe, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I'm here.
To Karina, you said, I'm telling you, females from middle school to college have always tried to get me to do bad things, to lose my virginity, weed, go out on dates, sneak out, etc. I never understood why. Whereas men have always protected me and wanted to protect my innocence. They were always respectful. They never threw themselves on me. They always would ask if I was ready, but I just didn't want a boyfriend at the time. Yeah, we kind of talked a bit about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's yeah, I'd never been lucky with females, and I never understood why. Because I would love to have.
You mean with friendships, right?
Huh?
Like friendships.
Like female friendships. Yeah, that's just my luck, I guess. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's why towards like the end of college, I just stopped talking about what I want in life, what I desire, and all that stuff, because I knew they weren't going to like me for long.
Mm.
But yeah, it's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Girl, don't let up on those beliefs.
Yeah.
Keep talking about them. Especially
Right.
you wanna have friendships and relationships with people that have similar values to you.
Yeah.
Find them in the church. That's
Yeah.
all I can say.
Yeah.
Bringing it to Victoria Stang.
Yes.
You said, I'd like to discuss the recent increase of anti-feminists who mostly just hate on women in a cruel way and are basically Uncle Toms for gender instead of race.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
I just feel like some of them just kind of agree in a way that's just insincere, like women.
Can you elaborate a little bit? So because I call myself an anti-feminist just because I don't adhere to the beliefs and the.
Oh, I agree too. I'm an anti-feminist as well. Yeah, I just mean that there are some women who just they take it too far, if that makes any sense.
Do you have any
anti-feminist?
Yeah.
Do you have any like more specific examples, or can you describe it a little bit more?
I'm
No,
sorry.
okay. No, you're good.
Do you mean just basically like they'll just agree with whatever like the man says, just for pick me?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
It's almost like a picture.
Interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think females
something I've
nowadays
seen
have
a lot.
lost a lot of empathy with men, towards men.
Yeah.
A lot of empathy. They just don't care. They just want. They want him to do They want the man to do everything for them, and they just
Well,
want
hold on.
to just sit back and relax
Let
and
me
not
just send
do
that over to Nick.
anything.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a
Private chat, Nick.
large anti-man culture, and
Make sure
I
it's,
don't know.
there's
It's
nothing
very
there.
interesting.
It
Yeah.
doesn't
What does
really
that
make.
mean?
Yeah, I don't understand why anyone would hate men. Like,
Yeah.
we need them.
Don't.
Especially
Yeah.
because they still want to get married, and it doesn't add up. And I'm like,
Yeah, people have lost the idea
Nick,
that
can
we
you
have
show me on
the,
just drag it
that
over
the
on the
sexes are
screen? I just want to
complementary and we
double
have
check.
complementary roles, and there's a beauty in that. And we're different for beautiful and amazing reasons. And
just minimize
it's important to
OBS.
recognize that and to adhere to those roles and values.
Yeah.
It is.
You can show that. Okay, pull it up on the other tab. Boys, we have an update. This is a victory for the Whatever podcast. We have changed a life. Apparently, scroll up, Nick. Are you able to scroll up on this page?
No.
Oh, this is all it shows?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was this is the girls. Scroll, make it bigger though. It's a bit small.
Oh, so she deleted her OnlyFans.
She apparently deleted her OF, so
Good for her.
Oh, yeah,
That's phenomenal.
Round of applause for her.
so yeah.
Does that dull some of your skepticism a little?
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and
more
see.
time.
Hey, changing. What's that saying? Changing hearts and minds. Winning hearts and minds.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right.
Hey, I think
Spencer
that's
came
a
in with the
beautiful, important thing.
intel. So let's see where we were. Where were we? I forgot where we were talking here.
Tori.
I said what
With Victoria, you said, I don't know if I already read this.
Yeah, you
Currently
are.
going through a separation that I'm not trying to reconcile. I was seeing one of my son's fathers while I was separated. I ended that yesterday. I don't remember when you sent that, but also you tend to think that a girl like me can't be traditional. I have 3 baby daddies, so maybe that's not the best word to describe me exactly, but it's the best way to describe what I believe is best for young women. And how not sticking to my original traditional values have been unbelievably detrimental to me and my family. I would never want a young girl to walk in my footsteps, but I also think that young women really need to hear the consequences of having no morals. Single motherhood isn't easy. I also wanted to make this clear just in case my ex tries to message you about me.
Yeah.
I didn't get any messages.
Well, that's good. You might end up getting some.
Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it's a beautiful thing what you're doing, though.
Thank you.
And I think it's an amazing thing. We all fall short to the glory of God, and I think it's really important that we're able to recognize and reflect on our mistakes and admit to them, and because we're all sinners and we all make mistakes. We have that in common plenty. And it's great that you're willing to speak out about it and be and caution young women into being weary of making certain decisions.
Straight to be male and Caucasian.
Yeah, it's fine.
And
It's
I'm
gonna take a
sure.
sec, though.
I'm sure you have. You have 3 beautiful children. They're
One
of course
sec,
a
crazy
blessing,
people.
even though it came out of unconventional circumstances. But that's something to be amazingly grateful for.
Yes,
And I think
love
you're doing
my sons.
the Lord's work. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
For shizzle, there's a TTS that's about to come through again.
Various crazy people donated $69. Never been a worse time in recent history to be male and Caucasian.
It's true. Or going to the gym as a man. Can't even go to the gym in peace.
Well, what happens in the gym?
Because females,
What
glancing over and
Even though they're not.
yeah.
Oh
and
yeah, I get idolized
posting
in the gym
that,
all the time.
saying that
I
they're
hate it.
creeps.
It's the worst. It's my worst thing ever. Just trying to sit there.
gawk guys,
Yeah, they won't stop looking at me. I just feel violated. It's not nice.
Amanda _
let
the
me be
_ med
aesthetic,
_ tech donated $69. I agree with the panel. I think one of the biggest detriments to society now is the anti-men population. They want the perks of traditional treatment but don't want to give it back, then blame the men.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Oh, there is an epidemic, a pandemic of non-traditional women demanding traditional treatment from men.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Nickelodeon donated
Thank you, Amanda.
$69.
Thank you, Amanda, by the way. Appreciate it.
Glasses, how does your guy feel about this friend? Would you put him to the test and text him you need him tonight and see how he responds? W for strung out strumpet.
What guy? Oh, from years ago? We don't talk now.
I think she just meant that she
Friendly.
reconciled.
Yeah, we're friendly, but We don't talk.
Okay.
I don't speak with anyone.
You're on good terms, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't speak with anyone from
Okay.
previously.
Word. You going back to Victoria, you said, actually, wait, sorry, this chat's been sitting here for a sec, so I'm just going to pull it up real quick. We have Kyle Kelsey, the legend, a nurse student that I met at a festival, told me I was a piece of shit and be terrible to have a family with because of my career choice. To the Aussies, they still have cool cab overs.
Cab over.
What?
Can you Google what that means?
The fuck is that?
Wait, so what is his career choice?
Cab overs.
What's a cab over? Kaboot.
Not sure what that is. Yo, Kyle Kelsey, thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. Good to see you, as always, man. Appreciate your super chat. Thank you. I'm not sure what a cab over is, though. How do you guys not know? You guys are Australian. What's going on, boys?
Are you guys fake Australians?
Run.
They're Kiwis.
Quadman 808 donated $69.
Yo, thank you, Quadman. Appreciate
Family
it.
unit being eroded, main problem 1 in 4 use drugs. After 24 years married, had to kick mom, now single dad, raising 2 on my own as quadriplegic. Large swath of women just don't have good priorities.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I agree. I think
For shizzle?
porn is also a huge factor. But
Yeah. Drugs bad. Wait, had to kick mom? What?
Yeah, that's where.
No, single dad raising 2 on my own. Wait, hold on. You're a single dad raising 2 kids and you're quadriplegic?
Oh wow. Okay.
How do you raise your
Quadman 808. Damn, that's. I wish you.
It's tough.
I wish you Godspeed in your recovery. I don't know if it's possible to come back.
I don't think you can recover from quadriplegia.
There's been some miracles, right?
Doesn't it depend on like how severe it is?
There's been. I think there's. Never say never.
But
Never
either
say
way,
never.
your kids are very lucky to have you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, listen, Quadman 808. By the grace of God, I compel you to be healed.
Faith healing.
Fucking do it. Okay. I was reading something from Victoria here. Oh, Victoria. Okay. I have a bone to pick with the host now. Since you said to message here with any... That's why I'm going to keep... okay, so I disagree completely. Oh, I read this about the promiscuous women turn... I don't know if we even... Did we even...
We kind of talked about
I
it.
think a TTS came in.
We kind of talked about it. I don't
Did
remember.
did you want to? Was there more there? Or?
Not to that one.
I feel like I read it and then we pretty much just moved on.
I believe we spoke about it.
We spoke about it.
Very briefly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Did we though? Did we?
Okay, then repeat the question.
I think we did.
Okay. Well, here's my position. Right. I don't think men should date women with a high body count, even if it's in their past. That's it.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's my advice.
I wouldn't want it for my
that's good
son.
advice.
I wouldn't want it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably exactly what happened before, is that we all just agreed on that.
Oh, good times. The only girl who...
What?
No, not you, Madison.
Oh, the other one that left.
What was
Jasper?
her name?
I don't know. She gave 2 different names. I don't know. Wait. I did actually have one response to the thing about like, it being ridiculous, me thinking it's kind of ridiculous. So I think it's more from the angle of like, okay, I would, even if you're a Christian man, I don't think it's ideal to date a woman who has a past of promiscuity.
It seems
Who
contradicting.
who wants to, let's say the Christian man wants to wait until marriage, and then you're like encountering a woman. So there's two things here. This is the thing we didn't talk about. So there's a woman with a promiscuous past who now wants to wait until marriage. Now, if you're a secular man and you have no interest in waiting to marriage, absolutely not. You should not be like, if you're not inclined to wait till marriage, obviously it's like, duh, you shouldn't. If you don't want to wait until marriage, go date somebody who doesn't want to wait until marriage. Don't date somebody who wants to wait till marriage. But if you're a Christian guy, I wouldn't recommend it either. Because
I guess
reasons.
My question is to you more just like, what would you expect them to do? Like, what do you expect? Like, what do you want them to do instead?
Well, I mean, it's more. My advice is more so advice I'm giving to the men. So, I'm not saying like you should continue being promiscuous. I think it's good if you're like reeling that back in, but I don't know. I'm not sure what the solution is, to be honest. I would say though, you know, if your standard of, okay, you have a past of promiscuity and now you want to wait until marriage. And if you're holding out for a guy who's willing to wait until marriage and who's going to accept your past, you are potentially closing the pool of potential partners that would actually date you, but they're not inclined to wait till marriage. So for example, like a man who would otherwise date you and maybe even marry you, but they don't have an interest in waiting till marriage, you are closing the door on those men. So,
I mean,
like if you're a man and you're inclined to wait until marriage, why not just pick a woman who doesn't have a past of promiscuity?
Well,
why not?
Of course, that's the ideal, but that's not, obviously, that always ends up panning out.
Sorry, it's my first time. If Andy Dick, I'm assuming. I wonder, sorry, if there's any cursing, I guess Dick, it won't read it, can delete his OF, then there might be hope. Haha, I've been doing a lot of soul searching the past year. Do you guys honestly believe people can change? If so, what does it take to change? I think he meant to say.
I absolutely believe people can change.
I believe that as well.
Depends on what.
Yeah.
Even if the girls who have come on this show, and even her, like I hope that she does change and want the best for her. But yeah, it is obviously possible to change, and people can turn their lives around. People do stupid things when they're younger. But even on this topic of dating girls with a high body count, if you're a Christian guy and you've been waiting until marriage, there is an aspect of naivety when it comes to the modern dating world. And if you do date a girl who has a very high body count, with that has also come, she's learnt the game. She's really eaten from the tree. She knows how to manipulate to get what she wants, and she knows how to use and abuse guys. And she has that knowledge, and to think that she won't bring that into the relationship and then manipulate you as well, that's a big ask. You'd have to be a very, very strong, principled man who's, got his shit together.
I think we're also seeing a huge reversion towards traditional values and people coming either back to the faith or turning to the faith for the first time. So I think there's probably quite a few men and women that are in a very similar boat. And I think we're underestimating how many people might be in a similar situation in that sense.
And that's why I like to have these conversations even with that girl before, because whether or not she deletes her OnlyFans and changes her life, I hope she does. Whether or not she does is inconsequential to me. But the fact of the matter is that, contrary to popular belief that this podcast is solely watched by incels with their dick in their hand, it's actually got a lot of young women who watch this podcast, a lot of young women who are looking for a little bit of guidance in their life and who want to see what the kinds of men that they would go for might like. So I like to have these conversations to help guide some of the younger women who are watching, who are looking for a way forward and who want to move towards more traditional values. Because I've said this before on this podcast, if you understand the things that you ladies understand on this podcast, it is an absolute superpower when it comes to dating. You'll stand out. So
building a better generation for sure.
I have a few more notes here. We have, going back to Lauren. Lauren says, we talked about the circumcision, but you disagree with Brian's take on makeup.
Well, actually, I have to retract it because on Sunday's podcast, you kind of clarified, like, you know, if they're wearing like a little makeup, it's not like, but you spent a lot of time talking about it, so I don't want to harp on it.
We can talk about it.
Behave donated $69. Men who don't want to get married but complain about the lack of trad women is silly. We agree on a lot, but I think it's better when you have more pushback on the show. Table of pick-me's today equals thumbs down.
I do agree with that, honestly.
That everybody here is a pick-me?
No.
Are you a pick-me?
Funny because I literally just said
No. I'm talking about the first statement.
Oh, the first statement?
Yeah.
Don't get married, boys. Don't fucking do it. Don't get married.
And how are you going to ask for a traditional woman, Brian?
Because
the traditional woman
I'm
that you
a
want is going to
strong,
want to get married.
independent boss man, and I can. Women do that shit all the time.
I get that, but
I'm just
but we're
serving up
saying
a dish
that
of equality.
Yeah, but we've said that that's
equality. I'm not going to marry you, but you better do my laundry.
Oh gosh. You're such a troll sometimes.
It's true though. What?
Nothing.
I'm just saying, you know.
I agree.
I just like channeled Bill Burr there.
That was a good one, actually.
I understand your argument. Obviously, it's incredibly difficult with the lack of traditional women out there, but you can't expect a traditional woman and then not adhere to the values that she's going to want as
Anonymous
well.
donated $69. Hello, Brian and panel. To the quadriplegic TTS. Proud of you, sir. I personally give you a standing ovation. Keep that head up and keep on rolling.
Oh my god.
Bro.
Wow.
Brutal.
No, that was funny.
That was funny.
That
I
was
liked
funny.
it. That was good.
Even Quadman would be laughing at that.
Yeah. I don't think they want to be like coddled. You know, they want to be treated equally. Yeah, you can joke about me, right?
I would assume so if they
Yeah.
have a good
You got
sense of humor. Yeah,
about it.
it's
You know,
important.
maybe, I don't know.
It's important to be able to laugh at yourself a bit.
Yeah.
It's very important in the Australian culture. We take
I
the
think it's
piss out of
important
ourselves.
in any culture, or at least it should be.
But about the marriage thing, not in favor of. I'm not gonna. I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna get
I mean,
married.
it's very similar to how these feminist leftist women want traditional conservative men. It's a very similar trade-off.
I actually think it is a stronger position, though. For example, like a woman who's a feminist who wants a guy to pay for a first date. I do think that a man being hesitant to marriage, even if he's traditional or inclined to be traditional, or he desires a traditional partner, I think it's really valid because the state has sort of destroyed marriage,
I don't
and
disagree.
there's laws on the books when it comes to marriage that, like, there's actually tangible reasons for why a man could object, valid reasons for a man not wanting to get married under the current social climate and under the current legal climate.
I don't object to that whatsoever.
So I think it like, men have a valid reason.
No, I understand the hesitancy, and it's completely valid. But at in the same breath, you can't expect this very moral traditional woman to not have her own desires, traditional desires of marriage and family.
For shizzle.
Can I just say, with this argument, I always find it a little bit useless, and I enjoy watching you guys talk about it, but the argument of whether men should get married or not, obviously if we want a healthy society, men should get married. But this is a spiritual problem. This is not a political problem. This is a problem that people don't believe in God anymore. As atheism has gotten more prominent in our societies, everything just tends to crumble. So when people don't believe in God and they're not a part of a church and they don't adhere to that sort of worldview and lifestyle, this seeps in. So unfortunately, as much as it would be, we can argue back and forth about to secular people as to whether they should get married or not, and what are the perks and what are the risks, because there are a lot of risks involved. There are also good perks as well. This is a spiritual problem.
Absolutely. I completely concur.
Yeah, I mean, it's very dangerous these days for men to get married in a secular sense. And as much as I'm a proponent of the nuclear family, and it's my own goal one day, I completely understand why a man wouldn't want to get married.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree.
In a secular sense, I mean, you heard what Liam just said then. Men are getting absolutely shafted on the daily.
I agree. I would like to know what advice you would give to men to kind of seek out the right type of woman so that they don't get caught in that situation later on if they do.
Well, this is a really tough one. Yeah. No, it's a good one. But this is a really tough one because if you don't have a religious worldview and belief, then if you're in a secular relationship, how do you define your values? You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So once again, I would say probably seek out some sort of okay, here's what I'd say to guys. go and do some research into the apologist William Lane Craig and look at his work into the case for Jesus Christ. There's also a movie called The Case for Christ, and there's a book called The Case for Christ as well. And it lays out all of the details about why Jesus was a historical figure and how he died on the cross and all of the evidence that he was resurrected, and see if that changes your mind as to whether Christianity is just a myth and a fairy tale. Because you can't just click your fingers and start believing. You can't just click your fingers and just become a Christian. You have to actually do the intellectual heavy lifting.
Yeah.
And a lot of people want a lightning bolt and they're, oh, that's my spiritual moment. But unfortunately for most people, it's about getting up every single day and fending off all of the ills of the world and all of the degeneracy of the world, all of the cultural and political ills and all of the squalid behavior that we engage in, and to try and actually create your own foundation and to try and but it's not easy. It's something that we have to do every single day.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that marriage falls apart a lot of the times, I mean, like you were saying, due to the lack of religious beliefs. And I mean, we are in such a secular world right now. But there's nothing, if you don't have God as the foundation of your relationship, what are you being held accountable to?
Yeah.
Like there's nothing, like you said, there's no moral backbone. Like we can all say, I mean, there are sets of morals that we on a broad scale, even the secular world, can agree that are wrong, but obviously our morals have to come from somewhere. And when you don't, and when you have secular beliefs, there's no backbone to that. There's no origin to that. And it's very hard to continue to define the smaller the ills go.
100%.
For Shizzle, a couple more notes here. We have, you didn't want to engage on the makeup thing? We can.
No, I think you're absolutely right that some people can look like a completely different person, and it is very deceiving. But I thought your perspective prior to Sunday was that you didn't want any makeup, like you would.
Let's do it.
You would have your.
That is what he'd prefer.
Yeah, that is.
But like on a panel.
If I had
like in a female girlfriend or partner.
Okay. Real Trump donated $69 to the Irwin kids. Does Australia have the same laws as the USA regarding child support and alimony, aka the guy gets screwed? I know Singapore has neither, and men are more willing to have families.
I mean, I have 12 lawyers that work for me, so I'm the bad one to answer this because I don't really do well with the law. So maybe you could take this one.
Yeah, Australia has pretty strict laws as well, and this is pretty much throughout the Western world.
Amanda _
Here, I'm going to just skip it, and then if you want to finish, and then I'll re-trigger this in a sec.
Yeah, I mean, Australia has equally bad laws. I'm not 100% sure about what the laws are in the United States, but in Australia, women win all the court cases as well, pretty much, and guys get constantly screwed over and they get their kids taken away from them. And this is one of the main reasons for male deletion. And there's a lady called Bettina Arndt, who's an Australian author. I had her on my podcast, the reality-based podcast, if anyone wants to go check it out. And she wrote a book called Men Too, and she just goes through all of the statistics about how men are getting screwed in the legal system. And unfortunately, one of the things that nobody wants to talk about is that men are deleting themselves at unprecedented rates in society at the moment. And one of those reasons is because they get into and a lot of people will say, oh yeah, men should just talk about their feelings more. But unfortunately, what happens when you've got nowhere to go? A lot of the people who are deleting themselves are north of 40. That's the biggest age bracket. And a lot of the people in that bracket who are deleting themselves, it's because they've lost their family. They've had breakdown of relationships. They've been financially drained. And then they get to a point where they just, what's the point in even living? And then they end up on a noose. And this is a massive problem that nobody wants to talk about. So,
good answer.
Well put. Let me pull up the message from Amanda here.
Amanda _the_med_tech donated $69. This is one of the best panels that I have watched, and I have admittedly watched a lot of them. Very great discussions, off topic but to the nurse. The lab does not hemolyze samples on purpose.
I'm not a nurse. I'm not a nurse anymore. I don't know what that means. Why?
Did somebody, one of you, talk about hemolyzing?
Yeah, I know what she's saying.
Claims.
No.
Well, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you,
Amanda, for the nursing knowledge,
redraw my
knowledge
labs.
bomb, info bomb, truth bomb. Appreciate it. So wait, okay, on the makeup thing really quick. Okay, so if let's say in this hypothetical world, I just had authoritarian, total power, would I ban makeup? I would ban makeup.
Makes sense.
You couldn't produce it. You couldn't buy it. You couldn't wear it. In fact, the penalties: producing it, misdemeanor; wearing it, felony.
You know what would happen?
Straight to jail.
A black market for makeup.
You put on some mascara, straight to jail.
You'd have makeup cartels.
Makeup cartels.
Yeah, because you'd open up a black market for makeup.
Right.
And then you'd have like Pablo Escobar of makeup.
They're wearing the crime on their face.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's pretty identifiable.
You don't think this is going to be like the most authoritarian? The police.
I'll take it over North Korea. That's all
makeup
that's on
police.
offer.
Like, what do you guys think? You guys down for that? Like, if I just
I hate wearing makeup. I can't.
let's
do
go.
it.
Let's
I don't
fucking
have
go.
any,
I'm chilling
That's
for
why,
that.
like,
Yeah.
Think about
I'm
it,
the
though.
lowest rated person.
No other women get to wear makeup either.
Yeah.
I'd be the first one
Make
selling
it
black
a lot
market
less
makeup, and I make
It
some.
kind of levels.
It would. No, you're right there. It
See
would
that
make
gap
it a
in the
lot.
market.
It would make it a
bro,
lot.
I'd
Maddie
make
said
millions.
this.
Yeah.
You know, I'd
Maddie
have
said
two
this, but
Lambos instead of
it
one.
would make it a lot less competitive for females.
It would level the playing field.
It would. It would.
You can't
That's
one up
true.
in any other way.
It would save on
Right.
time. It would save on a lot of time.
It takes
Yeah.
so much time. I can't do it.
Do you know how many millionaires
And
on
it's
major in prohibition?
expensive. It's not cheap.
Because you just make alcohol in your bathtub and you become rich. So I'll be making makeup in my bathtub and selling it on the streets.
Doesn't sound sanitary.
Just like yes.
Yeah.
I just want the money.
I think we'd
Yeah.
see improvement
And
on mental health
courtesy
with
of
like
Brian,
young
I'd
girls too.
Clean up.
Yeah.
I'd ban
Would
full
you ban
plastic
plastic
surgery.
surgery?
I don't know.
Cosmetic, like for cosmetic purposes.
Because I think if you ban makeup, you'd have to ban
Of
plastic
course.
surgery too.
Fake
because
titties
if-
first to go.
If you did,
You have to
ban
get them
makeup,
out. If
more
you already have
women-
them, there's not like a grandfather shit. They have to be removed. What's
What
up?
about those who like?
Wait, word. Sorry,
I was
Madison.
gonna
What you
say like
saying?
because I think if you did ban makeup, more women would get more plastic surgery to like counteract
Plastic
it.
surgery ban too.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like
I'd
you'd
stop
have to
saying
ban
it all.
both. You'd have to ban both.
Yeah.
Both of them. Get rich.
Yeah. I would
So
also
maybe too
ban.
capitalist for this podcast, to be honest.
What else would I ban?
Filters.
High-waisted jeans.
Really?
Yeah, I don't really like them. I don't know.
You'd like low waisted better, or like just like a mid waist?
I don't even know. People would have there would be
You
a
have a
dress
preference
code.
on jeans?
No, there'd be I don't know. I'm just joking. I don't care about the jeans. You guys down for the banning of the makeup though?
Yeah.
I'm down for it.
You guys gonna vote for me?
Hey, I like my
Chilling like a
makeup.
villain, man.
For you.
Because
my life.
If
I
it's banned
will-
for everyone.
I will get power through democracy, but then I'll take the democracy away. I'm just saying. No,
Of course you
Step by step.
would.
just okay.
If you actually had the power, though, would you like criminalize that?
Yeah,
Would I criminalize
Like,
makeup?
Like actually.
I'd probably get
P_G
assassinated by the
donated
fucking beauty industry.
$69. Atheists are good-hearted people, and to disregard their beliefs because you feel so strong in your convictions makes me sad. Do you believe that Christianity is the only answer?
Oh, that's an easy one. I mean, you just have to look throughout history, and you have to look at the most successful cultures and the most successful societies throughout history. And then you look at what happens when societies degenerate into atheism. There's many examples of it throughout the entire 20th century. You can just look at the Soviet Union. You can look at Mao's China. These are cultures that worshipped their leader, their authoritarian leader, as God. And human beings have an innate desire to worship. And if it's not going to be God that they're going to worship, they're going to worship something. And then I would ask you, if you said that atheists have good beliefs, what are their beliefs? And how are they founded?
That's not to say that they are not good-hearted people. Of course, there can be very secular people that are good-hearted. They're just lost.
Yeah. No, I'd say, yeah, they're good people, but like Jordan Peterson's got this great quote where he says that our culture and our society is living off the corpses of our ancestors. And what he means by that is that good people in the modern world tend to act like Christians. They'll act according to the Christian worldview.
Absolutely.
However, they won't have a religious conviction. But that's because we're spoiled. But unfortunately, if you don't replenish the food, it wears out after a while. And I think we're seeing the late stages of that.
Seifert donated $69. Thanks for having the two brobogans on. It helps us Aussies enjoy the podcast more. Thank you for speaking about male mental health, as I almost deleted myself over a female. Happier with a Staffy D.
Stay around, brother. We need you.
Yeah, man. That's good. That's good feedback. What a legend.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Guys, we are going to try to wrap up in about 10, 20 minutes. So if you want, get your last TTSs in. There's one that's about to come through.
Nickelodeon donated $69. Ban face tattoos. Women, if you couldn't use markup anymore and it was illegal, would you tattoo your face to look like it has makeup on it? Fuck face freckles.
Do you want to stand?
People do that.
So yeah.
My
for the rest
eyebrows
of the
are tattooed on.
for the
Yeah, I
rest
was
of the
gonna
show.
say people
Do tattoo makeup on their
permanent. Isn't it permanent makeup? Basically?
I suppose that would be a loophole. I don't know. Well, actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm banning tattoos too.
Can you ban mumble rap as well, if possible?
Yeah, I'm banning.
Down.
Can you ban fake jewelry on rappers as well, please?
Like,
Sure.
Okay, that's hectic.
Well,
Sure.
I hear that they wear
What else can
fake
we get?
jewelry as like replicas of their real jewelry, so they don't get it like, or when
Actually,
they get
you know what?
stolen.
That's actually not untrue.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes no. A friend of mine does that as well.
Yeah, 'cause
I'm just
if
gonna
they were
try to
get
get
robbed.
through. So, bringing it back to Lauren, your notes here. I'll just prompt you. You did say you can't. Well, actually, I'll just ask the question going around the table. Can you be?
Yes and yes.
Can you be sexist towards men?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just going around the table. I'm just going to skip over that just
Yes,
for the sake of
absolutely.
time. You said that you believe the feminist movement is responsible for the high rates of diagnosed depression in women today, as well as the high rates of divorce in society.
Yeah, I was fed this whole lie growing up that, and it's just propaganda and media attention, honestly, about girl boss. You want to, you want to go to school, go to college, get a good career, make all this money, and you don't need a man, and all of these things. And I believed it, and I pushed myself very hard. And ultimately, where I am now, I enjoy my job, I do, but it's the last thing on my priority list. I find so much more satisfaction being a wife and a mother, and I think that this feminist movement, I could have worked as a nurse prior to the feminist movement. I don't mind if I don't have the right to vote. I trust my husband to do that for me. So yeah, I think it
God bless the grind donated $69.
Yeah, thank
we
you, man.
do not
Appreciate
wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil. Ephesians 6:12.
Let's go.
Yeah.
For shizzle.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the message. I'll just move on to the next thing here. You also said that men who play video games should be considered a red flag.
Well, okay. Listen, I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback for this, but my whole thing is that I just see men getting almost, it's like an addiction for them. So they spend hours upon hours upon hours. And like I said, I just really want my husband to be involved with our kids and active and, actually doing things outside and playing outside. And so we kind of have that rule in my house for my boys too. So yeah, it's a kind of a red flag just to be aware of. Of course, people have self-control, and that's totally fine, but.
Can I add something? My husband played video games most often when he was very depressed. And so that's why it was like a negative thing in our household.
Yeah, I've seen just one of my brothers used to play video games as well a lot when we were growing up, and he would get so angry if he lost a game that he would throw the controller and stuff like that, where I just feel like we could be having good interactions with people in person, and again, just paying attention to our loved ones and friends, and yeah.
Would you change your mind if that was his main source of income? Because some of these people are like making millions.
Yeah, I think I just grew up kind of in a different time. I didn't, there wasn't like any of this. I mean, we had like dial up and stuff. So it wasn't really a form of like payment really, but no, I don't think I would change my mind. I think I'm pretty set in that. I don't think I would be attracted to someone that was.
Okay. So you had last few dating stories. What's the one with the Bane thing?
Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. I went on a date one time, and he took me to a restaurant, and he said to me, do you know Bane from Batman? And I was like, no, I actually don't. And he was like, well, I can do a really good Bane impression. And I was like, well, that's cool, but I don't know who that is, so I don't know if it's gonna be good or not. And he didn't care. Like, he just did a Bane impression the entire time, like throughout the dinner, talked to the waiter that way. It was so embarrassing. Like, now I know what Bane sounds like, but like probably like the worst impression.
Can you do it?
No, I can't do it. No.
Secondhand cringe from that story.
Yeah.
Can one of you guys do?
Brian's clone donated $69. Hey Brian, my friend's dad's name is Brian and looks like you know joke just 50. Temecula meet up for your doppelganger/father. Brian, how do you mentally recover from doing these shows? It takes a toll.
Oh, You think I mentally recover from doing this show? You think? Bro, I'm losing my marbles here doing this shit. You see this, guys? I don't know. I'm losing a little bit of hair right here, boys. Like right in this area. It's starting. I've had a decent head of hair. 30, you know, mid 30s. I'm starting to lose it, boys. That's why I need your support. I need your patronage. I'm gonna have to go to Turkey soon, boys.
Say those hair
it's over, bro.
Hey, bro, me and Chess Bro got you covered. We got supplements for that, man.
You got subs? Okay. Boys.
Aesthetic cosmetics.
You know, I had a good run, but like, you know, the stress, hair's falling out, so.
We'll keep you running.
Yeah, I honestly, I started accruing mental damage from doing the show. So.
Do you actually like find that sometimes like you have days where it just drains the fuck out of you?
Oh yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
Every single
No, because I
day.
don't think people realize. Even like a 6-hour podcast, like you don't realize how draining it actually is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Doing it twice a week. It was one of the first things we spoke about. When people from the outside looking in, they're like, "Oh, you just flip on a camera, talk to people, and become popular."
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's a full-time job.
I mean, truth be told, though, it's the draining part isn't. Sometimes, like it can be annoying. Sometimes, like during the actual show, a lot of it is like what goes on before the show, behind the scenes. Like I think that's the draining part, and then like just being involved in content creation. There's a lot of drama. Like this is like a lot of these people is like some high school shit.
Yeah.
A lot of drama with like some of these creators in the space. And I try to avoid it. Like I don't talk shit about people. I try not to get involved in beef, but people will talk shit on Twitter, and I've mostly avoided getting dragged into it, but sometimes I've been baited and responded.
Got to do
shit,
what Joe Rogan says: you post and you ghost. That's it.
Yeah,
you know
but I mean, and then there'll be people who fucking lie and slander, and you know.
Welcome to the world.
I mean, almost every single week I'm dealing like with some bullshit. Some girl on a previous show. Oh, I was a victim.
Really?
The way I was treated, it was traumatic. Literally, we've just had. I'm not gonna like give them any clout, but we had like 2 women come on the show who said it was like a traumatic experience, and they cried, and that they feel abused, and that they're victims. And it's just like, oh my God, bro. Like, your fifis got hurt. Move the fuck on. Like, whatever, bro. Girls have come on the show, been fucking rude to me. I don't like go and try to like, I just move the fuck on. Like, it is what it is. But
hardens you.
And so there's a lot of like bullshit though. Like a lot of fucking like so much bullshit behind the scenes. People, the viewers don't even know about, like fucking girls like claiming shit. Like it's just crazy.
You got to insulate yourself as much as you can as well for your mental health. Do you know what I mean?
I think I do a decent job of it.
No,
but
man, 100%. But like you can never let these people live in your head rent free. You know what I mean? Just get it dealt with and just fucking move on. Otherwise, it'll keep you up at night.
I think my trouble is like when it's one thing if somebody speaks the truth and they're just like, yeah, I had a bad time on the podcast or whatever. But like when they start lying, that's when it's like, okay, you want to correct the record, but then it's like, okay, I'm just giving them like, that's what they want.
Yeah.
They want you.
Sometimes the best response is nothing, bro.
Yeah, that's I've almost exclusively, like there's been, I could have addressed, there's probably been like a dozen different things that have gone down on the podcast. I could have addressed it, but my philosophy has been like, just keep moving, don't even address it, not worth it. Yeah. And a lot of these things just end up disappearing. Yeah. But
I'll help get your Instagram button fixed to relieve
Let's
some
go,
trauma.
Dude.
That's what I'm gonna do.
That would be a huge help for me, bro.
You.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome, my friend.
Thank you. Let's see here. We have the Bane thing, and then the last thing. I was in a relationship with someone who was. This is for you, Lauren. You were in a relationship with. Hold on. Someone who's not on par with what I want in my future, but every time I went to break up with him, he threatened to delete himself, and I felt too bad. Damn, that's fucked up. So you stayed with him for a total of 1.5 years out of guilt. Damn, that's crazy. Eventually, you ended things for good. So you realized you weren't responsible for his future actions. And then sounds like he ended up with a addiction to substances.
Yeah, he did after that. I felt really guilty. But it kind of goes to what you were saying when the female can really do that to a man can do that to a woman. I definitely wasn't happy with him, but I felt so bad for him. Like, I didn't want him to hurt himself, so I stayed in it for a year and a half total. And even at the very last point when I did break up with him, it was like the hardest thing. I mean, I think I was so depressed for so long because I just felt
to make you feel better about that, like, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, threatening to delete yourself to anyone is abuse. Yeah. And this gentleman I told you about, the girl, Vanessa, would not subtle, don't give a fuck, lawyered up, good to go. She would threaten to delete herself on a daily basis, and if that didn't work, she'd threaten to have him arrested. So it's like that level of manipulation, and it is manipulation, is it's abuse. So you've gone through abuse as well, just so you know.
Yeah, I offered to, obviously get him help, but yeah, it's highly concerning that you can kind of guilt somebody into staying into a relationship.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah, honestly, I do want to give a warning to any men out there, men or women, honestly, on this one. If anybody uses like a threat of self-harm as leverage to get you into a relationship, to get some sort of sympathy, to keep you in the relationship, you gotta run. Like, that is
100%.
It's not gonna get better. No. It's gonna get worse.
Yep.
There's gonna be an escalation. It's not gonna be just that. Sometimes it'll be early on. You gotta get out. Yeah. You gotta get out. It's.
And two surviving donated $69.
Does not lead anywhere
accounting
good.
For God. For the panel, do you believe if the entirety of the world would follow the golden rule, would the world be better? Truly?
It's fucking wobbly on this table.
Yeah, I do believe so. I think that the golden rule is a good one. However, I do think that life and the world and history is somewhat of a dialectical process where we are always having different ideas fight against each other, and they do tend to produce better ideas, and through trial and error we can get better as a culture. So I think the golden rule can be a good thing, but it's good to have nuance and understanding of both sides, but also not to be a fence sitter, to have opinions, and because oftentimes people who want to just follow the golden rule will get manipulated, because especially on the far left, they're a very subversive political organisation. Right-wingers and conservatives, we tend to want dialogue and we tend to welcome dialogue. However, the far left are much more subversive in their political tactics. So if you want to sit in the middle, you might just get manipulated, and the goalposts of what the middle is tends to get shifted.
All right, sweet. Let me see here. What are the final things we need to do? Any final disagreements from anybody we want to?
Can I give you a plug for these guys?
Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. Go for it.
Use the code whatever, the code whatever, the code whatever, the code whatever. You get 40% off everything. Raid the store, buy it all, cost price, $10 to try everything. Just smash that code, because I'm telling you, buy it and then resell it. I don't even care. But
what's the link?
It's iwantagummies.com.
iwantagummies.com.
But that whatever code,
we have it in the description.
Just so the reason that the company does it so high is as like a gift to the audience, because this show wouldn't exist without the audience, right? Mm-hmm. And there's no point trying to sell anything to anyone. You want to gift them. So we made it as massive as possible. So raid the store, buy everything. The code is whatever, 40% off. That's me.
Yeah, the link is in the description if you guys need it. So guys, hold on. GG, well played to the panel. Thank you guys for coming. A couple quick things here before we wrap up. We're gonna do a raid over there on Twitch. Oh, quick few things. Guys, if anybody knows how to get the message button back on Instagram, no idea what's going on. I know some of you can see it. I saw some of your messages. I know some of you can see it, but what's up? Oh, thank you, Nick.
Are they able to, if they start a new message, are they able to type in whatever on the
message? You can still message the account if you go to the your message tab, and you can always draft a message and type in anyone's username on Instagram. But I feel like people aren't
tech savvy.
They're not maybe they don't know that that's a thing, or they're so lazy. If there's not a message, if there's not a message button, they're not sending a message. It's probably the case that we're missing out on potential guests because For a lot of these people, there's no message button. I'm getting messages on my personal IG. Hey, there's no message button. But I think some people, some people just don't know. So, last couple things here. If anybody in Dubai, guys, I'm just gonna repeat it. I'm gonna repeat it every fucking show until I get my money back. I got scammed out of $2,000. David Spearman, Ciara Stevens, they're in Dubai. I don't know if anybody knows, can help in any way.
How did they hustle you?
So, it's a long story. I won't get into it, but basically this guy reached out to me. He's like, hey, I can help you get a username on IG. And, but like, it was a fairly sophisticated scam because apparently like he does some legit stuff. And like he had apparently he did something for Justin Waller, and Justin Waller I know personally. So it seemed like, shows his face. So it's not like some totally a non-fucking random ass account. Paid him $2,000 back in, it's been over 2 months.
Cash or crypto?
Crypto, yeah.
He's done the running now.
Yeah, so my fault. Look, my mistake to some degree.
Get his IG taken down if you want. Because, yeah, I mean, you can call me tomorrow, but that can happen pretty quickly, just quietly.
But yeah, I mean, he scammed me through Instagram. $2,000. I just want it back. Like, if he sends it back, I'll just fucking drop the whole fucking thing. But so yeah, if anybody, I don't know if there's a lawyer in Dubai, you got a contact in Dubai, he lives in Dubai, anybody can help out.
I was just said 2 weeks ago I could fix his problem in 10 seconds.
He's got this, bro. He's got this.
I'll fix it with a big smile. I'll do it for free too.
Okay. Oh, well,
I just hate scammers, man. That's my big thing. Like, I hate them. It's one of my
Wait, Nick,
passions.
pull up can you find their Instagrams really quick? Do you know what it is? You can just type in David. It should auto complete and then see.
Did he block you? Typical.
Oh, he did block me. He did.
How
block
did I know
me.
it was crypto?
It has to be.
Blocked you? How did I know the whole racket?
On both accounts.
You have to do it incognito window, Nick. But the other thing, guys, is we're going to do a Twitch raid also. Those of you who are watching on Twitch. So while Nick is pulling that up, I think we're going to raid. Wow, Grandma is raiding, but I think I'm actually going to raid a different guy today, just to switch things up. So before we do the raid,
Imapa donated $69. Drop Bears and I are in communications. Watch your six next time you are back in the homeland, mates. You may have won the battle, but Emu War 2 is a brewing.
You're not wrong, brother.
Yeah, come at me, bro. Come at me.
Should I drop the TTS to 20 and just allow the madness to come in for the last few? Huh?
Oh.
Do I just maybe no questions though, just comments? That could be funny.
Just respond to the whole entire live chat.
Do we do it, Chad? Just as an experiment? Fuck it. Okay, we'll do a little.
How long are you gonna give him?
5. We'll do 5
give him
minutes.
5 minutes.
We'll do 5 minutes.
But there's gonna be so
5 minutes
many
of chaos.
5 minutes of chaos.
No guys. We're gonna drop TTS to
no questions
to 20. So hold on. Give me a sec, guys. Just for the hell of it. Any dating things you guys want to talk about? Oh, body count. Why don't we do body count? Starting over here.
I'm keeping it to myself.
Rip.
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 Good response.
Maddie, or are you passing?
3.
Oh wait, we didn't have somebody gone. We'll come back, I guess.
Less than one hand.
Yeah, out of respect for my husband, I can't.
Out of respect for my future husband. That's
good times. Okay, sure,
Reserved
that's fair. Hey, it's fair. It's fair. It's fair.
Answers.
Hold on, just one sec. I'm gonna get this TTS thing going. All right, take it away, Jake, for like 30 seconds while I'm getting this shit figured out.
Okay, so let's riff on some things, guys. What do we all want to talk about? TTS is what is it?
20.
Text to speech?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Here we go, boys.
What do you do?
This could be chaos. This could be madness.
So the chats are just gonna.
I feel like there's just gonna be so many people sending them in that we're never gonna end the show.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, we're gonna have to be going through every single one.
Give it a cut
No
off.
questions, guys. No questions, only comments. No questions, only comments.
You think people on the internet are gonna?
I think it's ready. Yeah. I think it's now.
I think you're gonna open up a 4chan, bro.
TTS equals 20. I'm kind of scared.
TOS. That's what I'm gonna say.
It should be fun. Don't give them.
Okay, go. Raid.
Okay. All right. Okay. Oh boy.
He's brave.
Watch none come in.
Watch that would be
come in.
very anticlimactic.
Yeah.
That'd be extremely anticlimactic. But I do want to say, GG, well played to the panel.
Real Trump donated $20. Madison, just wanted to let you know I showed the video of you telling your parents your body count to scare my stepkids out of being promiscuous 304s.
Good, I hope they listen.
Thank you, Real. Oh, wait, I need to change this up a bit. Thank you, Real Trump. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, brother. You're a legend and a scholar.
Cypher donated $20. To the bro Bogans, you need to teach the Yanks on the proper use of the C word.
We did.
Yeah,
They did.
We did.
No, it has to just roll. The Yanks, unfortunately, you guys pronounce the T too heavily.
Yeah.
So
C word's a good sort of admiration in our culture.
Yeah.
If you're a sick cunt, it's like you're the best thing you can be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If you can say it in the middle of a sentence and nobody really notices, then you've got it. You've
Shit
done
cunt bad, sick cunt good, basically.
Yeah.
Drop bears, for example, shit cunt.
Shit cunt.
Shit
Brian,
cunt.
for
Duly
example,
noted.
sick cunt.
Yeah.
Sick cunt.
Yeah.
She's a sick cunt. you picking up what we're putting down?
Kath Jess Natalie Attini donated $20.
Yo.
Much
Kath,
love from
thank
the
you, man.
Discord.
Appreciate
We
it.
love you.
Let's go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh boy, we got a couple coming through.
Amanda _ medtech donated $20. I have never wanted to move to Australia more than ever now.
Not a
Do
bad
it.
piece of advice.
Do it. Find yourself a good man.
Watch out for the drop bears, though.
Yeah, and the drop bears.
MV4 Vendetta donated $20. Brian, terrain theory is that pathogens exploit a weak host. Germ theory is bogus. Keep a healthy body and you have nothing to fear.
About the nurse thing, you mean?
Miles Stamey donated $20.
What's that?
Just send Joe to Dubai. I know he used to be Secret Service before he came to whatever.
Definitely.
Iri donated $20.
Yo, thank you, Iri.
Greetings from Poland.
Thank you.
Thank you
Greetings.
for the host
Dzień
to be so
dobry.
polite and all guests.
Dzień
You
dobry.
are amazing. Girls, you all look like queens.
I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Wait, what? Oh, that was just Chaldean girl? Oh, okay.
Devon Jackson donated $69. This is the only podcast where I can fall asleep for 3 hours, wake up, hear Brian say we're wrapping up and it goes for another hour.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Yo, shout out Devon
808
Jackson.
donated $20. Prior E is an 11 simply stunning.
That's from Quadman.
Thank
808.
you.
This is kind of fun.
Thank you, Quadman 808. Thank you, Nickelodeon.
Nickelodeon donated $20.
Stand up, Gustavo.
Gustavo versus
Stand up.
Joe. Get her done.
Get up. Stand up. All right, chat. Oh, that was a good split. Okay, who wins in the fight? Who wins in the fight, chat?
Kamikaze Cam donated $20. Brian, delete and reinstall Instagram or check for an update.
I will give that a try. I think I've already tried it, but I'll try it. I'll do it again.
The
Do I have to? I think I got to remove it on all
Amanda
devices. though.
_ medtech donated $20. I have a few friends in Aussie, one in Gold Coast and one near Cindy. I have been warned.
What do you mean warned? She spelled warned.
Oh boy.
696 sextillion 969
Don't do
quintillion
crack,
696 quadrillion 969 trillion
Oh my God,
696 billion 969 million 696,969
You can pull those up,
donated
but I'm not reading.
$20.
It has
Lauren
to be
is a
through
coont
TTS.
coont 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 coont.
Yeah, guys, go to. Oh, wait, hold on.
N2 Surviving donated $20.
Guys, the super chats,
Want to
it
say
has to be
thank
through
you for a
Streamlabs,
panel
and
of
we're just doing
well-spoken,
TTS.
attractive work and
We'll show
not
the super chats,
breakdowns. P.S. I missed that first one. Your journey is your own for you to work out through life.
Oh,
Find your inner peace. Shane donated $20. Happy birthday to me.
Hey, happy
Love
birthday,
being
man.
a mod here,
Thank you,
Brixan.
Shane. Thank you,
Hope
dude.
everyone's night is going well.
Happy birthday.
Yo, dude, Shane, really appreciate your patronage, man. You're a fucking legend. Oh,
Fuck_Christianity donated $20.
Hey.
To the Christian 32-year-old with grey streaks in back. You are extremely uptight and wanted to let you know that it isn't anybody else's problem that you're probably in a sexless marriage.
Oh my
Overly
God,
insecure
bro.
Drop Bear donated $20. As a male nurse, I promise you there is no time for sex, and that is just gross because we are dirty and patients are dirty, bro. Do you fend off a drop bear like a sea bear? Jasmine donated $20. Make Maddie merch.
Well, I mean, what would that even be though?
Just Maddie's face.
What would be?
Her in the hat.
Maddie
probably.
masks.
Based on
I don't even know what that
Maddie
would.
masks is concerning.
A Maddie? Yeah, that might be cancelable. I'm not even right. It would be
Just the whatever
cancelable.
logo and then Maddie's face.
Probably cancelable, I guess. I don't know. Let's see here. Okay. Well, if you can show that, guys, the TTS it has to be it has to be through Streamlabs. Just FYI. Oh yeah, I saw it. That was funny. Sorry, I should clarify. I'm gonna wrap up now though. So we'll see if that is an issue with wrapping up. But okay, guys. We have to do the Twitch raid. So GG, well played to the panel. Hit the like button, please, on YouTube. Pull up Twitch really quick, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub on your way out. If you're watching over there on Twitch, we stream every Sunday and Tuesday.
Blah donated $20. Blah 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 blah.
Thank you. I guess Twitch.
Well said.
Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drops a follow, drops a Prime sub. If you're on YouTube.
Anonymous donated $20.
Open up another tab.
Brian, you seem to feel loss of control, which is why you love Asians and their bowing culture submissiveness. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 Asians, wow. Kumas in the co-op pods cooming.
I like white women too. I'll date black women, I'll date Latinas. I prefer Asian and white women. If I'm using a World of Warcraft reference, I think Asian women are BIS. Best in slot. You know, like when it comes to your gear and shit, like okay, you could like have a suboptimal like gear.
Max K donated
like
$35. Keep spreading the good word.
Oh, thank you, Max K. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, but it's like BIS, you know. Like, for example, if you're on Alliance and you're playing Rogue or Warrior, like, you want to be a human for that sword spec. Of course.
Anonymous donated $20. Hey, Brian, how did you first meet Andrea when you first started doing videos?
Just the thing, guys, I'll answer it, but no questions with the TTS here. I'm gonna try to get this wrapped. Introduction from a male friend of mine. I had a male friend. I told him about this video idea I had, which was the viral one that we did. You might be familiar with. And then I was like, do you know any girls who like kind of outgoing, charismatic that'd be down to do this prank video? And he's like, I got the perfect girl. And then he's like, Andrea. So he introduced me to Andrea, and then the rest is history. Okay, guys. So good show, good stream, guys. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Please hit the like button. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Guys, we have a insanely good show planned for Sunday. We're going to keep it big guest. That's all I'm going to say. Big guest. Well done. Bigly guest. Okay. Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara.
TTS Voice Guy donated $20. Why do I do this for a living? Let me out of here, please. Oh. I beg of you, Brian.
Wait, Kiara? Who's this? Someone donated a ton of... Yo, Kiara, thank you very much. Appreciate it. On Twitch. This looks from... Oh my god. Wait, is she live right now? Is she watching us?
Curtis underscore Leon underscore donated $20.
Wait, is it the same, Kiara?
I was on a deployment to Australia for training,
Thank you,
and worse
Kiara.
than the
Thank you
drop
for the
bears
20
was the
gifted
fat
subs.
women. I won't lie, I still did it. Is it like that all over the country? Underscore donated $20.
Well, guys, be
Polly
nice.
she termed Lauren is a beach. Wow, why such beach, much beach.
Oh, Kiara, I think we're going to have her on the show. Kiara, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs over there on Twitch. Oh, my.
Read your Bible donated $20.
This is...
To the guy that got hated. Remember, blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Twist donated $20. She sells seashells by the seashore. The shells she sells are surely seashells.
This is wild.
So if she sells shells on the seashore, I'm sure she sells seashore
Somebody do the
shells.
sprinkler one. Can we get the sprinkler one?
Eve donated $20.
Thank you, Eve. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you,
another
Twist.
good episode. Much love from Germany. Buy merch.
Deutschland.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön. Merci beaucoup.
Whack Arnold's
Oh my God,
donated
it's never ending.
$20.
I'm sorry, guys.
If
We're going to be here all
SW
night.
girl wanted to quit, maybe she should get a job at McDonald's.
Nick, you can pull up the person that we're going to raid on Twitch. His name is Aladar. Yo, Black Arnold's. Thank you, man. Is that a
Kaiju
Dave Chappelle
donated
reference?
$20.
Yo, thank you,
Been
Kaiju.
watching for a while now. Binge watch here and there. You
Yeah,
should
thank
bring
you,
on
man.
some below average looking dudes. LOL. Hope everyone has a great night.
Is that good for us? Or
I don't.
Yeah, I'll take it too.
I'll take it. I'll take the compliment. Shit. I've brought on. Actually, maybe the person who's coming on Sunday might be.
Get Jesse Lee Peterson on.
Oh my God.
I want to. I'm considering.
I can make the
Nick,
hookup.
Twitch.tv/Aladar.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah.
Twitch.tv/Aladar. That's who we are going to raid. Guys, over there, those of you who are watching on Twitch, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Drop us a follow over there if you're not following already. We are going to raid Aladar. He's playing World of Warcraft Classic. It looks like he is playing...
David Tuzechiak donated $23.
I love...
Got back home, what did I miss?
I love you, David.
I heard no questions. Best to all for lasting so long.
It's just ALODAR.
Max K donated $20. I'm just not ready for it to end yet.
This is a TTS. It's called a TTS train, I guess. I don't know. Streamlabs only, guys. Streamlabs.com/whatever.
Killer of Cereal donated $20.
You're gonna just...
I'm not
We
gonna
don't
let
end
you
until
wrap
the
up so
train, the
easily.
TTS train
Heck
ends.
of a show.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate the consistency of entertainment in this show.
Hey, Kill of Cereal, I really appreciate your TTS here. Thank you for your patronage, man. You've been... your support's been overwhelming the past couple months, so thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who, even just watching. Like, even if you don't send in a message, I appreciate just everybody who watches. Like a year and a half ago, would have never thought we would have been where we are today, getting like 300 views a stream, and now the podcast has been doing really well. And I want to thank Nick and Maddie and Jake.
Jessica Reloaded donated $20. Your wish is my command. My sprinkler goes like this.
You asked,
And Priya.
you received. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica, you fucking legend. Thank you.
Comes back like this.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, on Twitch, Nick, if you can pull that up. Do you have it ready? He is playing World. He's got 26 viewers right now. He's playing, I don't know if it's Season of Discovery or no, Classic Fresh. He is playing Warsong Gulch. He's doing a little PvP. I'm going to start the raid. He's about to capture the flag. Look at this guy playing Warsong Gulch. Okay, those of you who are watching on Twitch, thank you so much for watching.
Oh my God. Dude,
thank you so much for watching on Twitch.
Aratio underscore powder donated
leave his audio
$20.
For me.
Techno.
Okay, those of you on Twitch, thank you for tuning in on Twitch. I'm going to raid Aladar, say what's up to him in the chat. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Appreciate it. All right, that's sent there. We'll see that go through. He's got 26 viewers watching, playing Warsong.
Whoa, who is this? Hey, whatever. What's up,
move
man?
us, Nick. Hide us.
What is up?
Hide that. Oh, missed it. Okay.
One of my favorite YouTubers, man.
Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Whoa.
You
okay.
come to watch me get killed.
Let's see him
Anyways,
capture this
welcome
flag.
everyone from
We're gonna see him.
whatever's podcast. Glad to have you here.
It's gonna be a stalemate though. Get that. What the hell? It's gonna be a stalemate
I'm
though.
whatever's favorite senior citizen streamer. So
I want to see.
Anyways,
Let's
thanks
see
for
him
the
capture
follows,
this
guys.
flag, bro.
I'm playing World of Warcraft, obviously. But it's really late at night, and
He's got this.
We're doing some battlegrounds here, so.
The Lions
Whatever.
has the flag too.
How's it going, guys?
The Lions has the flag too, so
Unfortunately, I
it's
was
a
at work
stalemate.
all night tonight, so.
It's a stalemate. He's not going to
I
be able
didn't
to cap.
even
Okay, anyways.
get a chance to sit down and watch any of the podcasts. I have been watching them more lately, though.
Anyways, we can
I'm
X out of
gonna go
that.
upstairs. I'm going up and up.
That's what I have to do.
You have to do what? Once everybody's
sound
back at the
excited.
table,
Capture the
I'll wrap it
flag.
up. So once
You sound
everybody's
excited now.
Ghost of FEMA Past donated $20. Never do Waji board, they are demons, not your grandma, it is a demon. Demons are master deceivers and know how to lead you away. Waji board is just opening the door to you.
Completely.
Once Liam is back, I'll wrap up the show. So, for shizzle, Jake, what's it like dating in Australia? Like dating the Sheilas?
Yeah, no.
Solifresh donated $20. Hey Brian, you should have more regular guys on the pod too. I would love to drop knowledge on Christianity and relationships.
Jake's a regular guy. Regular guy?
Beatus donated $20. Boots and cats. Pew 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 pew. Beep boop bop. Z's. TS. Boing boing. Beep beep.
Okay.
Whoosh.
Sweet. All right, guys. So let me just make sure we're not missing anything. I want to be considerate. Okay, we're all good there, guys. Like the video, please, on your way out. Thank you guys so much once again for tuning in. Thank you to the wonderful panel for coming, guys. It was a very good stream. We made progress. She deleted her OF. We'll see if it sticks. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else. So, guys, once again, 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and we will see you. Today's Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see you back next week, Sunday, Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific, with another dating talk. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys.